It's time!
Are you ready, Birmingham?
They've got the control of this fight, and they've got EG down calling PG. It's done, Team Secret. In 5 games, ESL won grand finals here at Birmingham, going ahead of Virtus Pro.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Hello and welcome to the ESL UK Premiership. How can you not be hyped after watching that? My name is Nomad and joining me is Mo Farah as we get into today's games and in fact the entire few weeks of games coming up through this tournament. I am excited. Are you?
I'm so hyped. We've had too much of a break. You know, since Skirmish to now, there's been too long. I need back to some high-tier UK Dota. Don't say those two things together very often, but here we are. This is it. This is high-tier.
We found it. We've done a lot of digging. We have unearthed some high-tier UK Dota, but this does differ slightly from what we did in the Skirmish. If you're coming through from that and expecting the same thing, then you may be surprised. But we have changed things up a little bit on the format this time around. We have 6 teams competing. Now, all of these teams have come in through open qualifiers, and they are full stacks. There's not going to be any changing here. Each one of them has at least 3 UK players, don't they, Mo?
Yeah, so we've got mostly UK players in each team, which is nice, but we've got a little bit of European added flair. With I think all of the teams have European players, some way or another, at least one. So it'd be interesting to see what they can bring, and yeah.
So, of course, we have the group stages coming up right now as we're in these best-of-ones. They'll be battling out 3 teams each day, playing off just in one game. And if you do manage to come first in these groups, then look at it, just go straight through to the grand finals, best-of-5. Meanwhile, if you come 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, then you will be in those all-important best-of-3 playoffs playing off. And yeah, I mean, I believe you know the prize distribution as well, don't you, Mo?
Yeah, so it's £10,500 split across all the teams. First place is £4,500, second place is £2,500, third place is £1,400, fourth is £900, and 5th or 6th gets £600. So, you know, you get it through the open qualifiers, you get to the group stage, you're still earning money. Pretty good.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the teams which are taking place, of course, because, you know, oh, wait, no, of course, don't forget to follow on social medias. There'll be plenty going on this time as well. You know, we're going to have polls coming on Twitter. Facebook, of course, going to be active there as well, so don't forget to follow, and you can catch highlights and matches and stuff all across YouTube as well, so check those out down on your screen below right now. But yeah, back to the teams which are going to be taking place. Just fielding a question out there, who do you think is going to be top out of all of these guys?
If I had to make a assumption without seeing any games so far from the group stage, you know, I did watch some of the open qualifiers.
You did indeed.
I would probably say Mayo Chicken and Sparkling Water are probably my top 2. Who would come first? It's going to be, you know, dependent on how it goes in the group stages, obviously, but they would be my 2 to watch out for, I think.
Yeah, and then of course we've got Team Sneed, the Edgar Davids fan club, which is an interesting name, the Cheeky Chums, and of course the Warriors of the World. You know, some decent names, pretty terrible logo. In fact, we only got one logo there, which is a sparkling water logo, which is a little cup of sparkling water looking very angry. Apparently, everybody did submit logos, but only one of them made it through, so good job there, guys. Hopefully we'll step it up next week, but my god, yeah, so, you know, what can we expect, really? You know, these are stacks pulled together, most of them. I don't think any of these guys are playing in like regular teams beforehand, were they? You know, these guys all kind of came together. definitely playing together, obviously, as
Yeah.
teammates on different teams and such. But yeah, banding together for this specifically.
I think they probably play together a lot in pubs and stuff, obviously, but we don't really have it in the UK scene where people stick together as 5 a lot to play tournaments, because there's not a whole lot of tournaments about before this that have actually, meant a lot to people before. We had the Skirmish, was the first big one in a while, I would say.
Yeah,
and now this is the first team tournament where people can actually put it together and say, we've got really something to go for here.
Alrighty, well, we do have some very exciting games coming up today, and we'll throw those up on the screen right now and have a look at Warriors of the World versus Sparkling Water. That's going to be a first match today. If there are any thoughts about that one real quick?
Yeah, I think this is probably my one that I'm looking forward to today the most, just because Sparkling Water, one of these 2 top teams that we talked about, and Warriors of the World, they have some really high-ranked players, though, so a lot of contention.
Yeah, and then, of course, Mayo Chicken versus the Edgar Davids fan club, and then Team Sneed versus the Cheeky Chums. Some fantastic names here, as I mentioned before, but yeah, I mean, who is Edgar Davids, by the way?
So, if some people aren't aware, Edgar Davids was a footballer. He was a Dutch footballer who was really famous for wearing these orange, I think they were orange glasses or something on the pitch, because he had a problem with his eyesight or something. And then when he was really old, he went and managed Barnet or something, I think it was. And so, yeah, I don't know why he was so popular at the time, but he was a good player.
Okay, all right.
They're his fans, that's all.
Sure, a very niche reference there, but of course, football, UK, Dota, it's all interlinked, so we'll accept it. It's a valid team name.
Well, if people have been to ESL Birmingham, they've seen the crowd before. That's where we learned our trade of the cheering, from all going to football matches and stuff, and rugby matches. So it's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, best crowd in the world at ESL Birmingham, of course. So let's get into today's first match, and this first match coming up is going to be Warriors of the World versus the team of Sparkling Water. I keep wanting to say soda because that's what they are, Sparkling Water. Of course, we're British, so yeah, Sparkling Water.
Does the picture not give it away? It's obviously Sparkling Water.
Wait, is that even? I'm amazed this one was allowed, because it genuinely looks like clip art taken from Microsoft Word, but whatever. Yeah, Warriors of the World versus Sparkling Water. I think Sparkling Water, people are going to be looking at this team. They're going to be recognizing these players, and they're going to be like, all right, these guys are going to do pretty well. You got 3 very talented UK players here. Zantic, of course, previous winner of the ESL UK Skirmish, and you've got Symmetrical, who didn't take part last time. And, of course, we've got T. Governor, who is the previous coach of Chaos Esports Club over last TI, and, of course, been an analyst on ESL Birmingham before as well, so plenty of experience on the team. And then, of course, Radix and Cube, where if you've watched any Tier 2 EU Dota, you will know these players, and they're fun ones as well. Cube especially, he's a very fun player, known for his pudge, and also just generally goofing around and having a good time on whatever game he's playing.
I think it's an interesting one, though, Sparkling Water, because if you look at them in comparison to all the other teams that have qualified, I think they're probably the team that have got a kind of different format within them, that their core players are the ones that are from the UK. So we have Symmetrical and we have Zantic. If you look at a lot of the other teams, they'll be the ones from EU, the core players. And because we tend to have more support players, I would say, in general, in the UK, at like a higher level or off-lane players. So it'll be interesting to see how they do in comparison to, these EU cores that are coming through, trying to, fight them for this top position in the group stage, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about people who are going to fight them, let's look at who is going to be fighting them right now. And that is going to, of course, be the Warriors of the World with Taz, Isla, Hemispheres, Tolera, and Domi B. The only one I really know here from my UK Dota experience is Tolera. I've seen this guy around in some high MMR pubs, and I've seen him tagged a lot of times. I think I've even seen him in some closed qualifiers getting quite high as well, but or open qualifiers, maybe not closed qualifiers. But yeah, I mean, this guy's a very talented UK player. Talk to me about Domi B especially, because his name's kind of funny, and I've heard a lot about him as well. The only one which rings a bell on that.
Yeah, I think I don't know him massively well, Domi B. I haven't spoken to him before, but I've seen his name floated around a lot. I'm pretty sure he's playing position 5 in this, but I haven't known him before as being a position 5 player, so I don't know whether he's transitioned just for this necessarily. But the 2 I want to look at on this team are Tolera and Hemispheres. You've highlighted Tolera already.
Yeah.
He's I've met him before at UK LAN, and he was a really nice guy, quite quiet, but he was really well respected by everybody there. That he was probably he was a really good drafter, and a lot of people respected what he wanted to do. Hemispheres is the other one that I know. I've played with him a few times before. He played carry when I was playing with him before, but he's now moved to offlane by the looks of it. So interested to see what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see some of these new players because that's kind of what we had last season, you know, in the Premiership. We kind of came in knowing these players and just got to learn more and more about them, learn about their personalities, you know, how they like to play, the flashy ones, the less flashy ones, and then seeing them swap teams as well. You know, it was really good to see them, and then a lot of these guys returning. You know, I believe we've got Tree, Overlom, obviously it's Xantic, and he's going to be playing as well. T-Gun was in the Premiership.
We've got
Who else is
Icky.
going to be here? Oh, Icky,
DNC.
of course. How could I forget Icky and DNC? Yeah, of course. Is Chryson playing? I think he's in it too.
Chryson tried to play, but I think he got to they were one series away from qualifying, but they lost. So close, but you know, no cigar. They're the fine lines you have to try and beat, but they didn't manage it.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention as well for this upcoming matchup that Sparkling Water, of course, do have a psychological coach coming in. You know, very important to keep your players psychologically happy, and that's going to be the Mr. Doig.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming in as a last-minute position 6 for them.
T said he's not allowed to do any analytical coaching whatsoever, but he is allowed to be their psychological coach. So they've got that going for them. I wonder what, you know, amazing team talks he can give to them before they go into the series. I bet they all just shout at him and tell him to go away, but
Probably. But, you know, no, I'm sure they'll respect their psychological coach, and he'll earn his position as the position 6 in that team. But yeah, I mean, let's go into individual matchups then, looking at these two teams, you know. Who are you preferring when it comes to the cores? Because obviously, Xantic has always got to be respected, especially if he can pull out the Pugner or something like that.
I think the cores are obviously really strong on the Sparkling Water side, but when I was watching them in the open qualifiers, I felt like they weren't playing at the level they possibly could. I don't know whether they've been playing together enough, maybe they you know, maybe hadn't been practicing, but they felt like they had another level to reach, because they lost in the upper bracket to Mayo Chicken in the first set of open qualifiers, and so they had to go through the lower bracket to then qualify, which isn't necessarily what they thought. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what ceiling they can reach with their team, because I didn't see it before.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty, the picks, the heroes which we think are going to come out here, because we've seen a couple of heroes being very popular throughout the kind of major and minor previously, but now we kind of had the qualifiers most recently, and we had a lot of change-ups, you know. I think Slada was one of the most popular heroes in the qualifiers, but then kind of actually ended up fading out towards the end a little bit, and actually in some of the lesser tournaments which have gone on since then, we haven't seen that much Slada. So you're expecting to see him here? Because I know we've got a couple of Slada players dotted around the scene.
I think it's something that people are comfortable with a lot as well, especially Overlom is a really,
one I wanted to mention.
Yeah, a really big Slada spammer. So I think that'll probably get banned out against them every time they play in this group stage, because I think it's his best hero. In general, though, I still think Slada's going to be really strong. I think Lifesteal is the other one we'll probably see less of in comparison to what we thought you know, coming into this, just because of the nerf. But yeah, the thing I want to focus on, though, is before with Skirmish, it was all about individual players, right? So we didn't really, every time there was a draft, we couldn't predict things over a long period of time. When you're playing as a 5-stack, you have a way to imprint yourself with a play style, right? Whereas it's something you've practiced as a group before. So it'll be interesting to see if teams pick similar heroes as the group stage goes on for a certain play style, rather than, you know, just picking certain individual heroes that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, what are the specialities? I mean, we've got T-Governor, Spirit Breaker. Do you reckon that's going to be coming out at all for that team?
I think we got it once in Skirmish, didn't we?
Did, yeah.
That was a clown fest.
Look, the T-Governor Viper, of course.
Oh, yeah, that was a special.
Who couldn't forget the T-Governor Viper? Wow, that was...
If there's any heroes I had to predict would be popular, I think Slada would definitely be one. I still think something, you know, like a Lich or Disruptor, these really safe position 5s that we've seen a lot of, I think they're going to be hanging around a lot. In terms of 1s and 2s, I think it's going to be really flexible, though. But, you know, they tend to be the heroes that we see towards the end of the draft that tend to be more flexible depending on what's happened so far throughout, you know, the first 3 picks or so.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing actually we haven't really talked about a lot of, but I did just want to link back to quickly before we do get into this first game, is the open qualifiers. Because of course, every team has come through the open qualifiers, and the seedings and results for that weren't actually quite as expected. Because I believe Sparkling Water didn't actually make it through as the first seed, which is what you would have imagined for that, right?
Yeah, so we were talking about the 2 top teams. I was saying Mayo Chicken and Sparkling Water. Mayo Chicken actually, knocked Sparkling Water down to the lower bracket. I think in the first open qualifier, it was Cheeky Chums who finished in the top 3 from the upper bracket as well. They played really well, though. They beat who's the Sneed, who also qualified eventually in the upper bracket in a best of 3 to qualify. So it'll be interesting, especially from the open qualifiers, to see when they come up against each other again, these teams that did qualify, how they fare up again. Because, they know a little bit about each other that they possibly might have not before, especially in terms of hero picks that they like and stuff. So it'll be, interesting to see whether they can adapt depending on what happened before in the past. I think it's worth talking about, though, the Warriors of the World that we're about to see in this first game. They didn't take part in the first open qualifier. They only took part in the second one. And they blazed through it. It didn't, they didn't really come up against anybody that I thought they might give them a really good run for their money. So it looks, pretty simple for them, and maybe they can take a game off Sparkling Water here that we're not necessarily expecting.
Yeah, I mean, similar how we're kind of going to be learning a lot of the teams and a lot of the players and such, it's even more important for the captains of the teams to be doing that as well as we go through, and I think that's going to be really tested here. The ingenuity, how quick can you learn your opponents? How quick can you get the reads and get those key bans? Or sometimes we even see, letting them through. Is anybody going to let the Slardar through and maybe have a plan to deal with it? Let them play into your traps. I think that's going to be something really key to look out for here.
What's the plan for Slardar, though? Is there a plan?
Well,
I mean, people have been trying to think of one for ages.
Dry up the river.
Yeah. Oh, you remember you used to get the vials that you would change the river so it was dry?
Maybe it works. Anybody tried it? Has anybody tried it? Doesn't work.
I think coming into this, though, you have to remember, because it's best of ones, we have to watch out for whoever has last pick overall in these games. You've got to be so careful playing against this last pick. We could get Broodmothers coming out. I know there's a few Meepo players here as well, which has to be a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Huskar's been another one that's been floating around quite a bit, so have to see. But I think, especially in best of ones, we could see more upsets than normal.
Yeah, and I think, when you look at Xantic, I think some of his heroes fall into that. Definitely the Pugner. If you've ever been in a game where you've come up against a really good Pugner and he gets through the draft and you don't really have anything to stop him just blasting down your towers, that's going to be a problem. And that's something which they're definitely going to try and abuse on the side of Sparkling Water. And as you say, all these other cheese picks coming out, you've just got to have them on your radar. I think there's much less of a chance of that happening in the current patch, though, just because of the way the game works. Huskar's kind of been beaten down a little bit from this very kind of cheesy, almost raid boss-like hero early game to having late game options as well. We don't see much Broodmother anymore, but definitely the Meepo, definitely... yeah,
maybe not cheese picks. I think something like a last pick Storm, for example, as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention as well.
If you don't have the heroes to deal with it, it's really hard to play against. Maybe like an Ember Spirit or something really mobile. PL is another one that people have problems with dealing with from a last pick. So I think you have to make sure as a captain you're going through, you're making sure you've got all the boxes checked. Yeah. Otherwise, all these players that have qualified are really good. So they're going to be well aware of the heroes that could be picked to take people by surprise.
Who's it? Is it Nigma who's been last picking? No, I think it might be Alliance with the Morphling. Sorry, it's
possibly. I'm not.
They pick Morphling regardless of they'll do PL Morph. They don't care. But anyway, we now have ourselves a draft. The teams are ready to go, as are we. It is Sparkling Water versus Warriors of the World for the very first game here, the ESL UK Premiership. Let's go. We're going to start things off with the Timbersaw, which is another one to mention. This guy's been first phase so much by so many teams. It's really weird.
Yeah, but if you look at Sparkling Water's lineup, they have Rajix, who's an amazing Timber player. Yeah. It's his favourite hero. He's got loads of games on it. Xantic can play it as well. I'm pretty sure Symmetrical can play it. So they can put the Timber in all 3 lanes. So I would have done exactly the same against them. Just get rid of the Timber. It's too flexible. The Lone Druid ban is Hemispheres. When I was talking about, he used to be a carry player from when I knew him, and he loves this hero. It's one of his favourites. And although he's moved to the offlane role now, I'm pretty sure, I think it's still worth just taking it out, because it's not... Again, it's one of these heroes that are just horrible to deal with.
Yeah. If you don't have the answers, or if you're forced to come into the answers and kind of adapt your draft to make this Lone Druid a non-factor, then you're just letting the enemy play their game and not letting you play yours, which is... We know T-Gun likes to be in control of these drafts.
And there's the other one as well. His 2 heroes are Lone Druid and Lycan, and they both just get taken out straight away. T knows that on paper, they're probably the favourites coming into this, so if they can get rid of the heroes that Warriors of the World are comfortable with, they're going to be in a favoured position. So
Hemispheres is actually the one drafting for Warriors of the World, the captain here. Meanwhile, Dommy B, happy to chill, and I'm not sure who the... Hemispheres is, he's definitely the core player, right?
I think he's playing POS 3 in this. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Toller isn't drafting, but
yeah, that's what I would have thought. But.
Oh, this was going to be my big brain research thing. So Hemispheres has been playing some offlane clock, and Toller has been playing it as POS 4 as well. So coming into the draft, this is a hero that I was going to highlight as something they were probably likely to go for. Obviously, T's done exactly the same thing as me, and just ruined my night. That's it.
Should have got there quicker. Should have got there quicker. That's only on you, my friend. All right, redeem yourself. Final ban for Warriors of the World. Is it time to ban the T-Spirit Breaker? No, of course it's not. It's never time to ban the T-Spirit Breaker.
I think this one's difficult because, they've... the game that Sparkling Water lost, by the way, in the upper bracket to Mayo Chicken was to a Naga Disruptor. So, these are kind of like opening combos that we have to be worried about are definitely, they're still in the draft. We'll have to see what they go for. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't this POS 5 here for T at the moment. They might pick up something like a tiny, if they want something a little bit more roaming potential, possibly. Well, I mean, Sladar's still in the pool. We've talked about it. Could be an option for them to go for straight away.
Yeah, it's as I said, it has gotten a little less popular since the qualifiers, which has been interesting. Because the hero hasn't been changed that much. But he was lightly nerfed. I can't remember exactly what, but he was lightly nerfed.
Oh, this is the T-Governor
as well.
This is the T-Governor special, by the way.
Yeah,
we forgot, didn't we?
God.
Just use all your reserve time at the start, just to decide your opening.
We really need to have things planned to talk about for the first pick when T-Governor's drafting, because we know we're going to have 2 minutes of waiting around. Oh, okay, not taking that. Oh, of course, Snapfire, of course. Yeah, that one sneaked under our radar a little bit there, but Snapfire, the ever popular position 4 or 5 right now.
Well, this is interesting though, because Snapfire, it's still a really strong hero, not quite as good as the last patch. I think the main difference is you really notice the difference in the damage that the ult offers in comparison to before. I think it does 40 less per Mortimer's Kiss at level 1. So it is noticeable. You do feel like maybe I could be doing a little bit more damage here, but the cookie into the Scatter Blast combo is still really strong. Yeah,
and that wave clearing potential is super useful, especially when you're playing into lineups like this with Vengeful and Drow. So that's already a good start for Sparkling Water. But yeah, Venge Drow, it's a little bit unusual, something we don't really see that much of so often, especially with Drow. She's just not a common core right now, but apparently Warriors of the World, they're happy to play it.
Yeah, it feels like they've got a plan coming into this though, right? They've got this idea of how they want to play. They've prepared. They've said, okay, they're putting their cards on the table and saying, this is what we're doing. What are you going to do about it? And you can notice they banned the PL in the first phase as well, which traditionally is one of the best heroes against the Drow. Exactly. So taking it out straight away, they don't even have to worry about it at this point now. I honestly think Slardar has to be a pick here, especially with the Snapfire as well.
I think so. Otherwise, might even go. Oh, someone's definitely unlocked the Phoenix rare in the most common treasure, and it's just like, put me on Phoenix, and T's like, no, I'm not picking Phoenix. Please pick me Phoenix. I want to flex my pyramid.
Interestingly, if this is the POS 4, I mean, Phoenix could be the 3 or the 4. I've been seeing it more as a 3 recently, and I think it's really good against these heroes that are susceptible to this magic burst damage. Fire Spirits as a skill overall, if you got the max DPS out of it, does a huge amount. I'm not sure on the number, but level 4 Fire Spirits is insanely strong. They're going to be wanting to do this physical damage as well. The attack speed slow is really strong. My only worry is that they don't have any lockdown between these 2 opening picks, which I think is something you have to be a little bit worried about. Probably hope to sort that out in the second phase of their draft. But they do have a lot of magic damage burst at the moment to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. So
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to look for opportunities here for either teams to sneak in a surprise pick, but to be honest, it's a bit early to be looking for these gotcha picks just now, and we'll probably save that for the final phase.
I mean, Sparkling Water are probably looking to ban out cores that are working well with the Drow. I think something like an SF ban might be okay. Something, maybe even something like a Deuce is pretty strong to ban.
Yeah. Also, I feel like if you pick Venge Drow, you definitely need a little bit more to protect the egg. I don't think Snapfire alone is going to be enough. I think you're looking... Man, I'm not even sure what, because we don't really know where this Phoenix is going right now, but I'm assuming it's going to be 4 Phoenix, 5 Snapfire. I kind of want, Centaurs or Slardar again, something like that, just to hold off the advancements of Warriors of the World, because otherwise this Drown, this Venge is going to come in and right-click this Phoenix egg to death. You need to have a threat there to stop that happening.
I mean, traditionally, the big combos that we see with the egg to protect the egg are Axe Call and RP from the mag. But I think Axe especially is a really difficult hero to pick at the moment. It has to be a really specific game for it, and I don't really see it being there already.
Yeah, I quite like Naga actually, for if Sparkling Water want to go down that route.
They could do Symmetrical is a Naga player. He likes that.
Good.
Likes that a lot.
Yeah, the song can protect the egg in its last moments. If you can just sing and then stop singing as it crashes down, it's a really nice combo. And of course, Drow doesn't really like playing against illusion heroes so much. They grab the Omni. Interesting.
Okay, I don't mind this though. I think them banning the Bat kind of shows that they want to play the Venge as the 5 as well. So they're protecting their Drow in the laning stage against this possible Bat Rider pick.
Ban Bat and then pick Omni, because surely you've now got an Omni, so they don't really want to pick Bat anyway. I guess it still messes with your lane. Yeah,
I think the laning stage is the most important thing. If you're going to play Venge Drow as your safe lane, and then you're laning against the Bat has like a completely free lane. You can't do anything to him, and if he decides to run at you, you don't really have a play you can make back. Especially when there's something like a Snapfire in the lane as well. This Omni Knight pick I really like though. It gives them this defensive capability to sit behind their Drow. You know, they've got this Guardian Angel to purge off. Sorry, not Guardian Angel, Heavenly Grace to purge off.
Grace, yeah.
T is running out of reserve time very quickly here.
He doesn't like reserve time though, we know this.
Ooh.
All right, well there you go. Similar idea to the Naga Siren, that large AoE disable to give something the Phoenix to play around, and Snapfire is going to play really nicely with that one as well. Just a nice big target to throw in those kisses. Mortimer can throw up inside of it all he likes.
Yeah, like you say, both these heroes work really well with the Chrono. Lots of damage to input. My only worry is they have the Venge already, so that there is a save to work with to get one of their cores out of the Chrono. And maybe you kill the Venge in the Chrono, but she doesn't really care. You still have that illusion to work with the Aura. Still output a little bit of damage. So I'll have to see what they go for. And in terms of core matchups overall against the Faceless Void, I'm trying to think of what 4 hero they would pick.
Yeah, this gives you some answer to the Chronosphere with either Winter's Curse or the Cold Embrace. Obviously Winter's Curse also goes through BKB, so Void's always going to have to be worried about that one, making sure he either catches the Wyvern. And as well, just picking Void into Omni Knight always seems like it can be a risk, but clearly they're just wanting to play around the combinations of their own team and not really worrying so much about what Warriors of the World are taking up.
My only worry for them is that normally this Omni Wyvern is a massively strong lane. You can spam people outright, but you're playing against a Void who can just time walk off the damage. But also, Void isn't a particularly strong hero to punish this weak lane either, so it kind of works both ways. I'm talking about heroes that are difficult to punish if you don't have the right ways. There's a Storm Spirit, and if you look at Warriors of the World's draft, they have Gust from the Drow, but aside from that, there's not really great ways of dealing with this Storm.
Yeah, I'm not that concerned. I mean, we've got Winter's Curse, we've got Gust, we've got Stun from Venge if you can land it and it doesn't get disjointed, but if you can combo that up with the Winter's Curse or something like that, then you do have a bit of chain lockdown here to work with. It's not the freest of Storm games, but at the same time, you've now got this dual core of Void and Storm, and if you dump all your lockdown into one of them, then the other one's just going to come through and be like, hey boys, how's it going? You waste all your lockdown on that guy, I'm now going to whip out my brush and just clean you all up.
I think the way you have to look at it though is if you see this Venge Wyvern Omni, they're going to want to sit these 2 cores at the front and have kind of like the backup sat behind them in like a 2 sets of rows, effectively, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Warriors of the World, they want to play the fights is they have this front line, they want you to engage on the front line so that they can then dump their defensive capabilities to save their cores and then turn the team fight, right?
Yeah.
The way that Storm is going to work in these fights, he's going to jump straight to these backlines where the Wyvern, Venge and Omni is sitting and try and pick them off before the fights have even started. And that's exactly the way they have to play on Sparkling Water. They have these 2 really mobile cores that can get to the backlines, but if they don't, then the fights are going to get really difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, and the Phoenix and Snap as well. There's a lot of mobility on this team, which is really nice when you're playing into the Drow. So Warriors of the World, I really feel like a Centaur would be a good pick for them. Something which can give them a maneuverability, kind of the repositioning, and just provide them that front line. But they might choose to go for something more along the lines of maybe Axe for a bit more lockdown, or...
I think... what are you talking about? Warriors of the World?
Warriors of the World.
Warriors of the World need... No, because the Omni will be the offlane, right?
Oh, so you need, God, no, please, no.
I think you need a hero that... Like, if you look at their lineup overall, it really lacks damage. They need some, like, win condition hero, right? Sparkling Water, though, yeah, they just finish off with some team fight.
Yeah, it really feels like a leisure pick, doesn't it? You're just like, we're in control here. We can take anything. We're just going to get it tied and throw down a Ravage on top of you as well. Why not?
My only worry about the tie pick is that it kind of slows their timing a little bit. Like, they're reliant on having Ravage, Chrono, Egg, and Mortimer's Kisses up really to try and take a big team fight. And yeah, I mentioned it at the start of the draft, but there's the Deucer. And I think they needed a hero like that it offered them a win condition, though, right, that they didn't really have before. But I don't know if it's enough considering you're playing against Storm, Void, and these heroes that just get on top of you straight away.
Right, Radjix, we need to talk about your cosmetic choices. I mean, what the hell is going on there? He's equipped a wheel which goes through the shark. I mean, he's just messing with people at that stage. He's deliberately trying to trigger the people that don't like clipping, which...
I love people that do this. They don't... It's not about having a good set. It's about having the most ridiculous set that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
We need to sit down and talk, Radjix. That's what I'm saying. But no, there's Medusa and Drow, you know, with the Venge and all it's... I mean, it almost feels like Warriors are just like, hey, you know what? You guys are going to win this laning phase. We're just going to go chill on the high ground. You guys can do what you want. Obviously, that's not the plan, but it does feel that. And then Cube on his Phoenix as well, yeah. So a lot of comfort picks here, for sure, for sure.
I'm wondering how this Storm versus Medusa matchup is going to go mid as well. I mean, I assume they're putting Medusa mid. You know, traditionally, both these heroes like pushing the lane out and then going back to the jungle to farm. So I'm just thinking about, you know, if the Medusa manages to get a lot of mana coming through back from the mana stake, obviously it doesn't steal it anymore like it used to. But if they who can push the lane out faster and then make the use of that jungle, I think in the early levels, Storm should be absolutely fine. But if you know it gets to that level 5 mark, Snake starts to hurt a little bit more. I think the Storm has to be slightly wary.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Storm can lane it, as apparently T-Gun has no statistics. I think it's played Dota before.
It's probably... I think it's something to do with the coordinator or something, isn't it? Very sad. I mean, if you've ever seen him play...
I think T's never played.
Yeah, yeah. If you've ever seen him play, though, it might be a thing.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Snapfire starting out with the little headdress there, as T-Gun has had a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, I think when you're playing against this... is it going to be Omni Venge or Omni Wyvern? Who's the 4 player on the Radiant side? Who do we have? So it's Tolerus playing the Venge. I think it's going to be Venge 4, Wyvern 5 then. Interesting. Not the way around I would have put it. I think they're possibly thinking that if this Drow Venge lane goes together, it's not going to be able to offer enough in terms of, you know, the laning prowess, maybe. So if they just put the Venge with the Omni, have the Wyvern be the one protect the Drow, should be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I suppose. I know, I don't hate Drow Venge though. You know, if you want, you can go for the Wave of Terror into multi-shot to kind of control up your lane a little bit, throw down a bit of damage. I don't think that's so common now since the nerfs to multi-shot, but it definitely used to be a thing when Drow was more popular. But haven't seen Drow in ages, so who knows who you build though? Yeah,
that's true.
Maybe you're Silence first, I don't know.
Ghost level 1. Woo. Oh, it's like a play where you roam around behind them and then push them back towards your
onto
team.
the high ground.
Oh, that's so smart.
Hide at the
how are you not playing
trees at tier 1. I decided I wanted to cast.
Oh, so you thought.
I got all those offers. You know, every team here was like, please come play with us, Nomad. I was like,
you blew it.
No. I am taken. Alrighty, let's get into it. Game number 1 out of 1. It is a best of 1. Between War of the Worlds and the Sparkling Water.
Soda Water.
Soda Water.
Yeah. Interesting to see how this Venge Omni lane does, though. I think when you're playing against this headdress Snapfire with the Void should just be able to get whatever he wants. You know, you've got this headdress regen coming through as well, allowing you to sustain in the lane a little bit. You can always just time walk off the purification damage that the Omni Knight does, so you're not really in any threat. Should be absolutely fine on Symmetrical.
Yeah, it's always the dream to be playing this Void in free lane because you can just get a good start. You can go with what you want. Are we expecting any Battle Furies? Because I've been seeing a worrying amount of those in the high MMR pubs.
I think the only time I've seen Battle Furies on Void, when I thought it's been really good, is when people have been doing this Battle Fury into Aghanim's Rush against PL. Where you like jump on top of the PL and it does like a big Battle Fury bash against all the illusions. I mean, you just need an item that helps you scale a little bit this game. I'd be interested to see if he goes for Diffusal because he's playing against Deucer. I assume he's not going to. He's probably just going to prefer that either Maelstrom or Battle Fury build.
Radjix getting involved in the bottom lane, but doesn't get the bounty rune. It's taking a decent amount of damage in response, but the Phoenix coming in over the top and blasting them down with a couple of those Fire Spirits. Going to send her back. Meanwhile, Over on the other side, a bounty rune grabbed by Hemispheres. And I believe that was 1-1?
I think it's 3-1. I'm pretty sure they got 2 top on the Radiant side. Ooh. So Cute being the only one that managed to grab 1 bot.
Interesting. Observed by Robin Roll Gaming, who is currently having problems with the Fog of War. Someone has unbound their F1 key, I believe. Don't worry, buddy. There you go.
Anyway, we're sorting it. We're sorting it. Oh, God, we can't.
Where is it?
Where is it? Come on,
He's found it. There we go. F1.
Here we go.
Good job. Good job.
Hot lad.
And the lights have been turned on, and we get started into this laning phase here. Is just time walk off that damage, no problems.
If anyone wants to shout out and bully Rob and Roll from on any of the social medias, we'll be more than happy to share that. That's fine.
to pass on your comments of any of the production team here, in fact.
Any CS lows, any kind of like observer lows as well. We're happy.
You're trying to say T-Tours.
T-Tours, that's it. Yeah, well, okay, thanks very much.
So Atlantic off to a chill start in the middle lane versus the Juicer. Juicer slightly ahead, meanwhile down at bottom. Be dropping a little bit low as through the trees, Radix is getting a decent amount of harass here.
Oh, interesting. You took Gush at level 1 on Radix on the Tide, so historically this only really works when you have a position 4 that can make use of the armor reduction.
Armor, yeah.
But Phoenix doesn't really do that. I guess if he can secure the big creep, then the Gush was kind of worth it though.
Yeah, true. If you get that jungle creep or the range creep, well, that stuff's pretty good. Maybe that's a plan. Burn down the range creep with Fire Spirits, but unfortunately they do little to no damage.
Looks like Dommy B's trying to pull here, though, on the Wyvern, which has been not interrupted. So this is really nice for the Radiant side. Get some creep denies going.
Yeah, he's relaxing. He's pulling the creep wave over and denying a decent amount here, and there's absolutely no response as of yet, although didn't get the pull through, but well, range creep deny, that's what we like to see. Good job, though, Meanwhile, in the middle lane, the Medusa getting a little bit out of position and trying to run the creeps around here, but this Invis rune is going to help her out quite a lot. Thank you very much.
Is this doubling the wave up, or this looks like a pretty even laning stage so far, though. But all 6 cores having a decent time.
Yep, no one's really started to fall behind just yet. Still, anything can happen yet. Important to note that Wyvern's grabbed himself a couple of CS. Oh no, I think those were the neutral creeps though, so.
Yeah, and
never mind.
The best thing about that pull though early on is that it allows your support to secure the level 2 without taking any of the lane XP, so that Drow can push forward and get her own levels without the Wyvern really taking anything.
Yep, which is what Drow's like, what any core likes, but especially Drow, because multi-shot now needs to scale. It's pretty poop level 1, as I mentioned before. It used to be amazing level 1, now it's kind of meh. They're trying. It's okay. It feels pretty good at level 2, though. It does. You can start to pack a bit of a punch, especially in combination with the slows, which the Wyvern can offer, and maybe look to control up this lane a little bit. It's going to be an interesting one, this bottom lane. I really don't think anybody's going to come out particularly on top, though, because I don't really see any way for either team to control the lane. Maybe the Tide goes down once or twice, falls behind, and that could swing things and just allow the Drow to take over. I mean, obviously, once the Drow hits 6, then it's kind of over for the Tide.
My question is, like, who has to make the first move this game? If you're looking at both these teams, historically, you go into this thinking, well, Radiant have the Deucer, so they should have the late game, right?
Yeah, the enemy team's on a timer.
But then you look at the Dire side, and they have Ravage, Egg, Chrono, and Mortimer's Kisses, which is like scaling into the late game is so much control and damage. And, the Radiant doesn't really have much team fight themselves.
Yep, so it looks like we are having a couple of connection issues here, so you get to look at us instead. Hi. But yeah, no, I think it's definitely a weird one thinking, one team has a super late game behemoth of Medusa, yet the other team has Void and Storm Spirit. You got the Drow as kind of like the buff up for the Juicer as well. So
it's not just the Drow, it's the Venge as well. Remember, with the extra attack range, the extra physical damage coming through from the Wave of Terror. I do have to favour the Void and the Storm Spirit though going into the late game, just because they don't have great lockdown for the Storm. I think it feels like a pretty free Storm game to me in the sense that he should be able to jump onto the backline and control whoever he wants, whether it's the Omni, the Wyvern, or the Venge. Try and take one of those squishy supports out of the fight before, while your Tide tries to ravage the Deucer, just keep her controlled, deal with everybody else before you go back and deal with the Snake Lady.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if this Omni Knight considers going for something kind of you know, like an Orchid in the late game. We don't really see it that often, but maybe after he's gone for those Greaves and Pipes and such, then maybe we might see it. It seems doubtful though, doesn't it? Like, seems like Ags or something might just be the better play overall. Yeah. I do want to see something just built in the late game though, because it feels like we're going to get there, you know? Strap yourselves in, guys. It's going to be a long one.
I think it depends though, because if the Dire can use their first level 6s really well to take a big team fight, you know, then turn it into objectives, maybe they can get the Roche for themselves as well, get it on the Storm, and then he can kind of just do whatever he wants when he gets that Aegis. I just worry for the Radiant side that with this Storm, with the Dusa Drow, the only real source of damage is this physical damage coming through from the Drow and the Dusa. So if the Dire can itemize correctly, you know, maybe picking up some Crimson Guards, you know, I'm thinking about some ACs, maybe Solar Crests to help, then the Radiant, do they pack enough of a punch to, you know, get through this physical damage reduction that the Dire might build?
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. I also think, you know, we're kind of looking over the ultimates as well. You know, you did mention them when they hit level 6, but also, you know, as they start to level up into the mid and late game as well, the, you know, Sparkling Water have much stronger level 6 ultimates and, you know, level 12, level 18. It's going to make a huge difference for them. They've got the Egg, they've got the Chronosphere, they've got Mortimer's Kisses, they've got so much to play around here, which is, we're going to see some really strong timings. I feel like that's kind of what you lack when you're looking at Warriors of the World, because they don't have those big things to play around. They're kind of lacking in timings with. All you're really looking at is items.
Yeah, but I also think that the Wyvern has to have a good game. I think if he gets good curses off, then they have the much easier team fights. But I think if the Wyvern dies first in any fights, the fight's probably just over. Like, I don't think they can win a fight after that unless Dusa, you know, goes crazy, gets a 5-man Stone Gaze off, and they just lay in damage. But
5-man Stone Gaze. That's a straw I've never heard clutched before. Yeah.
Wow.
Hypest of moments. Yeah. So apparently a player is just restarting their router. You know,
bloody Hemispheres.
Spears, what are you doing? Who are you with? Name and shame.
It's really important that you call them out when it's them. You know, you gotta make sure everybody knows it's their fault, so you can at them onto it. You can do whatever you want just to, you know, let them know it's their fault.
And talking of Twitter, you can head over there now. I believe we should have a poll up currently. Who do you think is going to win? You can vote. You know, no commitment. All you need to do is just head over to the ESL UK Facebook page, the Dota one, and there'll be a little pull up saying, who do you think is going to win the game? You can vote for Sparkling Water or Warriors of the World, and of course, you know, friends and family, get your biases in, and let's get it. It may turn into a popularity war instead, because that's what really matters. Alrighty, we are back into the game, loaded up and getting into things as immediately they're actually starting aggressive onto Dommy B. He's being dived on the tower right now. They can't do anything. The Drow doesn't have the slow. Dommy B will get eaten down by Cube, and now it's going to be a first blood, but the return, kill 1, kill 2. She's going to get a double for this one, as they do get the big turnaround. Now, what was I saying? Level 2 multi-shot, baby. It goes to work. It goes to town. It takes out the trash.
The best thing for Drow there as well is that the Wyvern dies before they both die, so she gets all the XP. It's now like 3 minutes into the game. Drow's level 4, and she's like, I'm here.
This is my 3 multi-shot soon.
This is my lane now, guys.
Let's go. But part of this is the build.
Oh my God.
Come on, Radjix.
He's like, oh, sorry, it was just lag.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, they got the kill, and T was like, well played, without realizing what was happening in the lane. They both died, and he's like, I take it all back.
If only I could undo my chat wheel. Oh, it looks like it's just a short one from Radjix. You know, feed the cat, whatever.
I told you, you just got to pretend it was lag, and that was the only reason he died.
Oh, look at this, we've got a replay coming in. I mean, you can see why they went for it. Like, Dommy B just looks like such a squishy target, but just turning around, that was actually sick from Dommy B there, to turn around and get off that Frost Blast just before he goes down, the Splinter Blast. That actually made the play. That was pretty intense.
He's going to be feeling really good about that as well. Just, you know,
that's the ultimate death. I mean, if it wasn't First Blood, it would be the ultimate death on a support. But
if you look at the levels between the two cores now, Tide's about to hit level 3 and Drow's 4.5.
Yeah, what did I say? When that Drow hits 6, it gets really difficult for the Tide.
And up in top lane as well, it seems like this Omni's doing really well up against the Void. Like, Hemispheres is having a decent time up here. You know, 17 CS comparison to the Void's 18. He's keeping up.
Yeah, symmetrical. He's doing well, but as is the Void. There's no real shutout coming here.
Oh,
the triple bash. Never mind. Hemispheres getting dubs.
Game's over. Let's just call it.
That's what it feels like when you get triple bash. They just like, well.
Do you know what the best part is? It's bash level 2 as well. So the chances of that happening are so low. You're like, really? Did that just happen to me?
Come on, man.
I'm interested to see how symmetrical levels as well on the Void here. I think, depending, he might put a point in the time dilation relatively early on. especially up against this Omni Knight.
We shall see. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, another kill onto Dommy B, and they're going to look for the turnarounds. Well, Drow's certainly trying for it, but Radix is just kind of bodying the entire hit. Oh, Phoenix jumping forwards. They're just turning aggressive. Drow trying to run herself away rather than standing and fighting, and that will put an end to her. So it's 2 kills down the bottom lane, both of them going to Cube, as Radix and Cube get started in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, T-Governor getting stunned up. Hemisphere's making his way over as well, but the nice stun, doing a sick ollie over Hemisphere's head.
Some Tony Hawk stuff right there.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Yeah, down in that bot lane there, I just want to go back to that play. That it was really well played by them, recognising that they had the creeps under the tower, so when the heroes went on Drow, they wouldn't draw any aggro.
Was their downfall somewhat last time. Although actually they did the same thing last time, so there wasn't very much of the tower.
So they've got a buckler on the Tide, headdress on the Phoenix. You know, lots of sustain in this lane now.
Just want to point out it's a very un-UK lane down at bottom with both Radix and Cube being non-UK players.
Oh, yeah. But this is what I was talking about, right? Like, normally, in all the other teams, we're going to have the 1s and 2s most of the time being the ones that are not from the UK, but yeah, with Sparkling Water, a bit of off-lane European flair.
Here we go. UK strikes back, but he's going to make it up to the high ground, and now it's looking awkward. Dommy B being beaten down the one, not going to save him for now. Again, turning around, going for the Splinter Blast, and Drow still getting out a decent amount of damage onto Radix, but not enough to bring down the Watermelon. And Radix and Cube will continue the pressure down here in the lower lane.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're not really respecting the Fire Spirit's damage that can come through from the Phoenix at the moment.
No, I mean, that positioning from Dommy B was just a little bit too far forward on the front lines there, and he just gets melted. Fire melts ice.
Yeah,
that's,
but who's the front liner, the Drow or the Wyvern? Like, neither of them want to be there.
True, true. T once again being prodded, but he's enjoying the space he's making, and Hemispheres is just like, yeah, no, I probably don't want to dive for a support kill. That doesn't seem like a good idea when there's avoiding the games.
What level's T on the Snapfire? What are we working on? So he's level 3. Okay.
Very good for T.
So he's doing this thing though that he doesn't want to take the XP away from the Void. You'll notice in the lane, like he's given Symmetrical pretty much free reign, and he's hit this level 6, so they might go for this here.
Yeah, he's going to go on him, but he just goes for the turnaround with the Chronosphere immediately starting onto the Venge, and that's an easy one. Hemispheres cannot do anything to save the Venge when he is all stunned up, and now, well, he's turning around, throwing some hits over towards T with the Illusion battling him up as well, but it's just not doing enough.
T battling with Illusion. Almost losing. Story of his Dota career, really, isn't it?
But so far on the CS chart, it is a Medusa ahead. Not quite sure how that translates to net worth, though, as, might have been a couple of jungle creeps. Yeah, and as you see, the Storm is narrowly ahead. It is a very close match, though, when it looks at the net worth. And
yeah, by the
Sparkling Water doing a little bit better.
I would imagine, though, that the Deuces have to bring out more regen in the lane. My assumption would be, at least, so I think that's why the Storm's putting slightly ahead. He's actually just going to go to jungle with 3 points in split shot, and oh no.
Oh, Dommy B once again in trouble, and well,
TP
coming around. Yeah, they're trying to turn this one perhaps. Dragic is getting low, so they'll be able to find the turnaround kill with Tolerant TPing in. And that is probably going to put an end to it. They don't have a stun for Radix, so Radix is able to just run himself away. I think they're kind of happy with that one, especially if they can make something happen to the Omni Knight in the top lane, or even just control up the lane and keep the Void farming up there.
I think at the moment for the Dire, they should be happy that they're not falling too far behind. You know, they have these big ults to work with, so that's going to be the timing for them. This early game doesn't matter a huge amount to them, necessarily.
Yeah, but it's going well all the same.
Cube's level 5.5, by the way. He's almost level 6, and we're 8 minutes into the game. Yeah, this is so early to hit a level 6 on a Phoenix, and this egg's going to be devastating down here.
Oh, Dommy B, not again. Get away, little Wyvern. And the Drow will come in and bully them back. Oh, I say that, Radix is coming right up in his face, wanting to disable that ultimate of his. Meanwhile, in comes the Splinter Blast, and Drow, well, she's firing and firing and firing away, but not getting that much. Okay, the body shot comes in. There's the damage they need, but T-Governor's arriving. He's got the stun, and there comes the egg over the top as well. 2 heroes getting burnt down, and T-Gun will just be able to shoot them both into the grave there. They did get the kill onto the Tide, but Dire turning up in the bottom lane, bringing down the Drow and the Wyvern.
Yeah, this Radix Tide is doing a very good job at baiting for everybody at the moment, isn't he? He's dangling himself, saying, "Come on, guys, you can come and get me." And the support Jojo's come in and completely clean up. And it definitely feels like at the moment that the Phoenix is the core. If you look at the net worths for the Dire side, this guy's 3rd in net worth. He's the position 4.
He's pretty much taken up that role, yeah. And
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cube always happy to be the greedy 4 position, that's for sure. Always happy to fill that role. Always has been. I remember watching that guy when he played on Left 1 TV. Ah, those were the days.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago, wasn't it?
It was indeed. It was indeed.
Was that Waga Stormer?
Yeah, Waga Stormer, Cube, and
I can't remember who the other two were.
no, I can't. Not off the top of my head. If I wasn't casting, I'd remember it instantly.
This Medusa has a faded brooch, by the way, which is pretty crazy for her.
This is obnoxious. Look at Cube.
I mean, these fire spirits do so much damage, though.
See you jungling. Mind if I help? Like, God damn it. I guess I'll go to a lane. Well, they found the drow. Is anyone coming to this? Xantic is started by himself, and there's a Chronosphere coming over as well. Tolerant's going to kind of stun, but it's not going to happen.
No,
and
the
now,
storm!
Yeah, the storm's just on the edge, actually. With the heals coming in from Hemisphere, they're able to keep the drow alive for now, but will get brought down afterwards by Xantic, so they find the kill. Hemisphere's also going to be following the same way as well. It's a double kill for Xantic. Meanwhile, Stun, making it a third. T-Governor's found the extra pickoff. Do they have the damage? You betcha. That's going to make it 3 kills on the enemy side of the map as a Dire go deep on dive in here and find themselves a whole bunch of kills.
Yeah, really great observer ward though by T. If you look at that high ground where the fight just was a second ago, I think he managed to drop an observer ward before that fight started.
That was a long time ago,
yeah, they had complete control over the area, so they could do whatever they wanted. They saw where everybody was. Really well played.
Yep, he absolutely knew those battle wards. That's a T-Governor special right there. You'll see a lot of those. He never enters a fight without a ward. That's my man's mantra in life.
Oh, is that what he teaches you? Is that what he says?
Yeah, from casting with him recently, that's been like his #1 thing. He just hammered home.
It's interesting as well, though, isn't it, that this Phoenix and Sapphire, no matter what lane they go to, they have somebody that they can play with and make something aggressive happen. Like if Void has Chrono, they can go and play with him. If the Tide has Ravage, they can go and play with him. This Medusa's in real trouble.
She doesn't have a counterplay here other than TPing home, and that's exactly what she's going to have to do, which is not ideal.
I'm really surprised that ward didn't get dewarded as well just after that fight happened, but...
Yeah, well, WV's kind of making his way over now, but he's just going to find himself in trouble once again. But Xantic not with the mana to make the play here, so Wyvern, with the mercy of God, will be allowed to live.
Yeah, and Void TP spot, they managed to secure the tower as well. It's 11 minutes in, and all of a sudden we have a 6k net worth advantage.
Yeah, Sparkling Water looking very, very in control right now.
It was interesting for me to see how they were going to play on this Radiant side as well, because in the open qualifiers, I'm going to say they had a relatively easy run in comparison to the other side of the upper bracket. So I was thinking they didn't get... Oh, T. That's fine, he's just trying to keep his tower alive.
Yep, the one-man defense, no worries here. Holding the fort down. So, the team like, okay, all right, yeah, free top, we know now.
So my thing was, because they didn't get to play any of the teams, because in the higher teams, because they didn't play in the first qualifier, I didn't see how they matched up against them at all. So I was wondering, you know, if they were at the similar kind of level, whether they could push on and really try and challenge them. But, you know, so far they've got a lot of room to work with.
And we hear a Ravage as Radix nearly goes down, but does drop it. Looking for the turnaround, and in comes Xantic with a long jump onto the wall. Will be able to take down the bench. Meanwhile, from the background, but there comes the ultimate front. The Medusa trying to chase it. Radix can't do so though, and actually just gets caught by the tail edge of that egg stun. Walks back into it at the very last second. Medusa in some trouble here. She's getting burnt down, but is able to get healed up by her teammates, and a nice curse kind of coming through. Smoke on top of the curse. Interesting. Meanwhile, T-Governor just running at the front lines right now. They're realizing there's nothing left in the tank here, and now they can look to go. And there's that Chronosphere. Beautiful 3-man coming down. They'll lay down the damage onto the Omni Knight. Now look over towards the Wyvern as well. Wyvern going to get in the cold embrace. He actually get the return kill onto Radix, but looks like T-Governor might be dropping as well. Can't quite chasing to the trees because of this pesky Void just whacking away at the side of the Juicer as Tolera now on the run and finds himself in some trouble. Does he have a stun? Not for 5 seconds. Won't be able to get it off, but the silences out onto the Void. Can they kill him in time though? No, they can. Yes, they can. Never mind. They have the damage just about. Can't get off the time walk, and they get the kill onto the faceless Void, which actually probably makes his whole engagement up top worth it for Warriors of the World. Just about. They're no means in a good position yet in this game, but that is the kind of engagement they want to make. But now, unfortunately, the Drow just completely out of position here and going to get punished quickly by Xantic, who is now on a mega kill streak, by the way. My man's sitting on a Kaya with an arcane ring. He's living the dream right now. Yeah, I assume he might go for the he might go for the Orchid, but I think he's probably going to go for that Bloodstone just to try and tank up in the fights. But yeah, they see that Drow because of another good ward by T on the high ground next to the tier 1 tower. So, you know, they see the Drow push slightly further up. And they have this reach that we talked about with the Void and the Storm, so they can just punish people however they like. That big engagement though, that Dusa was so close to dying so many times, but she got loads of really big snakes off to allow her mana pool to keep increasing, which just kept her in the fight for so long. And now all eyes do turn to the Medusa. She really needs to be in the top net worth position, but isn't really there right now. It might not be a while before she is. They need to make space. They need to somehow either find us some really good fights or just find us some space.
I mean, it was massive for her that she managed to survive the last fight. Otherwise, it would have been horrendous.
Yeah.
And the fact that she has a faded brooch as well is amazing. Like, having that extra mana pool for the mana shield, the movement speed's really good for her as well. Stacks up with the Yasha.
It's pretty tasty.
It's such a good tier 1 neutral item in comparison to, like, all the others.
Yep.
Oh no.
Oh,
it's an
Atos. 15-minute Atos on your position 4. That's what we like to see. And now Stun comes in, and Tolera just getting melted down. Does have a wand though, but unfortunately with the... Tries to go for the swap play. It's cute, but it's not enough. Dummy B. No, this is not your neighborhood, my friend. And now they're going to put him in the Ravage, try and lock down this kill hit, because they know that heals are coming in from the side there, from Hemispheres. They just don't want that happening. Regix drops the ultimate, and they get themselves a +1 kill on top of that. And that's just plain sloppy.
Oh, they found an Essence ring on the Storm as well. There's some big tier 2 items coming out here. You know, that Essence ring on somebody like on the Tide or the Phoenix.
Yeah,
that'd be really
on
key.
The Void as well.
And I love that they're protecting this, the high ground vision that they have here, really like relentlessly.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower is under
Phoenix
attack.
does not want this war to be taken without a fight. Meanwhile, Void finishing off that Diffusal Blade, so can now offer a lot more to these fights. The Medusa is going to be feeling the pressure of this one.
And something I want to mention, this Void did go for Diffusal, by the way. I talked about at the start that he might go for something that allows him to scale a little bit more, but going very battle heavy with this Diffusal Blade, which, how the game's gone so far, I think that's a really good choice.
There comes a Chrono, turning to the Drow, realizing that she's probably a bit too tanky, and now, well, Red's going to throw down the ultimate here, try and get off the egg, but will not be able to do so. Gets cancelled out, and a nice curse as well, landing onto 3, and now the Stone Gaze in the middle of everybody, but it's not quite enough to get it off, but they really want to bring down the Void, and they will get off the Stone Gaze, getting the kill onto 1, getting the kill onto 2, the Magical and Radix have fallen, and Teacup, the captain, going to go the same way. 4 heroes down on the side of Sparkling Water. Where was their Storm is only the question on my mind.
Yeah.
And not there is the unfortunate answer.
I think he TP'd to the fight, but by the time he had, I think it was slightly too late, so he didn't even bother finishing the TP. Yeah, they just get the numbers advantage on the Radiant side. It looked like a really good fight for Sparkling War at first. They get the Chrono off, they get the Egg off, but all of a sudden, the Radiant
Winter's Curse.
Well, the Radiant like, well, X level 1, guys.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're just gonna hit it. And
This is what they could have done all along. Cube just doesn't care. Cube just comes rolling on in, and these guys aren't that healthy. They need to hurry up with this Roshan pit. If they're not done by it soon, there we go. Okay, do get through it. I was worried about something, you know, an Anchor Smash making it even harder, but they get Roshan, they get the Aegis, and this is huge now. This is, I mean, again, incredible Winter's Curse coming out. Chrono, beautiful. Egg, beautiful, but then they just turn around and kill it, and they're just like, well, yep, this is what they could have done all along. And unfortunately, T-Gunner comes bouncing into that Winter's Curse. Great heads-up play from the Medusa, just to plonk herself in the middle of that one.
Great swap as well.
Yeah, and allows the Stone Gaze to come off onto the Void. He's facing in the right direction.
But that's the thing, the Stone Gaze was really close to going off in the Void, but didn't quite manage. But the way that it works is it's kind of like a timer, where if you can quickly get him to look at it again, it carries on from the duration that they already had.
Yeah, it lasts for 2.5 seconds before it gets reset, so it's very confusing. But actually, if you're playing a hero with a purge, you can actually purge the hidden duration. So you can make someone take 5 seconds to get Stone Gaze rather than... That's something that you see very rarely, but is a thing.
And now they've hit this point in the game where Dusa's the hardest hitting hero by quite a way. And they're doing this thing that I talked about where they have the 2 flanks, right? Where the Dusa sits at the front with the Drow potentially as well. And then the Omni, Wyvern and Avenge all sit behind. So if you hit a relatively good Chrono, you hit 2 or 3. If you don't hit the backline of the Avenge, Omni and the Wyvern, there's always going to be at least 1 save that they can offer.
Yeah.
Your bottom tower
And he did go for the Bloodstone on the Storm as well, not too surprising.
Yep. Meanwhile, they're jumping in the middle lane, getting the Medusa's mana down, but this is an Aegis target, guys. Not too sure if there's much more you want to be doing here. And Winter's Curse comes down as the backlines. Yeah, the Void, he's looking for it. And T-Gunner following up the ultimate as well. They're actually able to hold still the Drow. They will kill her, but the Medusa, well, she might be low on mana, but there's not much she can do to save the rest of her team right now. Now they'll turn their focus to the Medusa. She's got 2 lives, remember, and the team members from Warriors of the World are buying back, but Radix is zoning them out. He's bodying them back here. Domi B wants to come in, try and do something. There's not much he can do. It looks like Medusa is going to go down for a second time. She's running out of mana. They're going to drop down the ultimate on top of it as well. The egg, they're turning around, they'll kill the egg. The Medusa's still alive through all of this, but finally gets killed off. Hemispheres as well, gonna disappear. Dommy B, it all comes cascading down for Warriors of the World as they lose 4 heroes and 2 buybacks on top of that as well, making it a very, very costly engagement. And I mean, it must feel like Christmas for Sparkling Water right now. They've got themselves an Aegis, they've got themselves 2 diebacks here.
Yeah.
This is a gift.
Just as the Storm picks up a Bloodstone as well. That's pretty good timing for Sparkling Water, isn't it? And he manages to pop the Bloodstone active as well. And with that countered with the Essence Ring. Oh, hang on. This Drow's doing a lot of damage, even though the Deuce is down.
Yeah, I mean, Drow Venge, I guess it's a thing, right? They don't want to come too far out here, it feels like. And yeah, with the Cookie, they get the Tide, just the modicum of mobility he needs to get himself out of there.
Yeah, if the Storm had more HP, they could have just dived there. But without the Storm being topped up, it's a little bit difficult to make a move. I mean, that last big engagement, though, it looked a little bit rough for the Dire side. You know, the egg dies, they put the Chrono, like, they doubled it up with the Ravage at the same time, so they didn't have the extra stun duration coming through.
Smoke up onto Xantic. You said he didn't have that much health. Let's see if they can take a bunch. And they come fast forward with the silence as well. Do they have the stun on top of it? They got the swap first. And Tolera won't be able to find the stun, I don't think, because there's still a little bit of mana left on this Storm. So he gets himself to safety. It was a nice idea, but unfortunately they just didn't have the durations to keep him locked down. Yeah,
you need to be really careful if you're making that play. When you come in with the smoke, you need to make sure your Venge is in contact with the Drow so that when you Gus, you have that follow-up stun afterwards. And the Venge just, you know, it's a little bit too slow to follow up there.
Yeah, maybe misjudging their timings, maybe just not quite on the same page with that one. A little bit flustered after their last engagement, but yeah.
Nice regen rune for the Storm, by the way. That's
very nice. Yeah, do enjoy this one on the Storm.
He's so close to that Orchid as well, actually. He's really farmed on this Storm.
Yeah, he's been huge all game.
That's what happens when you don't turn up to a fight.
Yeah,
the whole team dies, though.
The losing fight he didn't turn up in. He's only been involved in winning fights. He's living the dream.
It's almost like it's a really good Storm game. Almost. They are looking to make a play here, though. Again, without Symmetrical, I'm surprised about this, but I thought if they were making this play, they would want the Symmetrical to be showing in lane, so it wasn't that obvious, but he's kind of just jungling, doing his own thing. Yeah. And if the Radiant can get the numbers advantage here, they've got to be careful not walking to this high ground.
That is not your high ground. He's got to get himself out of this one, but might just turn around and face the light of day. In comes, Ravage on the backline, so Storm comes zipping on through, going to get right on top of the Wyvern and take him out of the fight. Meanwhile, the Egg zoning back the Drow and the Juicer. Juicer going for the TP out. Drow won't be so lucky, though. She gets dropped. Juicer gets herself to safety at the very least, but still a great fight again from Sparkling Water.
Yeah, look at where the Dire's vision is, though. There's like a line where they have 3 observers all in a row. They're controlling the whole side of the Radiant map. And this Radiant side can't feel safe about making any plays at the moment.
No. Juicer, she's trying to stay on the front lines here and will eventually pop that Manta. Storm, he's looking for the Omnilight. It does seem a little bit over the top, perhaps, but Juicer actually forced to pop the Stone Gaze because she was running out of mana, and now the swap comes back onto Radjix. That's a nice one. The Stone Gaze can look, but immediately taken off, and now they go out the GA with a beautiful curse onto the backlines. They're just going to pop down onto the Void, but gets a Time Walk off just in time. Radjix, though, is he going to die? He's getting low. The anti-armor's out onto him. A couple more right clicks will be needed. The stun will finish the job. Pop goes to Radjix, but T-Governor going to get down to the cliff, and Xantic jumping into everybody, though. He's got Science Stick and he wants to show it off and will be able to grab himself a cheeky kill before he gets himself away. This is where the lack of lockdown really starts to hurt you. Xantic can do what he wants when he wants. This arrow will not be enough to kill off Mr. Cube. So he's able to get himself the Icarus dive out and then a cute little Sunray TP to safety.
Yeah, Cube has this plate mail as well, so it's not even really easy to bring down this Phoenix that's normally very low in armor. Oh no.
BM pause? No, I'm just kidding.
I think Xantic's probably going to get out here, though. If you look at his mana pool, he doesn't really have enough here to get the kill and then safely escape. So, not worth feeding away your Bloodstone charges just to try and secure a Venge kill.
I don't know. It's kind of the thing where it's like, well, really? Won't he? How well do we know Xantic? You know what, chat? Let's hear from you guys. Press 1 if you think that Vengeful Spirit is going to die. Press 2 if you think the Vengeful Spirit will survive.
Really well played there. I mean, when teams are allowed to freely just get off these Mortimer's Kisses in the backlines on top of these big AoE control spells. The gust comes through on Storm.
This is problematic. T-Governor comes in, throws him onto the high ground, but it's not enough. They've got the vision, they've got the damage, they've got the kill, and Xantic and T-Governor both going down.
I hate pauses. Because I promise you, I don't promise you, but I don't think that Drow would have been quick enough before to get that gust off unless he knew
Yeah, had time to assess the situation, take a bit of a breather, but you know, it was a symmetrical pause, so
Somebody
no
call
complaining.
Melini. That's what I'm saying. I miss that meme. I miss Melini, actually. What a guy he was.
Yeah, Melini police.
Oh, Deuce is going for the butterfly next, so they are going to have a big upgrade in damage output when that comes online. You know, you've got to be worried for this Omni Knight, though, in terms of his net worth and what he's offering. What does the Omni Knight have? I assume he has a Vlad's. But, yeah, I mean, he's looking towards his hood, but he's so far behind in terms of net worth. And ever since they changed the GPM talents, Omni Knight feels like he's one of those heroes that is most affected by that change. You know, he doesn't farm particularly quickly, and that GPM talent used to allow him to try and keep up a little bit.
Void sitting in the tree, setting a trap here, seeing if he can find a cheeky one, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, he does have Diffusal Manta Blade, Diffusal Manta as well, but he sees that Medusa's queuing up the butterfly. Well, so not queuing up, but he sees the Eagle Song, so he's like, well, I'm just gonna build an MKB then. This is fine with me. So when that butterfly comes online, it shouldn't be too long before the Void has that option to try and get through that evasion. Should have just built a rapier. Never mind.
Oh, sick machine gun D-ward from T-Governor there. That is the real reason people are picking this hero to 5.
It is quite helpful though, honestly. You know, it's not something you think about, but in the middle of a really chaotic fight, if you can get rid of their vision quickly.
Yeah, both Observer and Sentry. There's not many heroes that can do that quickly.
So we're getting very close to that butterfly now. It does very much feel like a Deucer against the rest of the world game here, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's, you know, it's not one of those games where Juice has kind of been left stranded as this own hero, everyone else has just fallen behind. This was the plan all along, it feels like, from Warriors of the World. Maybe not to fall this far behind, lose this many fights, but, you know, still.
I mean, she is behind in terms of net worth, but you have to remember, she has a Drow and Avenge. So, like, although she's behind in net worth, her damage output is still a lot higher.
Yeah, it's how the draft is designed. Maybe throw another Paladin sword as well. A little bit of extra DMGs.
Yeah, the sustain, sorry, from the lifesteal as well is what really helps the Deuce with that item, I think.
Indeed.
Not massively great with the split shot, because obviously it doesn't work on all hits until the level 25 talent, if she chooses to take it, but even so. Look at them holding the high ground here, though.
The high ground, yeah. I mean, the Void's just going to jump straight up, goes for the blind chrono, and actually lands it beautifully onto 2. With the shrapnel coming in over the top, will they be able to bring anybody down? Well, actually, Dummy B getting targeted down by T-Governor. Meanwhile, the backline, Tolera is going to drop. Hemispheres alone with the Medusa, trying to find out together. They will get off the GA, which is going to make this take a little bit longer. Hemispheres staying alive for a long time. The egg does come up, stunning up the Omni Knight, and finally they'll get through Hemispheres' defenses. But it's the Drow, the Medusa on the front lines together, trying to do it hand in hand. But on Zabzik, he's just cleaning through everybody in the Medusa's unable to really find the kills. Finally, T-Governor's going down, but now they'll get through her HP pool, and down goes the Medusa, down goes the Vengeful as well. And that's going to be a clean wipe from Sparkling Water, and you felt it, didn't you? There was like a little bit of us which wanted to believe that Medusa could actually do it, but
I need to bring it up there because it was a really comedic moment. Just as that fight started, you can see the Radiant were all like gathering around the high ground together on the hill. And they were like, well, if we're going to hold this hill, we should probably put some vision down. Oh, what if the Dire have vision on this hill?
Yeah.
And then they put a sentry down just as the chrono went off. And you can imagine the Discord. They're going,
vision!
They're going, oh, shit. Oh, poor Dummy B. They really needed to get that sentry down quicker.
Yeah, I mean, Storm is out of mana, but they don't have the chase right now.
I mean, the problem for the Dire side is that they win these fights when they use all their spells, but then they can't push because they don't have their spells to win another fight.
Yeah, it's the point of the game where the cooldowns are still pretty low. I mean, Roshan is up. I'm surprised he didn't go for that instead. Maybe he wasn't up quite at the time. Didn't quite see that one, but yeah, instead they go and break high ground. Not really important anymore, breaking high ground. Breaking racks, yes. Taking tier 3 towers is pretty much useless.
Yeah, and there is going to be this Greaves on T-Governor, by the way, as well. So a little bit more team fight for the Dire side, which they don't desperately need, but I mean, it's a very good item.
He's a pretty rich grandma.
Nice extra armor to have against all this physical damage, though, as well.
He's just hanging out. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Throw down Nato. So Storm going to just sneak his way in. This Storm does not have mana, yeah. Important to mention, but a nice little cookie coming over for the Phoenix. Gets him up to the high ground, safe and sound.
They had an Orbit Destruction on the Radiant side, by the way. I didn't see who took it, but I love that this Deuce has got Rapier queued up. I think it's their only play now, though.
Yep.
The problem is they've been lacking a little bit of damage when all these spells go off. If the Deucer can survive these fights like she has and get this damage coming through from a rapier, they will rip the dire side to pieces. But she's still so far off. That,
it's a long way. It's a pipe dream. Well, maybe a little bit more than a pipe dream, but a little bit less for him gonna happen.
He's going for Axe though on the Tide. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and the Storm's already finished his Axe. That was his item of choice after the Orchid.
Oh, Telescope for Tommy B. They're really good neutral item for the Wyvern. This is really because not only does it increase the cast range for the Wyvern, but it's an AoE attack range increase as well. You have a Drow, you have a Deucer, and there's the Venjora, so they're going to be stacking up this attack range. Could be really key.
Okay, gentlemen, smoke up, head over towards that Roche pit, and there's no way they get away with this. No, the sensibility does win out in the end.
I think they assumed that the Dire would be doing Roche.
I think so.
But they kind of walked into the pit and they're like, oh, never mind.
They're not. What do we do now? I don't
like
know. Go on their high ground, I guess?
Yeah, I like this, though, that they're holding the high ground, waiting to see if somebody will come in.
Yep. Rajek's checking as well. Everyone's just being very, very respectful, I would say. Saying, like, you know...
They smoke up themselves, though, on the Dire side. This has got to be a little bit scary.
Radiant have backed out as well. Looks like a fight might break out. There is T-Governor Tolerant. They're both on top of each other, and nice Chrono coming down, and there comes the artillery from the sideline, and with the Axe from the Storm, holding 3 of them still. The fight is over before it's begun. The Medusa needs to get herself away, and well, there's Invis coming out, Stonegaze as well, trying to get her up to the high ground, but now Xantic comes flying in. They'll drop down the Winter's Curse, but in response, there is a rapid from Medusa. She tries to get out of the edge, but the cookie comes in time, and that is going to be the end of the Warriors of the world for now. 5 heroes wiped once again. The team fight from Sparkling Water is just a little bit too good right now. And now they're going to come barreling up the high ground. They don't have their ultimate abilities, but they do not need them. They've got the pushing power of an Ox.
Look at those tips coming through for T-Gevner as well. They understood that cookie was so key, cancelling the Deuce's TP, allowing them to just finish this game off.
Maybe not finish the game off just yet, but definitely take a middle lane of Barracks. You've got a Medusa on the enemy team, so they're still going to hold on for the time being.
They're just going to play it safe.
Provided they don't start accidentally feeding on the side of Warriors of the World, which is always a risk, but...
Oh, they're actually just going to get back for the Roche. Well, they're playing really safe. I mean, to be fair, when you are playing against Deucer Drow, that's the only way they're going to win the game is if they get the Aegis right, so...
Yep. Yeah, I think, you know, now the Storm Axe has been revealed, maybe Warriors of the World can play around it a little bit more, but I don't know, man. The Storm can be anywhere he wants.
I mean, you're looking at these 3 defensive heroes in the Omni, Wyvern, Venge, and you're like, wow, this would be really difficult for us to play with unless we had 2 cores that just allowed us to jump on the backline every single time and try and pick them all off individually. You know, they have ways of, you know, getting on top of all 3 of those heroes. So... It's so difficult to play on the Radiant side.
32 Bloodstone charges.
Jesus. Has Xantic died this game?
Yes, he has.
Did he die right at the start?
No, he died when he tried to kill that Venge, and there was a pause, remember?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Classic. Sorry, that shouldn't have been a death. That's why I didn't count it.
Yeah, it doesn't count in your books. Juice hits 20. I can't remember what talent that is. It's not the mana anymore, is it?
No. It's the... Oh, it's a snake called... Oh, most people go for the Stone Gaze duration at the moment, I think.
You do this game as well, yeah.
But it just means that the Void and everybody can't just lay their damage onto you for a little bit longer.
She's thinking about it, though. She's like, well...
I mean, the Mystic Snake cooldown is really good.
Yeah, okay, just helpful for farming as well and defending high ground, but
that talent's so bad in comparison to what it used to be just because it doesn't steal mana anymore, though. It gives you more mana back still, which is nice, but...
Yeah, Stone Gaze duration is the one. With the Wyvern, that's to be expected. And with the Deuce already set up, it's very, very hard for Sparkling Water to actually raid this high ground just yet.
Like, in some games, this Radiant draft would be so good and hard to play against, but yeah, with a Void Storm, they just don't care on the Dire side. All these really squishy supports are still mincemeat. You've got to be really careful with your positioning on this Radiant side. And this Wyvern's died at the start of every single fight from what I can remember so far. And if he's not in the fight, then everybody's dying anyway. So like, where do you stand at the start of a fight on the Wyvern?
Yeah, I mean, this is why in the draft, you know, I kind of wanted something like the Centaur or maybe even Axe or something just to sit on the front lines and give them someone to just kind of play behind. But with the Omni Knight, you really don't get that. Everybody on the side of Warriors of the World want to be on the back lines, and that's a problem when you're playing against a Storm and a Void.
Well, they have the Deucer, right? Like, it is the one that they want to sit on the front line, but the problem is they don't have any control or like team fight. So when the Deucer stood there, like, well, I can't attack for this 10 seconds that I'm chronoed, ravaged, and cookied or whatever, the rest of the heroes aren't doing anything. Yeah. Like, they have no way of battling this massive team fight advantage that the Dire side have.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will probably reach a lull right now. We'll see. I think it's unlikely, even with a Chronosphere, that Sparkling want to get that much done. If Warriors of the World are just happy to sit in their base, then Sparkling Water are going to be happy to take advantage of that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they're up to a 30k net worth advantage at the moment as well. But you have to remember, in these best of ones, every win matters so much that you are going to see this happen a lot, I think, this tournament, where teams will play a little bit more safe just to ensure they get the victory. You've got to be really careful. Oh, he's almost got the BKB on Storm as well, but probably waiting to see what happens depending on this next Aegis usage. He might even go for something like a Bloodthorn as well.
Yeah, I do like this Halberd pickup from Magix. It's cute. It's just like, you know, what's the one thing that's going to win them the fight? The Medusa just right-clicking you to death on the front lines.
This is what we were saying, that with all this physical damage with the Deucer and Drow, it's so one-dimensional with how they can win the fight. If you cut off that one supply route for them to win the fight, like you say, then how, you know, what's their play on the Radiant side? Yeah. There's no plan B.
Fights have to go on for a really long time, which, admittedly, they can if the ultimates don't go the way of Sparkling Water.
You know, if this Deucer
they've got the Omni, they've got the Wyvern.
But if the Deucer does get to the point of the Rapier, it doesn't matter what their net worth advantage is on the Dire side.
True.
You know, she can just win the fight by herself almost.
Item is, well, I wouldn't say it's unbalanced, because it is imbalanced because you lose it on death, but if you ignore that fact, then it's definitely unbalanced.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing if it didn't drop on death. Well,
very pretty cool, yeah.
And it's the true strike that it now gives as well. You know, we've been seeing Nigma, for example, use this a lot. You know, where they hit this really early Rapier timing, and they just go as 5 and protect their Deucer, which is kind of what the Radiant wanted to do here. But when you're playing against so much team fight, I mean, it's not the same at all. Trying to keep these catapults alive on the Dire side.
Yeah, Drow with this Van Brace as well. You know, I know it's quite late into the game, and the Van Brace came out a lot earlier on, but it still does make a difference. You know, you feel it so much when you're playing Drow, and you get like this Aquila or this Van Brace early on, and you kind of just like, huh, I can actually just build BKB and Hurricane Pike and actually still feel like a bit of a hero. Probably not this game, but most games. And there's that Aegis running out. Throw down the root onto the Juicer. No real go here, though. Just sending her a message, saying, like, you know, you're in range of our spells. Seeing if they can freak them out, maybe bait out a swap or something, but not going to happen. They're keeping their cool on Warriors of the World.
It's just so difficult for Dire to go high ground into this. Like, they need the Storm to be able to jump blindly into the backline and hope he hits one of the supports.
Yeah. I mean, they have gone in for a couple of these Hail Mary Chronospheres, which has worked out pretty well for them in the past. The Magical have been pretty good at just getting up onto the high ground, immediately throwing down the Chronosphere and finding a couple of heroes in it each time. But if he does jump onto the high ground and not throw it down on good heroes, then he can find himself in an awkward position.
Juicer has Rapier Gold, but she can't get a courier out to the shop at the moment. You see the Storm sitting top as well.
Yeah, they really want to cut off every opportunity for the Medusa to get it. I would imagine they're aware.
I really think she has to just send her courier shop out to the courier and hope.
Yeah, and now they're going to throw forward the cookie. They're playing. They're playing. She's missing quite a lot of her mana right now, so I would imagine a trip to the base is in order. Meanwhile, their top lane's getting pushed in pretty hard, but look at the Drow. She's going to work. She's doing the damage. Got to respect the Drow as well. This isn't a one-hero lineup.
Yeah, they're pulling them apart. They know that they need this Wyvern and the Medusa and the Drow and the Venge to be in one team fight. Like, all stood together as a unit so that they can try and win. But when they're split up like this, you know, the Medusa's the only one that they're worried about. She can't be in two places at once. Yeah, they're just... That courier's starting to go top here. You can see it's in the trees on the side of the map. They really need this to survive.
And the journey back as well. I mean, have they got vision on the seam shot? They don't. Here comes the disarmament onto the Medusa. Meanwhile, Symmetrical's taken that top tower, and then Xantic's going in deep, finds Dummy B. Dummy B does have the buyback, but it's starting to fall apart now. They need to find the spike. It needs to get over here, and it is hasted, so it's going to be here soon. But the Ravage comes in deep from Radix, but with the BKB on the drought, there comes the Chronosphere. They're going to take down Hemisphere, but in comes the Medusa on the backlines, trying to deal with damage, but can't really find the targets right now. Stone Gaze not doing much. They're going to turn around, focus that egg down. The egg should fall, and it will. Disarmament comes through onto the Medusa, and Medusa does not have any mana. They're getting through. They're doing the damage. She needs to either turn around or get herself out, but she's able to get herself back over towards the side of the team. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to take the high ground just now, though. Atlantic coming in. He's got the Agnins. He's got the damage. They bring down the Medusa. They claim the Rapier. It's in the hands of Symmetrical, and that should be it. The Rapier play did come, but unfortunately it was too little, too late. Sparkling Water able to play around it and to secure themselves this first victory in the very first game here at the ESL Premiership.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling really happy about that. You know, Warriors of the World, probably one of the stacks they were looking at that they should probably beat, but, you know, they have to make sure they're playing at their best. And I was talking about Sparkling Water before, that when I saw them play in the open qualifiers, they didn't look clean. They were making some mistakes that, you know, they probably shouldn't have made. But that game looked, you know, relatively, for most of the time, they looked pretty good, it has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, it did, you know, it looked straightforward. It looked like they had a game plan. They stuck to it. You know, their draft was very obvious, just to kind of dissimulate the enemy's draft, get on their backlines, mess with their backlines, take them out before they have a chance to really play around this juicer, break up their formations. You know, it's a great idea. It worked well, and they chose the right heroes to do it, and everyone seemed comfortable in their roles as well. Yeah,
I mean, it has to say, you know, it has to be said, their team fight, the way they played the team fights was really well as well. Felt like they were on the same page for most of the time. You know, maybe there was a couple at the start where they were kind of getting into their groove a little bit, maybe a little bit of panic, but most of the time, especially in that late game, they had complete control. You know, the net worth advantage helps, but they still have to play the fights, right?
Okay, something going on with the replay. That's all right.
It happens.
Yeah, no, but going back to the victory they just experienced, you know, I think that's going to be great for Sparkling Water to kind of come forward and just kind of work themselves forward out of that one, you know. Obviously, it's sometimes nice to lose because you can go back and kind of work out what you did wrong. And there are a few things, you know, especially that first fight at the top, they can look back on and kind of think, what can I do wrong? But something I did actually quite like a lot from Sparkling Water, and it pains me to say this, being the two non-UK players, but the way Radix and Cube were playing in that offlane, obviously it looks good when you dump through an offlane like that, but the fact that they were also able to kind of switch up the net worth quite a lot, you know, both play in a very similar position. This is something we've seen a lot of the top tiers doing, and it's cool to see them making it work for each other as well.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, we were talking about how there are certain heroes you don't want to play against without having ways of dealing with them. You know, we talked about the Storm. They have to be able to look back at this game on the Radiant side and say, okay, we didn't fulfill the checklist properly.
Yeah.
We didn't pick stuns. We're playing against the Storm, and we have like not enough teamfight to deal with something as crazy as that. And you know, you play a best of one, you're probably kicking yourselves because you're thinking, we want another go at them now. But they've got to make sure they reset properly before they play again next week. You know, 1 game per week isn't a massive amount. With, you know, every game meaning so much, you have to be really careful that you don't, you know, I'm trying to think of the right word. You make sure you don't get too emotional about it, and make sure you can reset yourself again before next time without, you know, overthinking it too much.
Yeah, it can be over really quickly, can't it, as well? You know, just five games is basically all they're playing, right? You know, yeah. It's 5 weeks, 5 games, all you play. And if you drop one of those games, then it can have a huge knock-on effect, you know. It can definitely going to affect your ability to get first. You know, the first team is likely to be the one which goes 5-0. It's hard to see it happening on maybe 4-1s, but then there's news that are coming in as well, so it'll be kind of head-to-head matchups and that sort of thing. So you never know when those head matchups might come and haunt you back again, so every win does count. And I think you could see that the way both of these teams were playing as well, you know. They didn't want to push for the early win there on Sparkling Water. They had opportunities to maybe stick around the enemy base, keep on pushing in, keep on trying to get more buildings, but they decided, no, we don't have our ultimates, we're going to play it carefully, we're going to get out, you know. There were points when they could have gone for Roshan when they hadn't gone to pick off first, but no, they decided they wanted to get the pickoffs first, and then just secure everything. And of course, always going to a fight with a ward. You know, that's the T-Government special, always going to a fight with a ward, and the vision difference was huge this game, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, T's wards were really strong. It was that comedic moment, though, like I was saying in the cast, where they dropped the sentry ward just as the Dire went high ground, and the Chrono went off, and they're like, oh, we're all sitting under an observer wall. We're literally just bait, ready for this Chrono. And the Dire saw everything perfectly. And that's why a lot of these team fights went as well for them as they did.
Yeah, I mean, this might even be something which they'd located beforehand. You know, they'd been like, well, you know, looking to the open qualifier games, they're not great at getting rid of their wards. You know, they're not going to get great at kind of securing your position. And that is really important, especially if you're playing from behind. If you know that the enemy team has been crawling over your map all game, and you're like, okay, well, we're going to go and take back this part of the map and hold there, you have to get sentries all over the place. I mean, pro teams will literally carpet the map with sentry wards, and that's something we didn't see.
I think that might be something, you know, we talked about, is Domi B actually a 5-player? Like, I don't know him well enough to necessarily know that, but it felt like, like you say, the warding game was completely on, they're on different pages completely. They're on different levels, and if you're not a 5-player, being on the same level as with the warding game as somebody that plays that role, you know, religiously, that T does it in his pubs, you really feel it as a team. You know, they're probably going to be looking back at this going, they see us like all the time. How have they managed to get these wards so deep onto our side of the map?
Well,
yeah.
Do you want to know the answer?
I do.
Well, we can find out because we've got an interview with T Governor himself. My goodness, how are you going?
Oh, Jesus.
First,
yeah, doing great.
Look at
Thanks.
that hat. Wow.
That was a quick segue. Oh, I haven't done my hair. I didn't expect to do this. So, hi.
Hello, T Governor. How are you doing? I mean, first game, first win. Gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, how's everyone feeling on comms?
It was alright. It was alright. The boys were a little bit disconnected, you know. You saw that in that first fight top, you know, where we died 4 heroes. It was like, are we going to go? Nah. Oh, wait, we've gone. We don't have TP. I'm off warding, have my own little adventure. But, you know, in the end, Rajic slapped us in the face when we tried going high ground against the Deucer. He was like, yo, just go top, go bot. It's like, oh, yeah, that's how we play Dota. And, yeah, eventually got the win.
Yeah, it felt like you did start a little bit slow, you know, but then as the game went on, you kind of got into the groove a little bit more, didn't you? You kind of we were all making sure you're on the same page, you know, making the same plan.
Yeah, at the start of that game, we were all actually discussing the pubs that we've experienced with Hemispheres. And the first, like, 5 minutes, we were just talking about him. And then it was like, oh, wait, hold on. We need to play the game now. Dude, Symmetrical and Exantic, all they do is, like, they just chit-chat to each other. They don't, like, talk about the game until too late, and then we're like, we should probably try and win the game now.
we were praising your warding as well. We were going to say you had some very key wards that won a lot of fights. Yeah, how do you? Yeah. What's your advice to all the position 5 players out there, T, for their warding?
Ward when you have a purpose in the game. Don't just ward blindly. Like, you take a fight, you go ward. You smoke, you go ward. You see your hero defending top and they're wasting 3-4 heroes time, you go move through, sentry and ward. You don't just like blindly run up high ground by yourself, die, and then ping, I'm just trying to ward team, you know? Like, you have to have a mindset behind the warding. And also, shout out to Xantic, actually. He placed a ward in the first, like, 5-6 minutes, which allowed us to gank the Medusa a couple of times, which was him.
Oh, that was a Xantic's ward. We were giving you praise.
No, you know the first one? No, the first one? It was like when we're diving into the top jungle area. Yeah, that's because Storm had walked through, farmed the camp and shot the ward himself. So that was his ward. All the others were mine, but that one.
Well done, Exantic. Yeah, core player warding.
Well done, Exantic. Woo!
You know,
Cores can buy wards too.
Yeah, Pace can fly as well. How much did you guys practice as a 5-man team before this game? So obviously you had the open qualifiers. Was there anything in between there?
Never.
No. Did you play with pubs with the Radix cube?
Nothing.
No?
Nothing.
Cool.
No, we in Discord, I think, hold on, let me load it up. I can quote what our Discord's been like. Activity was 15th of last month. We put a post about a guy playing Ricky because we thought he was replacing someone, and we just said Omega Law. Then yesterday we had games tomorrow, ? Coupe put a meme inside about morphling and then we flamed Symmetrical a bit. Then we flamed our draft that we lost in qualifier, and yeah, then we put the lobby details. So we've actually had no communication, and yeah, that's about it.
Are you, though, coming into the other games going to be preparing more, or is this just, are you just winging it? Is that the strategy?
We'll see. I think this game, it was we won because I think our draft was like 1,000 times better than theirs. Like, all we had to do was be disciplined at some point and we win the game, right? Because it's so easy to kill the supports. We've got Void, we have so much team fight, like the Drow can't play. They rely on the Medusa, like Medusa's the only one who can defend towers, so she's running top to bot, like it's easy as hell, right? So I think our draft was our savior. But I also think, like, just because all the players in my team, they all have like expertise within like some type of Dota, right? Like you got Radix and Coupe, they've bounced around tier 2 teams, Symmetrical close qualified team, Atlantic NA. Like all my players have experience playing. I'm the only one that has no experience playing the game, but of course I coach a game. So I think we don't need practice per se. All we need to be able to do is turn up on the day, and as long as we're on the same page in thought process behind the draft, we're fine. So I think at some point we might scrim, we might practice, but right now, no.
So my question is though, with that mindset, is there somebody that you really want to play and feel like you need to prepare more for? Is there somebody that you really want to play against in the group?
Just one team, T. That's all we want. One team.
Oh, come on. I guess Chicken Mayo has like the highest skill players, but Edgar Davis fan club, you know, they're the boys that I want to smack down, beat them into an oblivion and get them out of the tournament. You know, I want them to feel sorry. Crayon tilts like I won't swear,
this is
but
aggressive.
yeah.
This is aggressive.
Be gone, Edgar. Be gone, cheeky chums. Sparkling water!
Alrighty, thank you very much, T-Governor. Congratulations on your win in the very first match of the ESL Premiership. We're looking forward to seeing you continue your run throughout the tournament. Fantastic stuff. Alrighty, well, that was Sparkly Water and T-Governor there giving us some insights and putting out a challenge, I would say, to the other teams. You know, come and get us. You know, we are here. We've not practiced. You know, let's see what you got. So I feel like it's up to the other teams now to pick up the mantle. You know, get some practice going. Get that 5-man Dota nice and tight, nice and strong, and come and lay a smackdown to Sparkling Water. They're the bad guys in the tournament, by my opinion. Now after that interview, they're the bad guys.
I haven't seen a better end to an interview in a long time. So that was
true.
That was pretty
appreciate
good
the energy. Yeah. Absolutely. Alrighty, well, next up we are going to have Chicken Mayo versus the Edgar Davids fan club. Edgar Davids fan club.
It's not a football fan.
They are. Alrighty, we're going to throw it over to a break and then we're going to be back with that matchup, another best of one here at the ESL Premiership from Leicester.
It's time! Are you ready, Birmingham?
They've got the control of this fight, and they've got EG down calling TG. It's done, Team Secret. In 5 games, ESL World Grand Finals here at Birmingham, going ahead of Virtus Pro.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Hello and welcome back to the ESL UK Premiership. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Mo Farah as we get into the second best of one series of the day. I mean, it's not really a series of best of one, but who really cares? It's going to be the Edgar Davids fan club.
Edgar
Davids fan club versus Mayo Chicken. Battling it out in this ferocious match here. How close is this one going to be on Mo Farah?
I'll be very honest with you, Nomad. I thought Mayo Chicken looked really good when I watched them in the Open qualifiers. Are Edgar Davids fan club at the same level? Probably not on like a player-to-player level, but they've been having good fun when they've been playing together. They had one series which looked like a mental breakdown from the whole team, but apart from that, they've been looking pretty good. I would say in the first qualifier, the Open qualifier, they were one series away from qualifying, and they lost to Sparkling War in the lower bracket, and that was the series they absolutely collapsed. But in the second qualifier, they went all the way through the upper bracket without losing. So they did really well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the group stage.
Yeah, Positivity, Crayon, Corey, Lil Cheat, and Mist, who of course I know very well. Played some mini golf with Mist. It was a great time.
Oh yeah,
you were there too.
Mini golf expert Mist. Yeah,
he is. Yeah, dude. I think did he win?
I can't remember.
I think T-Governor won. Actually.
I was too busy being hungover. That was the
you lost.
worst bit.
I remember that match. You lost. But anyway, yeah, David's fan club made up of pretty decent players and having a pretty clean run through the Open qualifiers. Meanwhile, over on the other coin, we got, of course, Chicken Mayo looking very hot here. Percy, Noob, Overlom, Yuma, and Mushroom. I think Overlom actually sent him a message just before the game. He was in Twitch chat. I was like, hey man, how's it going? Any message for the stream? And he told the enemy team to ban Slardar, challenging them. Or maybe it's like some reverse psychology, and they're like, well,
maybe he's won't.
Telling us to ban Slardar, we're not going to do it. But no, they're going to ban Slardar.
I mean, this team, when I watched them play, I mean, this Noob guy's ranked 23 in EU. He was 13 at the time of the Open qualifiers. I think he is very, very good.
Yes.
And I think the core players of this team are the ones that really separate them from everybody else, that they are really highly ranked. They play very well. Not to say that they're 3, 4, 5, aren't good players, but I thought the core players were the ones that really stood out for me. So we'll have to see what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's could be a bit of a smackdown for the Davids.
Edgar Davids.
You're
getting there.
What's a quick name we call them, by the way? Because we can't say Edgar Davids fan club every time we want to say.
Oh, I don't
EDFC?
know. EDFC, yeah.
EDFC runs very nicely off the tongue. Yeah, we're going for that one. So, yeah, I mean, looking at that core-to-core matchup, though, who is going to be laning up against Noob in the
Crayon. So Noob's the mid laner.
Oh, sorry, it's mid. Yeah.
So he's going to come up against Crayon. And Crayon's a really... What's the word to use for Crayon? He can have really good games when he plays his heroes and he feels like he's in the zone. But sometimes I feel like when he gets behind, he kind of loses the mentality a little bit with the focus to try and keep himself in the game. And that was what happened in that series against Sparkling Water. They kind of just lost their momentum and they all just mentally look drained by from what I could tell. So they need to make sure, I think, coming into this draft, that they don't fall too far behind from the drafting phase. They need to make sure they can match them, so they at least give themselves a chance going into the mid game. I think if they lose the mid lane really hard against Noob, then they might really struggle, because I think he has the potential to take over the game by himself. So you've got to watch out for that one.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be careful not to let him get any of those gotcha picks. The Storm Spirits, the Huskars.
The Meepo is one.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to be careful of this one. And that's something which hopefully we shall see them being very careful about as they draft, which we are now getting into the draft between Edgar Davids fan club, now live, and Mayo Chicken.
Nice. So, this is interesting. They take out the Mars straight away. Not one that I was necessarily thinking about, but where's the Slardar button, no man?
Oh, my bad. Apparently Rob won the mini golf.
Yeah, that is Miss. See?
Yeah. No, I said T-Governor won it.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
That's on me. My bad, guys. Sorry for the misinformation there.
That's what everybody was worried about.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I think people were like, "Wow, I thought Rob won that." I seem to remember the great mini golf tournament of
2019.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a rematch. Who knows? Anyways. Mars man now. Yeah, that's interesting. Whose hero is Mars? Do you know?
5 seconds.
I mean, I assume it's Overlom's.
Yeah.
But I think Noob's been playing it mid as well. I remember from looking at his date path, I think he had a couple of games on it.
Yeah, really
not that I'm stalking anybody.
Picks.
But, yeah, not that I'm stalking anybody, but I am going to find your picks, whether you like it or not.
We'll come into your house and raid your computer if you don't have.
There we get it. It's the Slardar ban. What's Overlom going to do?
He's lost now.
Oh, coming in the open qualifiers, by the way, Corey had a great thing going on, but he was spamming "Welcome to the Vibe Chamber." I don't know if you heard about this, but he's not allowed to all chat in this. So I like it in his name.
Is that a rule?
Well, it's a rule. So I like it in his name this time. But so for the draft, we can see it's Corey.
1, 2, 3.
Corey.vibecheck.
Vibe check 1, 2, 3. Like instead of a mic check, he's giving everyone a vibe.
Just to give everybody inside thought, he was thinking about forfeiting the tournament, but winning the mental game by still spamming it anyway. Just even though it's against the rules.
Or just get himself forfeited.
Well, get it forfeited, but it's like a mental victory, right? If he can tilt the enemy team and win anyway.
So if it's looking real bad for them, we might see some all chat coming out from Corey.
Some accidental pauses in like quotation marks, yeah.
Okay.
I'll definitely call Bellini on him as well.
Yeah, of course, of
Dire
course.
team ban.
So let's look at these bans a little bit more. So we have the Timbersaw ban, which is interesting because that was first phase ban last game as well. Very popular hero at the moment.
Radiant team pick.
And that's an AA ban really early on.
Winter Wyvern.
Okay, so we have the Wyvern pick. And yeah, I was going to say this AA ban indicates two things for me. They're either looking at probably an Oracle or a Wisp, and they instantly take that Wisp. So it's obviously something they're very comfortable with. And this Void Spirit coming through could be anybody's hero, honestly.
Yeah.
I imagine Noob's been playing it a decent amount. You know, it's one of those flashy heroes that he can, you know, really control the game with. But could be put on a side lane, could be a 4 still as well.
Yep. Now Centaur in direct response from the Edgar Davids fan club there. So that makes a lot of sense. You know, just a nice hero to play into the IO here. Now, Edgar Davids, they've already banned out the Slug, a very quick banning phase actually. Will they get rid of the Gyro?
I don't think Gyro's a particularly strong hero at the moment. It still does work well with the Wisp, obviously, but I don't think it's something you should be worrying about. I want to go back to this Centaur, though, because this isn't something that a lot of teams like, but it's something they're comfortable on individually. And I think that's really important when you come into these games, especially in best of ones. You want to be playing heroes that you're really comfortable on and making sure you can put in your best performance possible.
Dire team ban.
100%, and they do go for the Gyro ban in the end, so the Iocopter threat is enough to deter the Edgar Davids for now. Mochicken maybe squeezing out a cheeky ban there. Thinking, haha, you fools, we weren't going to pick that anyway. Who picked Gyro?
I mean, Gyro is okay against the Centaur. Obviously, you have lots of Magic Burst to work with. Slark's probably the better ban, I think, out of the two. And they banned Bloodseeker. Interesting, okay. Not the one that I would have necessarily thought. But
Also, if we interview T again, I need to ask him why he takes so long over his first picks.
it's because they weren't prepared. He told you. They're not practicing, so...
What do you play? I don't know. What do you play?
They don't even know each other.
5 seconds.
Have we played together before? So they have these two heroes at the moment, the Wisp and the Void Spirit, but they lack a little bit of lockdown. Oh, wow.
Jesus.
That's a really early Necro pick, though. Interesting. I mean, it lanes really well against the Centaur, makes the Centaur's game really hard, and Corey's going to be screaming that he has to play against the Necro, I'm sure.
Yeah, surprising though. I mean, Necro's not a common hero right now by any stretch of the imagination, doesn't partner up with the IO very well. It's definitely an interesting one. I mean, I guess it kind of does in the fact that Ghost Shroud plus heals from the IO kind of works together quite nicely, but definitely not a duo we're expecting. I'm sure they'll pick up something else to play with the IO.
Yeah, I wonder what their answer is to this Necro, though, as well. So they see it and they're like, well, do we want to dodge the Centaur Necro lane, or are we going to like just go and creep skip constantly and try and enable our Centaur a little bit more? Because in like if the lane just meets evenly constantly, this Necro is going to dumpster like the lane completely, right?
100%.
Oh, it's going to be Disruptor 5, Wyvern 4 then. Okay, that's interesting.
I like this. Yeah, when you're playing into the IO, I like it when the Wyvern's on the 4 position.
Yeah, and
just kind of gives them a bit more freedom.
You have the catch here as well to try and catch the Necro out. You know, Static Storm on top of a Curse. Sorry, well, not on top, like straight away. Obviously, that would be really stupid. But
indeed,
you have the Curse to set up for the Static Storm. Is really nice. And it's a way of trying to catch out this Void Spirit without him being able to jump away 10,000 units before he can do anything.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They still don't have any lockdown though on Mayo Chicken, which I think has to be a little bit of a worry.
Radiant team pick.
There you go.
Alrighty, there's a bit of lockdown coming through for you, an Earthshaker with a Fisher, with a Slam. Gives you everything you could possibly want when it comes to lockdown.
I don't know how good this is though, because they have two, they have really good counter initiation in the Wyvern, but they also have Stampede afterwards. So if you don't kill somebody straight away, like in an Echo and a lockdown combination, they can just disengage again with the Stampede.
Yeah. And you also get the feeling that, with the IO and the Shaker, is this a support duo, or is the Shaker going to be the 3 position?
I imagine it. I mean, it could be Necro 3 still as well. We have to remember.
Yeah.
The Shaker 4 with the Necro 3 sounds like a really good combination.
I think that has to be it, because what else? Who does the IO play with? He doesn't have someone to play with right now.
I mean, they might play the IO with the Void Spirit, but that sounds pretty awful to me.
That does not sound good.
So that's going to be a Crayon Ember Spirit, I imagine. Okay. I don't mind this too much. Up against, I still think it's going to be Void Spirit mid, personally. So this is probably going to be a Spirit battle in the mid lane, which is interesting.
Battle of Spirits.
I agree with you. I think they need somebody that this IO can play. They need like a win condition hero, right, and Mayo Chicken. Because they have all these heroes that are really good in like the laning stage, in the mid game, that can push their advantage really well, but they don't have somebody that goes high ground very well at the moment.
Their objective taken is just not existent.
Oh, I mean, Necro can just sit on the high ground and like hit towers very slowly, but when you're playing against Wyvern, against Ember with all this poke damage, it's not quite as easy as that.
Yeah. Final bans coming in from each team here.
I'm trying to think of other IO, but maybe like a Tiny might be okay for Mayo Chicken. Difficult one to call though, has to be said. Well, let's look at Edgar David's fan club though. Let's look at their lineup. What do they need? They probably need a safe laner as well. So both teams looking towards that safe lane. Obviously things like Lifesteal are not as popular anymore, and a lot of the other carries have been banned out already. So it'll be interesting to see if both teams go for something a little bit less standard, maybe. Yeah. In terms of carry picks. Maybe
calling a Ricky for the Edgar Davids fan club right now. Let's go.
It's a really good Ricky game.
It is, isn't it?
So it's it's a good shout. They don't have a lot of damage on the Mayo Chicken side, and that smoke cloud would be really, really key.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
They could go for something like a Luna or Mayo Chicken to pair up with the IO. It's not great, but you hit that BKB timing, you just go.
Yeah, it's not great as you say, but yeah, that poor hero. Why has that Orin still not been fixed?
It's not great, is it?
Someone do something.
Me and T played a game the other day where we did Lunar IO, and it felt really awful.
Yeah, amazing. She always does. You can have like the dream lane. You just go to the jungle. You just level up those spinning glaives and just get miles ahead of everyone else. Turn them to your first fight, and then just.
Yeah, he went 0-4-4, and you're like, well, I don't do anything except right-click people. So they banned the Deuce, which I think is a decent ban, honestly. We're talking about Mayo Chicken. They need a win condition hero, and Deuce definitely would have been that.
Yeah.
This Necro pick's so weird to me, though, because it looked like they picked it directly to try and counter the Centaur in the lane, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking, are they putting it off lane with the Shaker? Is it safe lane? And, they have last pick overall, so they can wait and see what the matchups are like here before they make a final decision on that.
Is there any Meepo potential? Is there, any Huskar, Storm? I'm looking at all these guys. It doesn't seem to be. Disruptor covers a lot of those things along with the Wyvern.
I think it's an okay Huskar game for Mayo Chicken, possibly. Dumps does the Ember in the laning stage, and they don't really have great ways of dealing with it. There's no natural vessel builder either.
Yeah. Could be
in terms of I think it's a much more difficult Meepo game for both sides.
Like a good Meepo game, though.
I think there's so many carries that have been banned out here. PL's still in the pool if somebody wants to go for that, but it doesn't feel great for either of them.
No, there's a decent amount of control there for each team. So they go for the Void. Edgar Davids. Yeah. This feels like a bit of a scared pick, honestly, if you ask me. I think this is a pick which says, we're not that confident in our ability to play at a high pace, take advantage, and there comes that Huskar from Mayo Chicken.
The Void picks, for me, the problem is with them picking it there, their tempo of the game is so slow.
Yeah,
if Ember Spirit didn't have a good start to the game, the Void and the Centaur both need a little bit of time to come online. And now with this Huskar pick, that should completely secure the lane for them.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, those are your heroes picked out. Based on these drafts, who are you preferring, Mo Farah?
I have to go with Mayo Chicken. I think Edgar David's fan club, I think they're going to get run over in the laning stage. And the only way they can come back into the game is when these level 6s come online, try and make some big teamfight plays happen, because they have Curse, they've got Static Storm, they've got Chrono as well, so they do have potential to make plays. But I think this Necro Void Spirit Huskar Tricore should just it feels so much easier to play the game as the Dire side. I think, you know, get the first Aegis, go and push towers, win the game.
It's very fruity. It's very aggressive from Mayo Chicken. At the same time, they are on a little bit of a timer. You know, the Faceless Void is going to come and be the late game monster if he gets there, but getting there is the hard part, and I really struggle to see how he will end up in that position. I do also feel like the IO is a little bit misplaced, though. You know, it's not a traditional IO pairing here. Void Spirit, Necro, Huskar, none of these heroes you really like hanging around with except really the Huskar, but that won't be until when they start roaming throughout the early mids, so yeah, really kind of a lonely IO right now. Let's get into it. Game number 1 out of 1 in the best 1 series between Edgar David's Hand Club and the Mayo Chicken squad.
So, I'm wondering, will this Necro offer enough in the laning stage with the Shaker? So they have this Disruptor, right, that can just run up to the Necro and just hit him over and over again.
Right.
You know, hit him with the Thunderstrikes, try and bully him out the lane. What's the Shaker going to do? Is he going to try and, you know, make kill threat with the Necro, or is he going to go and pull creep waves, you know, try and upset the creep equilibrium a little bit? Where does Yuma want to play on this Shaker?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, because he has so many opportunities for himself. Like, he's gone boots first as well. So what does he feel like he can offer in this laning stage?
Yeah. You would expect rotations to mid, and that could very well be possible against the Ember.
So it's going to be Huskar safe lane, by the way. Corey's like, oh no, I'm going to have to lane against the Necro. And then he sees the last pick, Huskar being safe lane, and he's like, oh, this is even worse.
God damn it, why can't I lane against the Necro?
But this is a problem that teams have with Centaur at the moment, though, that it is very easy to counterpick in the lane. You know, there's Slarks, there's Huskars, there's all sorts. Like, Lifestealer was another one before last patch that really bullied that hero. Not so much now, maybe, with the few nerfs that Lifestealer had, but even so.
Atos, the Lord of Blight, has a fragment of his essence stored in the Rod of Atos. Well, good for him, I guess.
What are you like with Dota lore? Do you feel good about it? Is it your thing?
Yeah. I'm on point with Dota lore, although I have no idea who Atos is. So I mean, sometimes they just make stuff up, though. You know, there's stuff which is kind of well built into the universe, and there's stuff which they're just like, nah, pile it on top. You know, just slap it on top. You got this nice cake, nice complex. And there's maybe like a jam roly-poly, just a singular circle of it plonked on top.
My view on lore is that I have absolutely no interest in learning it myself. But if somebody tells me something cool, I'm like, that's nice. Okay, thank you. I mean, but like, yeah, I'm not going out of my way for it.
The weird thing is that it is really complex and it does fit together very well, which you don't think when you read through the individual characters' lore. They all sound like individual stories and like they're not connected in any way, shape, or form. And when you hear about the overarching theories, you're very much like, okay, well, it kind of sounds like there's some kind of vague attempt to string it together, but actually it's really well strung together. And, you know, there are people who have gotten into it. And it's weird because they hide it in the item sets and stuff as well. Like, a lot of the lore, like loads of the item sets when they're released give, especially the Arcanas, give you huge glimpses into, like, the kind of lore behind Dota, like the worlds and, you know, the shatterings and all this stuff which has gone on, the Mad Moon and everything. It's absolutely insane.
Do you reckon there's one massive nerd at Valve that's doing all the lore?
Oh, 100%. There's some, like, fantasy fanboy who's just like, yeah, let's go. And they're just like, no one's kind of got the gall to fire him because he's just like he's nailing it. He's absolutely nailing it at the same time. They don't really know how to use.
Do you reckon anybody else at Valve even reads it, though? Or they're like, yeah, that guy's just, we'll let him do it. And then, like,
he's just hammering away.
One day before he's about to leave, he just does something really stupid with the lore. Nobody checked it or anything. They just, like, let him get away with it.
Yeah, like, fine, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, we'll let him do his thing. He's just out doing his own thing. Anyway, back to the matchup at hand because we do have a bit of a connection issue. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough. So what's the mid lane going to be now that the Huskars are there? It's going to be Necro in the middle lane?
Void Spirit in the mid lane.
Void Spirit,
Mr. Noob,
of course, yes.
Which, we talked about this as a hero that he has potential on to just go absolutely ham and take over the game himself.
Yeah,
so it'll be interesting to see whether he can do that, because we talked about Crown being a player that it's like almost on a knife's edge depending on which way it goes, right? So it'll be interesting to see if he does fall behind in the laning stage a little bit. You know, this guy's Noob is really highly ranked. You know, all the other mid laners in here are going to be struggling against him one way or another at some point, I imagine. So what can they do on this Radiant side?
Mushroom giving Corey a bit of a vibe check himself here as he comes in and finds him in the pit.
Corey's not going to be like getting vibe checks. Just,
How did the IO know this in the pit? That's my question.
Do you reckon they're are we having to call
I
Milini?
mean, I'm thinking Milini might have to be...
Begins.
Oh, look at
on speed
Mushroom
dial.
here, though.
Yeah, he's going for the sneaky. They didn't see it coming, and they're going to lose themselves a bounty.
Was your own damn.
Looks like Overlord managed to outclick Mr. Alpha Mage to the rune as well. I like it, some nice friendly tipping at the start of a game.
I'm not sure how friendly this is.
Ooh, I really don't like when a Shaker does this as a pos 4 and buys tangos instead of clarities. I think this is a really bad idea, because now you have one Fisher, right, to work with.
Yeah, it can be awkward.
Because normally we see Shakers start with 2 clarities instead of a set of tangos.
Yeah.
And you just use the Fishers like he's done to manipulate the wave and whatnot. Ooh, Corey. He knows he can't lane against the Huskar.
Yeah, this is smart. This is needed. It's not smart, it's required. Otherwise, you're not winning that lane. So the Wives is just going to try and hold down the fort whilst Corey goes on an adventure with the creeps. Dragging them up the hill here. Mushroom not really doing much, to be honest.
I think you need to be clicking this center.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to give him return charge on the one hand, but the other side he's like, well, currently I'm just existing. I'm not doing anything to stop this centaur doing what he wants.
Like, what's the point in Mushroom being here if he's not going to click him?
Just watching, being a bit. Hey, there we go. He's got to 13 charges now. Mushroom's like, right, gloves off. Let's start spanking.
Oh, that's it. Tether the creep.
Yeah, get him.
Like, obviously, it doesn't feel great given the centaur stacks, but if you're just going to let him hit creeps.
Yeah. I mean, Corey is getting low. Yeah.
Yeah, like, this is what I mean. You just hit him. Like, what does Corey do?
He's like, haha, I'm going to get 13 charges and then probably getting a sound cancelled. Okay, wanted to stack the creep wave up nicely there, I guess. He's gone all the way back to base. He should make it in time for the creep wave, though.
I wonder what Mushroom's going to do here, though, on the whistle. Does he try and pull this to a creep camp? Or what? Going to be difficult to tell. Yeah, he tries to pull it to the small camp. I mean, it's going to take some of them away, but it's not going to kill them off.
Well, yeah, if he gets the pull through, then that's pretty key, actually, because it's going to completely destroy the attempt at going for this wave stack, right? Like, it just keeps the wave as normal. It's exactly what the Huskar wants.
I feel like little cheat on this Wyvern, though, should have been making sure that that pull wasn't happening. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with Mist on this Disruptor. He's just going to sit there, and he's going to click Thunderstrike on them, and what do? He's bought 3 mangoes, by the way. Those mangoes will come out to him, and he will Thunderstrike them more.
Has been killed.
That's the plan. Oh, Courier missed. Getting a bit ahead of himself, maybe, as they turn around and just start laying into Overlord. Actually, throwing down the kinetic field here. The Fishery's on the wrong side of it with the bash coming through. They might just find the kill. Overlord will be dropped, and that is going to be a first blood for the Edgar Davids fan club.
This is what I was talking about, though. I think when you're playing against this team, you have to make sure you punish the 3, 4, 5, because the 1 and 2 are the ones that are really going to set the game alight for them. So you need to make sure you're winning the areas that you have the best chance of winning.
Yeah.
Because like, if you look at the CS at the moment, these 2 core players on the Dire side are really starting to pull ahead.
Meanwhile, at mid, Crayon dropping pretty low here, but Noob doesn't really have the opportunity to chase him. Crayon has fallen behind a little bit. 13-0 to 20-5 on the Void Spirit.
Double Bracer killed, though, from the Huskar, so that's really nice by Lil Cheat. 2 couriers killed now for them. What does Crayon have coming out on his courier? Does he have a bottle coming, or
really
is it
hope
just
it's
more
a bottle, yeah.
on the other side? On the Radiant one?
And it was a bottle. All right, good. That kind of thing happened. Did he dodge that? I think he did. It's pretty cute. Dodging the dissimilate there from Noob. Wait, that dissimilate?
No. Come on.
No, come on. We can do this! We practice this! Don't you hover over that. I will get it. It's... Resident Pulse! Yeah, I got it. Cool.
That was... I don't know what just happened there, but you're having your own little moment, weren't you?
My casting dignity depended on it, and we saved the day. Anyway, Alpha Mage, he's hanging out at bottom, having to bomb salve. Oh, Crayon! Nearly getting run down. If that 8th Remnant had connected, then Crayon would have been in deep doo-doo.
No, Crayon's not going to get the 4-minute rune though either.
He will get an observer.
I don't know if he's going to get this.
I can't go for the observer. Oh no! Run, Crayon! He's in a bit of a pickle now. He might just get killed. Yeah, the 8th Remnant connects, and that's going to be an easy one, dude. Cleans him up, brings down the mob, and yeah, now this middle lane not looking so fresh. Just like that, Noob's going to pull ahead, and it seems really hard for the Ember to exist in this lane. Once the Void Spirit gets ahead, it's so difficult to come back into that lane.
I think
They're
it's
just murdering you.
I think it's up to Crayon though to be able to make plays when he hits this like level 7 or so on the Ember around the map to try and catch up. You know, this is something we see from all the best Ember players where even if they have a rough time, they max the Sleight of Fist and they just run at people.
Yeah.
You know, they don't really care how their lane's gone. This Void Spirit's level 6 at 5 minutes and just instantly tries to play aggressive on the other side of the map.
Middle tower is
Yep,
under
running
attack.
at heroes. It's the aim of the game. How's Corey been doing? Haven't really paid much attention to him, but he's
Corey.
19-0 currently on the old CS chart. Compared to the Huskers, 40-10. Oh, Jesus.
The courier? Hello?
Yeah, that was,
Dire's
okay.
courier
Well,
has been
Mushroom?
killed.
Mushroom's having it.
There's another one. It's the double bracer again, but with treads this time.
They're going aggressive onto the Zio currently. He has not got the tether up actually. He's just going to get run down. Easy. Okay. Nice rotation over from Little Cheat to help out Corey and get him a kill onto the Io. But, you know, it doesn't change the fact that this Husker is still just murdering every creep that comes his way up on top. 44-10 and Crayon again. This time with the help of Yuma, they'll be able to open up for another kill onto the middle lane, and this time the Ember does not survive.
I'm surprised that's happened. Was this the Shaker smoked or something? Because there's a ward on the bottom river. So they would have seen the Shaker coming. And that that kill happening just before the 6-minute mark means Noob's going to be able to go and pick up that Arcane Rune as well. Really going to help him pull ahead in the lead. I mean, he's level 7. I think Ember's still level 5.
Arcane power.
This is the the mid lane matchup we were talking about. That if Crown starts to fall behind, Noob could just take over the game, and it's definitely happening at the moment.
Yep, I'm concerned. I am a concerned mother looking at Crayon, who's my child getting beaten and bullied in the playground.
What do you do as the mother then?
There's not much you can do.
Let it happen.
You gotta let them happen. Let them learn the lessons of life. As Corey getting burned away by Ares up in the top lane.
At least the bot lane's going well for them.
Yes.
Necro has 16 CS.
Yes,
I mean,
he's not getting anything.
Yeah, Oblom's had a pretty rough time.
Yep. Rob Mist has been slamming down those Thunderbolts, chugging down some mangoes, making it work.
My question is Crayon going to get an active rune this game?
No.
I like this though. He's not afraid to try and play aggressive, even though he's behind.
Yep, this is nice, and just buying some time, you know, wasting Yuma's existence.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mage even feeling brave enough to farm right under the tower. I mean, he's got that chrono, so the possibility of opening up for a kill at some point is real as well.
Your bottom
So
tower is
it's all
under
going
attack.
pretty good in the bottom lane. So we'll try and focus on that for the Edgar Davids fan club. But it's about to get real rough for them. You know, once we get to that mid game with this kind of over-farmed Void Spirit and this over-farmed Huskar, once this chrono is used, there is so little, I mean, even with the chrono, there's so little threat on the side of the Edgar Davids fan club. You know, I could really see him getting run down if oh, Ember trying to make some plays here. Crayon, he's trying to juke, he's trying to jive, but unfortunately now with the Void Spirit coming back, and unfortunately Yuma, he's had those boots since the start of the game, he's able to easily juke
Your
out
middle
Crayon.
tower is under attack.
Unfortunately leads to a death at mid.
Oh, and he gets a regen.
Oh god, he's just running up the high ground, looking for players here.
You'll notice that Noob there didn't try and make an aggressive play. He only has one astral step up, so if he knows he commits a little bit too far on that hero with just one astral step up, then there is potential to turn around on him. So he's going to play a little bit more safe for now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yuma seen by Mist, but Mist being careful to get himself back. He knows that the Void Spirit's on the hunt. Meanwhile, Overlord, goodness gracious, nearly dropping to a faceless Void. He even had the chrono if he just wanted to finish off the kill there, but apparently deciding not to go for it. Meanwhile, Stampede coming out. They're looking for something up at top here, and they find his courier. Okay, not quite sure how that one ended up.
They've got chrono here.
Yeah, they might be looking for Ares, but it's a really hard kill. I mean, this Huskar is tanky. They're going to go for it, though. They drop the Chrono Spit down, but the Io is just going to come and plaster himself onto the side. That leads into a two-man stun from Corey, so they bring down the Io. Now they look towards Ares as well. Ares wants to get himself away, but can't do so. It's going to be 2 kills going for the Edgar Davids fan club up in the top lane. Very nicely done.
Yeah, really well played by them, actually. And this is something they did well in the open qualifiers, you know. Even if you have a bad lane, try and make things happen on the map. Or no, in the bot lane, no, Corey.
Oh, this is a sad pony as he is put out of his misery.
Don't give up, says Corey.
My little Corey.
Yeah, and this is really sad as well for the Radiant side because the Void TP top, Centaur was like, okay, well, he's here, so I'm going to TP to the bot lane now. try and take the farm there instead to try and be like very efficient. They didn't realize the Void Spirit was there. They didn't have any vision down in this bot area of the, of the map. Oh, miss.
Nothing more for... Uh-oh.
I think he should have gone for that. Just
Yeah,
before
well,
the
they
10-minute
cancelled
mark.
the TP, so yeah.
I mean, there was
feel
no
like it would've been
sight.
worth it.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
I think the
is under
Earthshake would have made it there in time, though.
Yeah, maybe. It's all about the power play. You got to go for it. And that's why I missed playing. And I'm just here,
Your
having to
middle
deal with
tower
you.
is
you know?
under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, little cheat.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh no! Does it see him? I think it does.
I don't think it does, no. It gives you vision of where it's
Sweaty
beaming.
bum time. No, it doesn't quite see him. Stay there. Do not move, little cheat. Everyone, send your brainwaves his way. Don't move. Oh no, he busted a spell. Oh, little cheat. You nearly had the patience to survive that engagement, but unfortunately, you just had to go for the Splinter Blast, didn't you? You just had to throw it out.
So he didn't see him because of the spirit. He saw him, but he knew the trees weren't there.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh,
Something's going
this
on.
is fishy.
Yeah. If trees fall in the woods and nobody sees it, then there's probably a wyvern nearby.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Taylor's on this time. Uh-oh. No, they're not going to go for it. They're happy with the tower. They're just like, well, we got a tower. That's value.
I think Crayon's probably pretty happy with that,
Your
though.
middle
Just
tower
managed to
Yeah,
get some
not
poke
died.
damage. Okay, we have to say, though, that, this dire side, I thought their laning stage was going to go even better than this. So this Void's having an okay time. Crayon's, considering how his laning stage went, isn't too far behind. If we look at net worth, I'm not sure if that's going to necessarily be exactly the same. But, well, okay, they're doing okay.
They're surviving. That's all we can ask of them right now is to survive this horrific early mid power, the girth of Mayo Chicken.
They do have better team fight as well going into the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, it's something they have to play around. They're big spells. They're big flashy spells. Meanwhile, Overlon getting tickled as, there's one with the Shaker coming down with a nice two-man echo along with the Fisher as well. It's going to easily take care of Little Cheat. And Crayon, though, getting the Stampede. I think he's going to make his way out of this one. He's still got a Remnant to jump to if he needs. They are continuing the chase, but I'm not too sure if there's actually anything to be gained here. Is there another hero coming in? There is. It's a Void Spirit. And see ya.
Your middle tower
Every single one of them
is
chase.
under attack.
Not a single hero waited for the Remnant.
That was a really big blink reveal, though, from the Shaker. I mean, he just
Yeah, it
got
was
Brown
nice.
Boots blink.
Massive bump, but meanwhile in the melee, Ares and Mushroom coming forwards onto Corey here, but I don't think this is a kill, and it certainly is not. Meanwhile, Robin's just going to make sure. He just throws down the glimpse, sends him back.
This Disruptor really needs level 6. I mean, it's 12.5 minutes into the game. Nobody's given him a lane to get XP. This is kind of just wandering around, trying to get done, whatever he can. But yeah, there you go. So he finally gets off the stack that Crayon was taking, but it feels almost like it's a little bit too late for that first Static Storm to make a real big effort in the game.
We shall see. And it certainly would have been nice to see him with that engagement at bottom. Maybe could have made the turnaround, maybe at mid. Just now could have resulted in a kill of some kind, but,
Oh, missed. There's a Void Spirit in the area. You've got to be really careful.
Your top tower is under attack.
It does honestly just feel still like that they're going to hit a timing still on the dire side where they get this first Aegis and run at them, though, doesn't it? Now they have to sustain from the Wisp and the Necro. There's a blink on the Shaker here as well.
Crayon keeping his cool.
This is the problem with getting a blink so early on the Shaker, by the way.
Your
That he
bottom
doesn't.
tower is
Oh, he
under
does have
attack.
Earthshock maxed out actually, but because the Fisher's level 1, when he fishes and then blinks in to get the enchant totem off, there's not enough chain stun duration because Fisher's still only level 1.
Yeah. You do need the level 2 at the very least. I think he can get away with level 2 just about. Yeah.
I really like putting at least 2 points in Fisher on a roaming Shaker. I think early on especially, but when you get a blink this early, 114 is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen much from this Huskar so far. What's he holding on to?
Yeah, it feels they've been a little bit passive, haven't they?
They have.
But this is what I'm talking about, though. They have this timing where they can get the first Aegis and then go.
Yeah.
And try and ball down a lane. My problem is if they take a bad fight around the Roche pit and they don't get the Aegis, the game looks really difficult for them. Now, they are reliant on this timing.
Yeah, and that is the fear, of course, with the big team fight, the Chronosphere, the Winter's Curse, the Stampede, even the Kinetic Field and Static Storm combination. All these things are going to be a big, big problem for Mayo Chicken in these fights. So they're just kind of saying, well, screw it. We don't need to be aggressive. You know, we've got good heroes. We're just going to farm up, hit some timings, and see where we can go from there.
Something else worth pointing out as well is that Crayon's building a vessel on the Ember. So he's playing against the Necro, he's playing against the Huskar. When this vessel comes online, obviously he needs to get charges first. That's going to be the big problem for them. But when that vessel comes online, they might be able to make some really big like turnarounds in team fights that the Dire side might not be quite so wary of.
Indubitably.
Or Essence Ring for the Void Spirit.
That's the good stuff right there.
Oh, I think he... Did he give it to the Wisp?
Oh.
I think he did. Oh, I mean, Wisp Essence Ring is insanely good. So yeah. He's not even... Who's got the Essence Ring? Hello?
Send it back. Did he send it back? He was like, hey, oh, I was like, oh, I want that. And then he was like, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's on it. I was calling something now. I assume it's the ye old Essence. What? No.
There's no way when there's a Wisp on your team that anybody else takes an Essence Ring. Why would Wisp take a Faded Brooch as well, by the way? That literally makes no sense.
What is it? Is there any passive or something which... No? No.
I mean, the Int and the Mana region's okay for Huskar, and obviously the Active's okay on a Huskar, but Wisp is... That's literally his
max
job.
HP, so...
Okay.
Your top tower is under
That's nice.
Yeah. Does it actually heal though? If it increases max HP, does it actually heal?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Might not.
Your top tower is under attack.
Increase your current max and max health by 2. Okay, so it increases current... I'm not
It's
sure.
really
anyway.
good.
Anyway, this is one dead little Wyvern. See ya, little cheat.
And this is the kind of like timing we're talking about now. Coming into the mid game, they have 3 really strong cores. Does Overlom have a hood on the Necro? He's got pipe. It's not even just hood. So this group up potential now that the Dire side have is really strong. I think if they can get this aggressive vision down like they just have into the enemy side of the map, they need to try and play on the Radiant side that they can force them to like be really scared and try and start to out-farm them.
Talking about being real scared, Crayon has his head in the right place and gets himself out there, but could have been a messy situation should he have hesitated a little bit longer, but nonetheless, is alive. Very slow game, very methodical, but it does feel like Mayo Chicken are the ones in control now. They're playing into the ultimates, but they're not being as scared as they once were. They know they've hit these timings, they know they're stronger. Can Edgar David's fan club group up?
There's a curse.
Yeah, but they are going to get dewarded.
I think that's 2 wards in a row for the Radiant side that just fall completely.
Yeah, it's becoming very difficult to play the map now. And as we saw last game, you need the vision to play into players as the Faceless Void. These Chronospheres are not going to come by themselves. Oh, okay, they just going to throw down the Chrono onto the Void Spirit, and they're going to drop the ultimate from Mist as well, trying to bring him down. The Boyo comes in, but he's just thrown himself onto the fire as well. Looks like Mushroom's also going to fall here. A double kill for Crayon as they open up beautifully onto the Void Spirit. It wasn't enough. The IO wasn't enough. They thought it would be.
I don't know whether he misused the relocate there, because I'm pretty sure he should have been able to get the Void Spirit out, but I think he used the tether too early, so he ended up in the Static Storm, which is really unfortunate for him. And the biggest thing about those kills for the Radiant side is not only do they get the Void Spirit and the Wisp, they get more vessel charges on the Ember as well. Yeah. Corey manages to kill a bot tier 1 in the meantime as well, and that's a massive net worth swing towards the Radiant side.
Chilling. Twitch chat has confirmed for me, by the way, that the hold the phone right now as Overlom's being jumped upon. However, with the Ghost Ground, he's able to keep himself alive. And they're just going to throw down the ultimate, the Winter's Curse, to hold them back. They're trying to make this Roshan take as long as possible, but unfortunately, now that they've used the Winter's Curse over in the mid lane, Ares just has an even more free Roshan now. Where is his Chronosphere? What is it called now?
Oh, they know they're in there. Is Crayon going to make a play?
Uh-oh, 88 seconds. It doesn't look like it might happen. Yeah, maybe the Ember Spirit can try something crazy, but no, nothing's going to happen. The aim just goes away at Ares, and now EDFC need to get themselves out.
I like that by Yuma, though, on the shaker. Oh, he ran into the...
Oh, no, don't run into the light.
Oh, little cheat.
Crayon. Duking and jiving. Oh, eating some trees. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Ooh.
Oh, but Void's Courier was there for some reason.
I think he was trying to get an ultimate orb for the Manta, but couldn't quite make it to the shop, unfortunately.
Yeah, at least he didn't die with something on it though. He can now go to the enemy secret shop if he really, really wants to.
And this is the timing now with the first stages that the Dire have been looking for. They've got the pipe on the Necro. There's a Wisp behind them as well. What is going to stop them at this point? 40 seconds until Chrono. Curse isn't up either. They're relocating in. Oh, to take the...
Your top tower is under
The
attack.
value plays, but there's immediately TPs coming over. The bash! The bash! The bash! Oh,
Where's the...
oh, it doesn't matter. They get it anyway. It's cool. That's cool. They found it.
Where's the bash?
Didn't come because it didn't need it. It wasn't required. You know,
so smart.
bash cometh when bash eth needed, or something. Anyways, EDFC. Look, I'm feeling a little bit better about things now. I guess they've killed Knight. They lost to tier 2, but the enemy team is an Aegis, so you take your wins where you can find them. I think though.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful because the best thing about that Wisp kill is it delays their push a little bit longer, right?
Or does it? They're actually going deep now, but then Winter's Curse is going to come out and try and save Crayon, which it certainly will. The Orchid tick. Now they're looking at the turnaround. The Echo on the backline's going to lock him down. Is it enough damage? Yes, it is, with the Huskar going. No. Crayon jumping himself away. The Flames might be enough to kill him, but meanwhile on the front lines, Yuma has dropped. Now the Chronosphere comes down, landing onto 2. They're going to target down the Necro. The Necro's putting tanky, going to kill him before the Ghost Round's over. No, Ghost Round's going to come out, heal Overlom up, and now the Chronosphere, without achieving anything, will be put to waste. Meanwhile, the backlines are trying to play around Corey. Corey being healed up by the Wyvern. Wyvern left pretty much unchecked in this fight, and now they're like, well, maybe we should turn around and kill him. But Corey's going to come in with a stun. They're playing with each other beautifully here, the EDFC, but it looks like the Wyvern is going to keep on getting chased, but no, he's away. He's fine. They don't actually lose anybody here. They get a kill onto Yuma. All things considered, not that bad from EDFC.
Yeah, really well played. They have so much poke and prod, though. Like, Centaur has Blink, they have the Wyvern to keep people alive. The Sleight of Fist constantly coming through. Void can jump in and out. It's
Playing really hard to get.
the thing is, though, that they've used all their spells. That was as good as the fight's going to get for them, using all their spells, right? Now they've got to try and fight them when they don't have their spells. Might be a little bit more tricky. Let's see what the the Dire decide to do here, and if they want to try and force the issue, or if they want to go for some other tier 2s potentially instead. It always feels like when you get the first Aegis, it's really difficult to use it to go high ground.
They're jumping on the Void Spirit here, and I think there's a relocate coming in as well, but I think it got cancelled by somebody else. Yeah, I think the Centaur or the Ember cancelled it, and now they kill off Mushroom. Hello! EDFC finding a new lease of life in this game, but Corey might not be so lucky as the Reaper's side is going to take him out for the count. See you later. He's just going to spam out some voice emotes. I mean, he's got 66 seconds to do it with, so got to do something with that time.
Welcome to the Vibe Chamber, Corey. That's, never mind.
Vibe checks from the grave as the IO, which he killed, is nearly coming back to life, and he's still dead for another 50 seconds. Just necro things. Never feels good.
There is a Crystallis now on the Void Spirit, sorry, as well. So.
Wait, is that a full Bloodthorn? No, just Crystallis. Okay. Okay.
I wonder if he goes Bloodthorn or if he goes for something like a BKB first instead.
How expensive is the recipe?
It's a lot of gold, I think. It's like 1,000, right? That's the Orchid. What about the Bloodthorn?
Come on, Rob. There we go.
Yeah, 1,000. You've either got it or you haven't, no, man. That's what I'm saying. And Rob doesn't. I do. You know.
Just saying that is Robin Roll, Mr. Sir Robin Roll, observing for us, doing an excellent job. Though we may jest somewhat. Yeah, give us a smiley. Go on, draw us a smiley face.
We don't
Rob.
need to put that up. I mean, we've just
He's
shouted
too
him out.
professional to draw a smiley face. This man is just 100% professionalness. It's not.
Yeah, what about us?
Yeah, I know. We're letting the side down here, really.
Well, they're going to smoke up here on the Radiant side. This is really difficult, though. They don't have vision going in, and... What are they...
There's a Winter's Curse coming down there. Might have to commit the Chrono for this one if they really want it. The chains are going to be there. The bash comes in, and there's your Chrono coming down. And, well, 3 Remnants also forward. They're going to find... Well, no, they're not. Mushroom coming in, trying to help him. The Echo Slam comes through. Yuma, though, not kept alive. He's going to drop Mushroom as well, trying to get the DP away. Does get him out, but no. Glimpse comes through, says no. And the Crosscast in the middle of all of this. They're going to buy back on the Earthshaker, but I'm not sure he's going to be here in time. Ares is fighting up, though. He's doing such a good job of just fighting every single hero. And now, well, they've got a Wyvern caged along with Crayon. Oh no, what do? TP away is the play, but the Reaper side can cancel it out, and that is going to be a dead Ember Spirit. It was looking so good. It was looking so good for the EDF, but unfortunately, they're not the EDF. EDFC, that's completely different. they are not racist. We're just going to point that one out. But no. Robin able to make it back to the base at the very least, but unfortunately with 3 heroes dead. It did cost some buybacks on their chicken. You know, it's going to cost them a little bit in that no earth advantage, but they're looking to make that back by taking to the high ground right now.
That fight looked so good for them until they ran into the Huskar and they were like,
yes.
"Oh, we used all our spells."
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
They thought they could kill him, but yeah, sometimes you just can't
Oh, the
kill
Void's dead.
a what?
He just solo died to a Void Spirit.
Oh, some Void on Void action. That's not safe for work, and we don't get to see any of that in the bottom lane. But yeah, I mean, that's completely unexpected, to be honest. Don't know what the Void's doing out there.
He really wants to curse the Wisp here on the Wyvern, but Mushroom's doing a really good job at making sure he keeps his distance away from the Huskar.
Yeah, not keeping him range at all. And they're just able to smack down on this melee barracks. And smack they shall. Down it goes, the middle lane of melee barracks now belonging to Mayo Chicken. As Crayon finally respawns from that Reaper's Scythe death, they don't have their Void. He doesn't have a Chronosphere. I don't think there's much chance of fighting here. Clumsy now on Crayon, and they are not done. They might not have an Aegis, but they don't really care. They're going to keep on going. Oh. Quick pause from the Void Spirit. Okay, so it's from the side of Mayo Chicken. You know, this isn't the EDFC being like, all right, we need to discuss our defense strategy here.
No, it's the Dire side discussing their offensive strategy instead.
I see. Yes. Important. Oh, I have a replay here.
I mean, it looks so good. They managed to get... All of a sudden, the Wisp like tethers to the Shaker as well. I think Crayon got a little bit over-excited there, and dropping 3 spirits really hurt him towards the end of this fight.
Oh, yeah. He gets trapped in the Roche Pit,
Exactly. He ends up getting caught in the Roche Pit. 3 are dead, and they're like, oh, yes, look, let's run at the Huskar. There's only 2 of them alive. Shaker buys back, and they realise we don't have enough damage for the Huskar. He's got Halberd, Lotus Orb, and an Armlet. And now because Crayon doesn't have any spirits left, he's just in a really awkward position.
Yeah, blowing those spirits a little bit too early. We've all been there, but well, still paused. Not quite sure if what the problem is here, but I'm sure we'll sort it out shortly. What is the play now? All these Lotus Orbs coming out for the Purges, both on the Huskar and the Necrophos, is going to make it very, very difficult to actually bring down this Huskar and just stop him from sitting on the high ground. You know, you stun him, he's just going to get Lotus Orbed. You maybe a kinetic field static storm combo.
It's so difficult. This is the kind of similar way that the Radiant one is played from last game. With I can't remember what their team name was called, but you just put one person on the front like the Deucer did before, and then you have this supporting cast sitting behind. But the Radiant find it much more difficult to get onto the backline and try and bring these heroes down, like the Wisp, like the Necro in the supporting cast. And if you can't get to them, this Huskar is just impossible for you to deal with first.
And you have to respect the Echo Slam as well, which is going to be off cooldown soon as well. Ares is taking a decent amount of damage here, and they've got the chains, they've got the glimpse. The rest of the team, they're pretty far behind, but the IO is always able to jump in and save the day if it needs to. So still not much of a threat. That Chronosphere is available in about 3 seconds now, but there's just no fighting potential.
They need to try and like smoke round or something on the Radiant side and be able to get to the backline first. Because if they just go through the front line of the Huskar, they're going to get picked off really easily. So you need to try and give yourself an entrance to that backline to pick off that sneaky little Wisp, who has been playing really well most of this game, it has to be said. I wasn't convinced with Mushroom.
1 or 2 jumps in the fights, but
yeah, I thought in the open qualifiers, Mushroom had a few games where I was umming and ahhing a little bit, but overall this game he's been pretty solid. Oh, nice little Titan Slipper for the Huskar. A nice little bit of status resistance for him. That's lovely, isn't it?
Bounty.
He's almost got an AC finished as well. Wow. Really turning into a raid boss.
Yeah. AC a great pick up this game. Now they've got him isolated a little bit here, but again, the Lotus Orb is going to come out, reflect a couple of these spells.
Relocate used early though.
Doing things. Now this is the prediction relocate. You ready for this? This is going to be so sick. He's going to TP someone.
Oh my god, Mister's got 2 shot.
God, that was so much damage. Now Stampede being used as the IO gets TP back in by his own spells, and Alpha Mage, he's become a tree.
Look at this Shaker though.
Jump forwards, little cheat. Yeah, and he's trying to run himself away, but it looks like the second spot. But really good Chrono, yeah, holding 2 of them on the front lines here. They're able to chain their spells again, triple ram them forward. They're really trying to bring down this Huskar, but they just can't do it. They're just too tanky. The Winter's Curse even coming out onto the IO, but with Corey and Lil Cheat dead, not much more they can do. The Huskar will survive, their spells are gone, and that might have been the last chance for EDFC. That might have been it. Corey trying to make something happen here, trying to play around, but unfortunately he's getting burnt up, burnt alive. 7 stacks of burning spears on him. When that Cape runs out, it's going to start to really, really hurt, but he is a tanky old horse at the very least. Is that Edgar Davids we can see in between the tier 4s there?
It is, yeah. That's him, the man himself.
Looking probably how EDFC members are looking right now, trying to bring down this Huskar.
And it's so difficult for them though, right? Like, they drop the Chrono and the Static Storm, but they focus the Huskar instead of the Shaker first.
Yeah, and they didn't get the IO in it, which just meant he could just keep the Huskar alive as long as they needed. Doing such a good job, Mushroom.
They managed to kill Noob though.
Okay.
Look at
Crayon and Mist, play him on the side.
Crayon's just getting onto the backlines. This is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's really plaguing the IO here, trying to bring him out, and even the Faceless Void trying to join in as well. But Mushroom is able to relink up with his team here, form a bit of a front line. Meanwhile, the jump over towards the Wyvern. Wyvern will have that Stinter's Curse available. He's going to put himself into a coma. Meanwhile, the jump to the sidelines, trying to bring down Mushroom. Can they do it in time? No, they cannot. Everything being thrown out from Mushroom to keep himself alive. He'll kill the IO. And, well, Yasai stays alive as they turn around. They might have him inside the kinetic field, inside the Static Storm, but with the Sucker Scarf coming down on the back line, the Manta, but no, it's not enough. Down goes the Faceless Void, dead 66. He does, but with no Chrono Spear, it's kind of difficult. Meanwhile, Mushroom, he's staying with Ares right now as well. They're going to do a Dance of Death in the air as actually the Huskar gets glimpsed, but Crayon getting Reaper's side. A nice two-man stun from Corey's going to allow them to open up onto Yuma, but Ares just sitting on top of them right now, eating Corey alive. Corey taking too much damage, being set on fire. There's nothing to stop Ares just sitting on the front lines now, doing his thing with 3 heroes dead. Ares now going to get started on the tier 4s. Io's making his way over. That earlier buyback coming on over.
Your bottom tower
Should keep him alive.
I mean, they have Chrono up in 15 seconds, but you know, does it do enough?
Not sure. Not sure, mate. Hugh Glimpse. Gonna bring Ares into a bit of an awkward position here. And the Bashers, maybe there from the Void, but oh my goodness, he's just turning around, force a Time Walk back into the base. But still, I mean, there's heroes coming back. They've got their Wyvern back.
Noob's back, though, on the Void Spirit now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, this might be it. Tier 4's falling. They really want to wait for their Centaur, for their Ember Spirit, but I don't think they've got the chance to. Void is trying to come on the front lines here. And comes up with his curse. Oh no, it doesn't catch the Void Spirit though. Void Spirit's going to jump down, kill off Lil Chi, and that's it.
They use the Storm at the same time as the curse.
Yeah, it's not a good combo. You'll be amazed to hear. Go on, Lil Void faces Void.
Oh, no. The Centaur's up. Here we go. Here
All
comes
right.
the return.
Woo! Corey jumping forwards. How's it going, boys? But yeah, unfortunately, your Ancient's dead.
They just didn't have a way of dealing with the Huskar all game. I mean, you've seen the difference between the 10th picks in both games we've had so far, though. I mean, we had that Deucer before that although it felt okay, you know, they gave them a good win condition. This last pick Huskar, this game felt on a completely different level. You know, they understood how to play with the hero. They had the supporting cast already in the Necro and the Wisp. It felt like a really easy Huskar game.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward, you know, and you just see him when you have that Huskar sitting on the high ground, attacking your buildings, and you throw down the Chrono Spear, you throw down the Kinetic Field and Static Storm combo, you throw down pretty much everything you've got, and it's still not enough to kill him because you've got the IO just hanging out behind him as well. The Necro even thrown in a little bit as well. You know, Lotus Orbs, so many Lotus Orbs. He's got one. I think the Necro had one as well. So yeah, really impossible task to kill off this. And that was. Did they have a Spirit Vessel? I think they did.
On the Ember, they had one.
Yeah, but with all the Lotus Orbs, it just didn't make a difference.
You saw towards the end of the game that they realised they had to get onto the backline and kill this Wisp, you know, first. But while they were going on the Wisp and trying to kill everybody else, Huskar was still just doing whatever he wanted the whole fight. Like, I don't think they had any halberds on the Radiant side either. I'm pretty sure Corey didn't have one, which I think he probably needed to get one. I think he went Pipe instead. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think if he goes halberd, they can at least try and delay the Huskar a little bit more, but even then, they still don't have the damage. I feel like the Huskar ban probably should have been something that came out from them. You know, I mean, we talked about it, and we don't know anything. So they should have probably seen it coming as well. But to be fair to EDFC, they played relatively okay for most of this game. They had some really good team fights. Like, they made some good rotations around the map, but it felt like some of their spell usages and some of the fights was just not on top, and Little Cheat had a really rough game, I think, on the Wyvern. Like, he was trying to make openings with the curse all the time, but the Dire Cycle were always really well spaced out, so it was really difficult to get these like good curses off in the mid to late game.
I mean, this was a fight I really liked from EDFC. You know, this showed that they are a team capable of playing quite a complex fight. Yeah, exactly.
The Ghost
you don't get
Shroud.
anything with the Chrono. But, you know, this was a fight into an Aegis, which they managed to just kind of play around. Nobody died on their team here.
But
which
again,
you'll be surprised
like,
watching the fight.
Look at the Huskar, though. Like, he's left completely untouched, right? Like, if you're not killing the Huskar in the fight, then how do you win the fight?
Yeah. This one, not quite so good.
I think this is the fight. If they win this, they can completely turn the game around. But
look, 3 remnants used on nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Crayon's got to be kicking himself about that one.
And as the game went on, they recognised what their win conditions were and how they needed to play the fights. But by that time, the Huskar was just too strong for them to deal with.
Yeah.
And so,
At this point here, it's like, we got him, we got him, we got him, we got him, we got. Oh no! Oh god, we don't have him.
But this is what I was saying in the draft. It's easier for the Dire to play their game. It's so clear how they can win, going from A to B, right? Whereas if the Radiant side want to win, they have to do it without making any mistakes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that just didn't happen this game. You know, they made one too many, probably one, and then that was it.
Yeah, pretty brutal, pretty brutal. And, you know, that's when these best of ones really start to sting. These 5th pick Huskars, you know, sometimes you just don't see them. You got to be prepared. You got to be ready.
Yeah,
And, and Cadaver's fan club just weren't.
Yeah, Corey did go pipe as well instead of Halberd. I looked at her just at the end, but I honestly don't know if it makes a difference. But yeah, best of ones drafting, it comes into it. But, you know, coming into this group stage, I think they were probably the team that most people thought we could probably have a go at them. You know, we're gonna feeling pretty horrible. On player of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, if you guys want to have your say on who you thought played the best in this series, then please do let us know over on Twitter. You can jump across, and your selections are Noob, Mushroom, and Percy.
Okay, let us know what you think.
Yeah, we're gonna say anything. We don't want to slant anything with our biases. We want to let you guys decide. So head over to Twitter and throw your votes down for that one on the ESL UK channel. All right, well, Mayo Chicken taking the 1-0 victory over the Edgar Devons fan club. It sucks, but you do have to say, don't let Huskar through, teams. You know, if anybody's watching this right now, you got to have literally write a checklist. Huskar, Meepo.
Can we deal with these
Probably
heroes?
even Storm Spirit. Yeah, exactly. Like, can we deal with these heroes? But you know what? Who would you most like to talk to from the enemy team? From the winning team, sorry.
From the winning team. Oh, let's go with Overlom.
Ah, close but no cigar. We've got Mushroom here to talk to us, the very, very good IO players. Hello, Mushroom. Firstly, congratulations on that win. How are you guys feeling?
We're feeling good. It was a nice win. We did, you know, a lot of preparation for it, so it went well. I mean, I say a lot, but we did a lot of drafting preparation, and we got what we wanted. So
coming into the series, then it was Huskar something that you thought about from the beginning of the draft. So when you're picking this like Wisp hero early on, is the Huskar already something that you're thinking about?
I think when you're picking Wisp, you're always thinking of like Huskar, Slark, Lifestealer, something like that. And Huskar was kind of just the best pick at the time. We weren't thinking of it from the start. It was kind of a last pick. You know, do we want to pick this? Yeah, it's really good. Actually, let's just go with it. We hadn't decided if it was mid or safe lane when we actually picked it, so it was kind of just a last minute thing that we saw.
And is IO one of your favorite heroes? Because I saw that being first pick, not something we see a ton of recently, especially not paired with anything else. But is this just a comfort zone hero for you?
Yeah, I play. It's one of my heroes that I like to play a lot. I think our whole team's got a pretty big hero pool, so it doesn't really matter what's banned. We've always got something we're going to be comfortable on. IO just happens to be one of the ones that you can first pick, so it's quite nice.
So you've just
but if
Nomad's done you in there because people are going to start banning IO now, and then just...
Well, we've got lots of other ones that we play, but it's just IO's a nice first pick hero. It's a solid first pick that's not really counterable.
So,
but if you pick like Treant, you can just get like Batrider, Beastmaster, and then you're just not having a fun lane.
Yeah. So my question for you is, coming into this tournament, obviously you guys did really well in the open qualifiers, right? You came through pretty unscathed. You managed to knock Sparkling Water down at a best of one in the first open qualifier, which must have felt pretty good at the time. So coming into this, like the group stage now, how do you feel about it overall? Like, what are you aiming for? Are you aiming to, finish top, or is there something that you feel like you'd be happy with?
I think we should win. I think we've got the best chance of winning. I think our only other competitor is obviously Sparkling Water, but other than that, we're not really worried about any other teams.
Oh, see, I love how Mushroom and T are both so confident in their interviews at the end of the games. That's
yeah, I'm counting down the weeks for you guys to be facing each other. So did you guys scrim practice as 5 at all before this game, other than the open qualifiers?
Not really as 5, but we're all friends, so we've played like stacks before just as fun, but not really as 5. Kind of like some of us will be 2, like some of us will be 3 stack, but not really as 5 scrims. But we've been friends for a little bit, so we have played with each other before.
All right, and finally, obviously your opposing team had the Edgar Davis fan club. Any words to that team after your victory?
Not really. No, we kind of knew what they wanted. I mean, so we just kind of played around that. We knew Overlom is quite good at knowing a lot of people in the UK scene, so he just tells us, oh, they like to ward here, they like to play these heroes. Don't ban this hero, they can't play it. Because we were looking right at the very end, and we were like, oh, if they pick Naga or Ricky, like we're kind of screwed here. And Overlom was like, nah, don't worry, none of them play Naga or Ricky. So we're kind of happy with what we.
Sounded pretty well prepped.
With what Overlom knows.
Yeah. I love the dynamic coming forward between these Mushroom and Tika. Very opposing teams. Looking forward to your matchup, of course. Mushroom, congratulations. I'm sure you're feeling great, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, that is going to mean Mayo Chicken taking the victory over EDFC, which balances the group stages. I think no big surprises coming up so far.
Yeah, I think probably. We would have expected both those teams to win so far, but I thought the losing teams on both sides still put up decent performances. I think that shows the level of the gaming that we're at now, that both teams still understand how to win games, even if they're behind, and they give themselves a chance. So
yeah,
nice
absolutely. And with both the games so far having kind of a 10th pick, which was kind of let through, hopefully people tighten up on their draft and we stop seeing so much of that happening. But next up, we have Team Sneed versus the Cheeky Chums, which is fabled to be the closest series of the day.
I definitely think so, and there's a little bit of drama with this. I'm excited. These guys played against each other in the upper bracket to see who would qualify from the first qualifier, and Team Sneed won game 1, and then they had to use a stand-in for game 2 and 3, and they lost both of them. So they were really close to qualifying, and they just fell behind. And Team Sneed ended up being the last team to qualify from the second qualifier, so they almost didn't make it. So, they went from being really close to winning right at the start to then having to play all the way through the open qualifiers again. So let's see if they've learned their lesson.
Alrighty, Team Sneed versus the Cheeky Chums is going to be coming up after the short break here at the ESL Premiership.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Poetics, bring the drums in.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Mo Farah as we're getting back into the final game of the day, and this one is going to be the closest one in theory. Of course, can't call anything definitely.
Maybe.
But should be. Team Sneed versus the Cheeky Chums going to be battling it out in this matchup here. And yeah, I mean, these two teams are both kind of pretty evenly matched when it comes to skill, both pretty evenly matched on where they seeded. What did you call these guys? The middle two teams, or maybe the fourth and fifth? I'd think.
I would personally put Team Sneed as like a fourth, fifth team, and then Cheeky Chums would be like maybe a third, fourth team. So they are very close to each other. I think this game individually will probably decide a lot about how it carries on afterwards. Because I think the first game especially is a lot of momentum, right? Where you can. If you win your first game, you really start to feel positive moving forward. Losing your first game gets a little bit harder. You know, you maybe start to doubt yourself a little bit. Maybe there's some conflict within the teams. We won't know. But
yeah,
I think this one's big, honestly.
Yeah, and you only have 5 games, you know, and if you see these two big teams like Sparkling Water and Mayo Chicken. Yeah, like, you know, these guys just dumpstering, well, not dumpstering, but doing very well in both of their games today, then you have to be watching and you have to be trembling and you're going, you know 2 more of our games are going to be against these guys. You know, if we want to stand a chance of taking that 3rd spot, then we really need to win this game right now.
I mean, you come into the group, though, thinking that you want to do as well as you can, though, right? So if you want to finish top of the group, if you're either of these teams, this is the game that you're thinking, we need to be winning this then,
yeah,
if we want to stand a chance.
Absolutely.
So,
all right. Let's look into the teams themselves. Firstly, we've got Team Sneed, of course, and you know, these guys are made up of Rab8, who we saw quite a lot of last season, as well as DNC and Icky. So a lot of returning faces from the skirmish. And then the new guys, we've got IronX4C and Amos.
So this stack's really interesting. The guys that I play with a lot usually lost to these in both qualifiers in the lower bracket, so they're feeling pretty bad. But like we played against these guys so many times and they always beat us. We couldn't beat them. They were just on a another level above us. Amos plays some really weird 5 heroes. He's played position 5 Beastmaster. He's played position 5 OD, which they ran a safe lane Bloodseeker with. So you had the Astral into the Blood Right. It was so funky. And they have some, like, they're really confident when they pick Tinker. They're really confident picking Storm as well. So they have their bubble that they're really happy with. And obviously your fan favorite Icky as well from the skirmish. They have a really, you know, a fun team. So it'd be interesting to see how they do coming up against these big teams again now. Because, like we said, they were very close to going through originally, and then they kind of had to fight their way through all the way through 2 qualifiers and getting to that lower bracket. They were the last team to qualify. So let's see if they can try to turn that momentum around and now try and beat the big teams again.
Absolutely, yeah, got a lot to prove themselves here, but we think they can do it. Meanwhile, on the other side, we got the cheeky chums, and these guys are going to be Opus 22, MTD, Nova, Nukumati, and Tree. The one man we recognize, Tree, the one jumping over, the one man I recognize jumping over from the skirmish.
So yeah, Tree. I mean, I met Tree, and in Manchester, I think you met him as well.
Yeah.
And he was a really nice guy. I'm glad he's made it this far as well. They looked really good in the Open qualifiers when they played. You know, they went all the way through the Open qualifiers to win in the first set. They played really well. They didn't have any majorly strong teams to come up against though. So although they beat like Team Sneed in the Open qualifiers and stuff, they didn't have to come up against like a Mayo Chicken or a Sparkling Water or some, you know, one of the really top ones that we thought about before. So be interesting to see how they do in the group in comparison to, you know, like those two top teams that we've talked about. Opus 22 is a UK player that has been around a high level in the pub scene for a long time. You know, I think he's sitting about rank 800 to 1,000 or so at the moment, is what I think. And MTD as well is a Finnish mid player that one of my friends knows pretty well, who's also Finnish, and he said, you know, this guy's really good. So I'm hoping to see big things from here today.
Absolutely. All right. Well, those are our two teams matching up against each other. So let's think about the meta picks. You know, you mentioned about the Storm, you mentioned about the Tinker, and of course the weird 5 stuff, which you can't really draft around very easily. But I think probably, I don't know, I mean, the Slido was actually completely ignored in the first series, which is interesting. But what about the Snapfire, which we didn't see last game? Maybe we see that coming through for one of these teams again, because that hero does seem kind of like a great all-rounder right now.
The hero's still really good. I just think that it's the damage output that you're lacking a little bit of that you had last patch as well. So be interesting to see if teams still value it as highly as they did before. But I think that Cookie is still a really good skill, especially to initiate with. And then the damage output you offer yourself too is really strong. For the cheeky chum side, I think this mid-win ranger is something that they picked a lot in the Open qualifiers and that they're very comfortable with. It's MTD's best hero. He seems really strong on it, and I'd be very surprised if it wasn't banned in the first phase, that it wasn't just picked straight away, because it's something that they relied on really well. The thing is, though, Sneed know this because they lost to it in the Open qualifiers. It was a best of 3 as well. I think it got let through twice. I think they lost both games against it, I'm pretty sure. So it'll be interesting to see if they value it that highly in the drafting order, whether they ban it straight away here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're looking for some really, really watertight drafts here. You know, we don't want to see any of these naughty heroes making their way through the draft and upsetting things with any of these, you know, 10th pick Huskar, 10th pick Storm. It's going to be really important to see who is getting that 10th pick. And from there on out, I think that's going to be a big focus of the drafts.
I thought, again, another thing is that Icky played, when he played in Skirmish, I thought he was playing really well. I thought he was like a really good level. When I watched him in the Open qualifiers for this, though, I felt like he'd almost dropped down a little bit. Not massively, like a massive amount, but just a little bit. I wasn't having the same impact from him that I was feeling before when he was playing in Skirmish. So I'd like to see him try and pick it up a little bit again and, you know, play at the same level that he was when we cast him before. Yeah.
You know what? Nah, he's a man who plays up for the screen, I'm sure of it. You know, now that he knows there's people watching, he's got a bit more of an audience. He is going to be laying the smack down. I'm sure he's going to wake up, and plus he knows I'm casting him as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That you know, that special bond. He's gonna perform. Trust me. But I think it's important though for teams to make sure that when you are playing with one of these floor positions, because there's space creating floor positions, and then there's floor positions which kind of like to be a bit more greedy, but then will do something with that greed in the kind of later stages. I think it's really important for the captain to draft around that. It's really important for the captains to understand their teams and make them work to their strengths rather than pushing someone who perhaps likes to be more greedy into a more space creating role, which they're not going to flourish in.
Yeah, and I think DNC as a position 3 can do that. You know, we've seen him play things like the Abaddon before, so it'll be interesting to see if he does play that more, you know, active hero that can try and make. I mean, we've seen him play Axe before as well.
Played loads of Axe, didn't we? Yeah.
So that might be again something that can like make space on the map and allow Icky to, you know, gain that space that DNC has given to him. But in terms of the rest of the team, I think their 2 cores are both relatively greedy, I want to say, especially their mid player with this Tinker Storm kind of like hero lineup. So it'll be interesting to see whether they give that same level of greed to him. I'm interested to see what kind of 5 hero they pick with all the dodgy ones they've done in the past. They have picked things like Bane and standard things as well, and what the position 1 wants to play. They're really big Bloodseeker fans, and I can't remember what the other 1 heroes they picked against us before were, but I think that the one that they can abuse the most is this mid lane, though. I think MTD is a really strong player from what I've seen, and I think they need to make the most of that mid lane matchup to try and push on here, Cheeky Chums.
All right, there has been a Dota update, hence why there's a little bit of delay in getting into the draft. I know, they always do this, don't they? Don't they know that the ESL Premiership's been going on? I hope there's not a patch, but might be.
Shall I go to the printer and try and
just print off the patch notes
and we'll
for
just
us?
start reading them
like,
up on
yeah,
stream.
don't worry, guys, we got there. Just them drafting it. No, don't ban that. It's been nerfed. You're fine.
I was really worried in the skirmish final. After if it went to like Game 5 or something, there would have been an update before Game 5 because it was that massive patch.
It was,
but it ended up being dropped on the Monday instead of the Sunday, which it could have been an absolute disaster. It would have been absolutely hilarious.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it didn't happen in the end anyway.
Shame. Would have liked to see people adjusting at last minute to patch mid-series. That would have been the dream, really, wouldn't it?
I mean that's happened in other things before, like little amateur leagues and stuff online. Where people are like they're about to play a game, and you're like, oh, this is awful. We don't even know what we're doing anymore. But if both teams don't know what they're doing, it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, fine. True. I mean, it might be a good way to plug some viewers, first competitive game on the new hero or something like that, and it just ends up being. But looks like we are patched up, we are ready to go. No big updates coming. Oh, we have a flag.
This is sneak. This is what I was trying to find a picture of it before, and I couldn't find it.
Horrifying.
This is their thing.
That is the stuff of nightmares. I'm not sure I can concentrate through this draft with that monstrosity staring at me. I mean, there's eyes, there's vacuous, there's no soul there. Alright. Anyway, so starting with Snapfire ban, no big surprise. Get that guy out of there, Void Spirit as well, being thrown to the dogs, so no new heroes coming out for this first banning phase.
Yeah, I think that's not too much of a... Did it get first banned last time, Snapfire?
It must have done, right?
I can't think of why they wouldn't have picked it if it wasn't available.
Yeah, hero's too good.
So for both teams, though, I think coming into this, again, the win range is the one I'm looking for. Do they want to take it out? And they actually banned the OD, which is really interesting because obviously Sneak could play it as this position 5. So Cheeky Chum's obviously respecting it a lot.
Yeah, it does so. Like, it becomes that flex pick, doesn't it? You don't want to be first phased OD and then be like, oh crap, and now we've accidentally let OD become a good pick as a mid laner, and then all of a sudden your whole draft falls apart because of this thing, which can be played as a 5 or a 2. I can totally see that being an awful situation.
Especially if you didn't know it could be played as a 5, that would be even worse.
Oh yeah, true, absolutely, yeah.
Which is what I did against them before. That was awful.
We've counted this OD so hard, and then
they banned the Bloodseeker as well. I think that's a really good choice. It's something that Sneed use really well, and it's one of these heroes that does really well against Wind Ranger.
So, Cheeky Chums, if they want to first 2 their Wind, they absolutely can do that. Unless
Icky takes it here for himself. The other thing is, the other heroes they kind of like. The Doom for DNC, or the Abaddon, or the Axe, and then Slardos did it. It was the first time we get to see the fish today.
Yeah, we finally see him, but no big surprise either way. Shout out to Nukamati for promoting Christianity. Nukamati.Jesus. I love some of these tags.
Child of God, nice.
Keep them coming, guys. I want to see if you guys who have played your games and are watching the stream now, give us some interesting tags next time around.
As long as it's not offensive, then it's fine.
Oh, of course.
Remaining.
If it's offensive, we'll have to like blur you out.
We will.
So,
we'll ban you. You're out of here.
So they pick the Lich up against the Slider, which is obviously really nice. You know you're going to be playing against this physical damage. So you pick up that hero with the Frost Shield just to try and negate some of that. This is one of my pet hates, when teams have 2 picks in a row and they pick one hero straight away, and then in the second pick they start eating into their reserve time. And I'm like, you could have an extra 30 seconds thinking time that you've just not used.
Yeah. We want Lich bang.
Very frustrating.
Agreed. I do like Lich into Slardar though, because whilst Frost Shield, I believe it doesn't purge the Corrosive Haze, but it does just give you that extra tankiness you need to survive him and slow him down a bit also. It's pretty tasty.
I just want to know what they pick with this here. Because you have to assume it's going to be a Slardar position 3, right? It's one of DNC's favourite heroes. He likes playing with it. I mean, Icky could play it as a 4, I guess. I mean, Amos probably plays it as a 5, and there's probably every hero he plays as a 5, but they go for the Centaur instead. Okay, I don't mind this. It's not something I, am massively a fan of, but it's okay.
A lot of runaway ability on the side of Cheeky Chums. Got a Frost Shield, they've got Centaur.
They have a decently strong laning stage so far as well. I just think this Centaur's really easy to punish when you pick it this early in the laning stage.
Yeah.
It's it's very one-dimensional with what it does as well, right? Like you have a blink, you have a stun. Well, I assume he builds blink, but you go blink, stun, and then you have a disengage as well with the stampede if you need it. It's okay in lane, but you know it's going to be a 3 every single time when it's picked up this early.
Yeah, yeah.
Not sure how I feel about the Oracle pick though. I mean, it's a really good save for them. And that's far too standard of a position 5 hero for me, for this team. But
yeah, I'm disappointed. You know, you got me excited and you didn't deliver. But
I've heard that before. So they banned the Slark instantly, which is interesting. Not wanting to play against the Lich Slark combo, which was famous for so long.
10 seconds
God, that was awful.
It was horrible to lane against.
Still is. Still is. Yeah, it's got that potency. But yeah, I'll throw that one out the window. Also good for dispelling all of Sladar's nonsense.
Yeah, the good thing about the Oracle though is that you can purge off the Centaur's retaliate stacks in lane. So when he uses the active and you charge, I can't remember what the Q, Fortune's End is it? The Q on Oracle?
Yep.
Fortune's
Yeah,
End. So
that's the root.
So you charge the root up, use it on the Centaur, and it takes off all his stacks immediately. So he can't use them offensively, which is really nice. So if you pick a hero here that bullies the Centaur well in the laning stage, you don't really need the support to zone out the Centaur because you cancel all offensive threat he has.
Yeah. You can feel free to just chase him around while he's pulling the creeps and right-click him all you like. Not like that IO last game who was like, oh, I don't want to give him the charges. Oracle don't care. He's going to throw him down. No problems.
I also find it interesting that both teams have left their position 4 until the second phase, because position 4 is usually one of those roles that we see picked up like straight away as something that they're really comfortable playing with, like the position 4s, right? Like Icky's first picked Rubik before in the past, so it'd be cool to see what they do here in the second phase.
Yeah, being hidden a bit.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them possibly pick a safe lane here as well, but I think it's most likely going to be their 4 on Cheeky Chums. They need something to play with the center. I mean, Rubik's still okay for Cheeky Chums as well. But I'm trying to think of other... You want something that they can catch the Oracle out of position with, right? So, oh, they do go for their carry. Okay. Interesting.
Gyro as well. I mean, we talked about this when we had Nio earlier on, that Gyro's just not that good a hero right now, but I can kind of see it working with the heroes they've got. It's always nice when you're playing against Oracle to have a mixture of damage just to kind of circumvent the Fate's Edict and all this nonsense.
Yeah, I don't mind the Gyrocopter. I just think when you have the disarm on the Oracle as well, it makes your life a little bit harder.
True.
But then you do have really good burst damage now. On the Cheeky Chum side, right? Like you can blow somebody up. And you have a really strong lane now with the Lich and Gyro. I'm just not sold on Gyrocopter as a hero overall.
Yeah, no, agreed. Without the IO, it always feels a little bit underwhelming. It doesn't flash farm, really. Flat Cannon's too long a cooldown for that. And there's so many traps as well with Gyro. You know, I feel like you can get suckered into building an early BKB and then just feeling like you've got no damage, or you can end up going for the Ags and then, you know, not really follow up enough afterwards. You know, Maelstrom Ags just feels so slow now.
But that's the thing. If you do that, though, you need some mid-hero that gives you a win condition, right? Like that, because Gyro isn't your win condition hero if you rush a BKB most of the time. You're reliant on your mid laner to be something that scales a little bit better or wins you the game effectively. And then if you have Gyro 1 with a Centaur 3 and your Gyro is your win condition, it just feels like you hit this wall in the mid game where you're really strong, but then afterwards you're always just falling away further and further. Like I'm interested to see how they use this Gyro with the rest of their draft. But it could be mid Gyro still as well. We have to say.
Yeah. I can kind of see a Shadow Fiend coming out for Cheeky Chums if they want to go in that direction. But against Puck, it's all right. If the Puck is mid.
I think the Puck's more likely to be Icky's hero.
Okay.
But it could be mid still.
They probably don't know yet either.
I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Icky's hero. I think he said, look, I'm comfortable on this. We have a strong lane with the Slardar and the Puck as well. Let's just, run it together. We still have that flex if we want to put it mid. But, Icky's probably saying, I feel okay on this.
Yeah.
One of his most picked past 4 heroes, I think. So what do they want to match here with on Cheeky Chums? So they're probably looking at picking their 4 hero now as well. I would honestly be looking at something like a Nyx. Even though the lane doesn't work necessarily well overall, I think it destroys the puck. It makes Oracle's game really hard as well, and it gives you that vision for these 2 aggressive cores early on in the Santa and the Gyro to try and make moves across the map. Because I think no matter what you pick here as your position forward to lane with the center, I don't think, whatever the Team Sneed pick, I think the center's going to have a rough lane anyway. But they go Wisp anyway, okay. So this is something I was thinking about when you talked about this Gyro IO. They have these 2 heroes in the Lich and the Centaur that set up well for the relocate already. So if they want to put that IO as the pos 4 with the Centaur in the laning stage, then it's still open for them. I feel like they're on such a timer still at the moment. But they are really strong as like a grouped up bunch at the moment on the Cheeky Chums side.
Yeah, I quite like this. And Team Sneed, they don't really have the option. I guess they could go Wyvern and put Puck mid. That could give them some sort of answer. But it didn't really look that good last game.
I mean, you have Coil, though, on the puck as well, remember, to keep people still. You just need heroes that can get their damage off now.
What about Beastmaster?
No, they need some, like, core heroes, though, right? Like, I was going to say Lifesteal, but I didn't even think it felt that good.
Yeah, it's like the classic play it into Centaur in lane and play it into Gyro in the mid game. A hero which can kind of get on top of the Centaur, on top of the Gyrocopter is quite nice, and obviously the Rage is going to, you know, dissipate a lot of his effectiveness, but at the same time, it does feel a bit toothless right now from Sneed. That's my worry, but they've still got this last pick to come.
10 seconds.
I think if you're playing this Lifesteal, it's with a Slardar, right? So you have that physical damage, but I think if you're doing this Lifesteal, it's really good in a Gyro, you know, like a 1v1 scenario, if you build this like hardcore right-click damage. If he goes for something like a Maelstrom, I'm not sold. I think if he goes for something like an Armlet Deso, I think this Lifestealer looks a lot stronger when the teams like run at each other in an engagement. Because none of these heroes on the Cheeky Chum side have, you know, massive amounts of armor to work with. So if you can get that Corrosive Haze on somebody, this Lifestealer can get his damage off. I think it looks like an okay hero, but I'm just not sold on it still.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, I don't think I hate it quite as much as you, but yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. Anyway, the Storm Spirit banned out from the Cheeky Chums. I like the way they're covering their bases here, getting rid of the Huskar, getting rid of the Storm. The only thing left is a Meepo, which doesn't really look that good into their lineup anyways.
Yeah, it's a good Storm game as well. It would have been for Sneed.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, not much lockdown on the side of Cheeky Chums, but you always got to look towards other things. Ember Spirit has been banned out. The Void Spirit's been banned out as well. So, yeah, other things which kind of abuse lack of lockdown are kind of gone. So I think they're okay on Cheeky Chums.
I think it's a pretty good TA game for Sneed. Would be my go-to.
Yeah.
But so my problem, if I'm thinking about something like TA, I'm banning out like maybe a Viper, because Huskar's already banned out, so that's quite nice.
Yeah, pretty chill.
I just think, like, and the TA plays into this whole like for physical damage thing that they've got going as well, right? They can get the first Roche easily then as well.
Ban Morph.
I mean, to be fair, it's a decent Morph game.
Yeah.
Like you turn into the Lifesteal, you get the free Rage.
Yeah.
I wonder what they go for. I think they need to be safe with their mid-pick here as well, though. You have to remember they don't have last pick overall.
Yeah, playing which covers a lot of
10
bases.
seconds remaining.
I mean, do they want to go back for something like a Tinker still? You know, it's their kind of go-to.
Tinker's always nice, and when you've banned out the Morphling, it definitely helps you play Tinker.
But Stampede's really good at allowing you to get on top of the Tinker, right, as well, so...
I'll go for the Shadow Fiend. Alright, okay. I'm chill with that.
I don't mind that too much. They needed a hero that gets a BKB at a relatively early time, something like a TA or an SF that allows them to fight early on.
Yeah, and it's still fitting with the anti-armor theme as well,
Yeah.
which they've gone for here, which works quite nicely well. I mean, Slardar plus Shadow Fiend is enough, and then Lifestealer getting the Deso a little bit later on as well
10
should
seconds
help out a
remaining.
lot.
I like their draft overall, though.
Yeah, it's chill. It's very
5
nice.
seconds remaining.
Covers all bases.
They have good lockdown, they have good catch with the coil and etc. and Slardar. They have good damage coming through from their cores.
Little bit weak maybe on the team fighting. You know, their only spell really to play around is a coil, but I think they kind of make up for that just in all-out damage, to be honest. So let's see. Cheeky Chums, 30 seconds left. What is the response? You got to pick yourself up a mid lane who's going to play into the Shadow Fiend. I mean, they themselves could look towards the TA perhaps, but it seems a bit awkward. They go for the Ursa.
Should they put in Gyro mid?
Gyro mid, I guess. I don't know, MTD's
No,
the
yeah,
mid
yeah.
player, right?
Ursa's going to be playing mid against the SF. I haven't seen this matchup before. I have no idea how it goes. Sounds really horrible for the SF at the start of the game, but he gets to level 3. He's going to go jungle eventually anyway.
Yeah. Oh, does it sound horrible? I'm sure he can just kite the Ursa. Like, the Ursa's not that fast.
Ursa's fast, and he's probably going to get an Orb of Venom at the start of the game as well.
Yeah.
And he's going to run at the
that
SF.
first hit off. I don't know. We'll see.
Ursa has like 315, 325 base movement speed, I think. He's really quick, but...
Blimey.
I don't,
Quick bear. Bears are fast, though.
The thing is that SF's going to go Razors at level 1, right, you assume? This is the new build. I say new, it's been around a little bit now. You hit them with the long race straight away, and then that makes the Ursa scared to ever come close to you, though, right? Because the triple raise damage that comes through, even at level 1, is really scary.
5 seconds
I think this
remaining.
SF should have a decent time. I think Cheeky Chums, if they don't have a good start to the game, I think they're really going to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, let's get into it then. Game number 1 between Cheeky Chums and Team Sneed. Of course, you only get one chance to play each other. That is it.
Wow. I mean, these guys have played against each other a few times now, so...
Well, I mean, in the group stage.
In the group stage, yeah.
Maybe a rematch in the playoffs might be on the cards.
I think Sneed will be really happy with their draft, though, considering the other games that they've played against them before. They should feel confident coming in. Like I said, when they had their full lineup, they did win the first game against Cheeky Chums. So, you know, even though they came through, you know, as the 6th team in the qualifiers, they should still be feeling relatively okay.
Yeah. It does look good. I'm just interested how this Ursa works out at mid. Is this some kind of hard counter which MTD knows about? If it is, then it could get awkward. But as you say, Shadow Fiend, he's always got the jungle to fall back on.
I mean, they could still put Opus 22 on the Gyro mid. We have to remember that.
Yeah.
You know, cores aren't necessarily destined for their one lane, but I think the Ursa pick...
sounds alright.
The Ursa pick is... Oh my god, he's level 25 on Wisp.
Whew.
This guy is a big Wisp fan.
Nukumati, #1 Wisp fan.
I think the Ursa pick, though, is less about the lane overall than it is about how they want the game to play out. Like, they have these 3 strong cores that all come online at a relatively similar time in the Ursa, the Gyro, and the Centaur. If they get early BKBs and just run at the Dire side, I think that has to be their game plan.
Prepare for
NCD is going mid on the Ursa.
Alrighty, let's see it. And of course, we got Mr. Robin Rolls on the Observer. Hi, Rob. How's it going?
It's 315 movement speed on the Ursa, by the way. I'm good at this stuff sometimes.
Well, 318 with its current items.
Those cheeky slippers.
Nice, yeah, nice little bit of agi. Slippers do not make you faster, though. I've tried running in slippers before, and they flop around, they fall off your feet, you trip up. It's not pleasant. Just like flip-flops.
How does Puck wear slippers? If you buy slippers of agility on Puck, how does he... What does he do?
It's pretty chill for him. He's flying. He doesn't need to worry.
But how does he put the slippers on, then?
He's got a little feet bag dangling there. Relax.
Ooh.
Well, Opus like, hey guys, how's it going?
30 seconds
There's
to
pings.
battle.
So they're going to put the Wisp, even though it's the POS 4, I imagine still, they're going to put the Wisp with the Gyro, which is to be expected. And then they've put the Lich with the Tree, the Lich with the Centaur in the top lane. I don't know where Tree came from. He has the Ring of Protection as well on the Centaur, which is obviously really nice up against the physical damage from the Life Stealer.
Yeah, it should help him out a lot.
I'm not sure what this Ring of Protection on Rab 8's about. I think you should probably just start with more gold and then like fly out an Orb of Venom as quickly as possible.
Begins.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought as well, but yeah, my man wants to be safe. Nothing, no such thing as too much protection.
So they are going to trade 2 for 2 on the Bounty Runes. Pretty standard. Nothing crazy. I'm really interested to see how this mid lane goes, though.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's going to happen here.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine if like Ursa gets a 2-minute haste rune or something, though? This game's going to go
Runs
bonkers.
him down.
Nice block, though, for this SF.
Yeah, MTD kind of let it go, and you can see he's kind of hanging back here, seeing if that raise is going to come out. And right now he does miss it, and now jumping forward, immediately trying to take advantage, going for the first point in Earthshock, which is what I expected.
Yeah, you just want to be able to secure the range creep on the first wave, particularly. Like, there's not really any kill threat at level 1 on the SF. You can bully him a little bit, but I would like to see him buy that Orb of Venom relatively early, though, to be able to try and run that SF down.
Yeah, if the situation arises, but so far we see the SF hitting level 1 significantly earlier than the Ursa, which definitely does make a difference to this lane. Just frees up the lane a little bit for the Shadow Fiend. Down the bottom, Icky, DNC, Opus, and Nukamati all just kind of changing hits here. And the range creep does actually go to Opus there, which is nicely done from him running forwards with the flat cannon and with the rocket barrage.
This is really nice for Sneed though. I mean, this lane's going to be pushing in towards them relatively quickly. There's 4 creeps coming their way already, so let's see what the IO decides to do. If they hang around in the lane or if they look to pull potentially. It looks like they are trying to hit their level 2 first though to possibly make a move.
Yeah, they're pretty tight with each other right now.
I think you really think you want to be pushing here, yeah, with your level 2 advantage, which they do.
Yeah, the rocket's going to take a while to come out onto DNC though, and he's going to get himself quite far away.
Icky has no orb.
Yeah, Icky's got to be careful here. He's backing himself up though. A little bit restrained there, I'd say, from the cheeky chums.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, gone a little bit harder on them.
The Whisper's going to go and pull now though as well. Did he? Oh, he managed to catch all those 2 creeps running back.
Wow.
That was really close.
Yeah, it's fortunate. Fortunate. So that's going to deny a little bit from Team Sneed here, which is going to make quite a big difference this equilibrium. And Ursa, oh, there it is. 2-minute haste room, baby, let's go. But no mana for an Earth Shock. So.
If the wave was under his own tower instead of the SF tower, he might make a play, but not gonna be, unfortunately.
Opus getting really, really low down here, and they're trying to chase him down. The orb's going to come forwards, but Opus will not be caught by that one. He is wise, but this looks like it's probably going to be a big creep. No, Sneed backing themselves out. Everything's chill.
They have no more regen, though, on the gyrocopter. They're very reliant on this Wisp being the one that's getting him healed up again. There is a headdress, so Gyro's going to heal really.
Fairy Fire's regen, you scrub.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry.
Go back to Dota school. Let's have a look at the top lane, though. We haven't really seen so much what's going on up here, but Amos versus Tree, just a very high-octane support fight in the jungle. Look at these guys go. Oh, my goodness. Just laying into each other. Good stuff. And then, of course, we've got the Lifestealer and the Centaur battling it out in the top lane.
I mean, this Lifestealer seems to be having a really good time. Like, the lane's coming in towards him already. And has seemed to have hit almost every single CS so far.
Okay, this is a pause of grace for Mr. Robin
Does he have a move on Ursa? Can we click him or not? Oh, we can. So he has a bottle already.
Yeah, so
doesn't even have a move, but yeah.
Is there a Fairy Fire on the Shadow Fiend?
Oh, and there's a cell. But there's 6 stacks on him. I think he's... I think he might be dead.
His muffin squashed a little bit here, yeah.
Robin Roll, yeah. Sweating that he almost missed the kill there. Didn't even realise. We didn't even realise.
Pause from heaven. Pause from on high. He said, you know what, Rob? Here you go, bud. Have this one for free. You know, I guess we can do it. You know, chat. He saw it. Oh, never mind. Okay, all right.
That's what they all say.
No, I believe him. I believe him.
That's what they all say.
Chatters, guys in Twitch chat, you know, let us know. Do you think this Shadow Fiend is going to survive? 1, if you think he will survive. 2, if you think he's going to die. If you press 1 and you get it right, then I'm sure you know, our sponsors Mercedes-Benz might be kind enough to give you a car. So,
if this SF lives here, I'll buy everybody in chat one of those dodgy chests that just came out. You know,
and also 3 if they both die as well.
I'm not buying anybody anything if they both die. This Ursa's a nutter, dude. He's going to run under the tower for the SF.
I think that's probably the most likely thing to happen somehow.
Yeah, he has 6 stacks on him on the SF. I think the Ursa should be fine. He has a Fairy Fire of his own as well. 84. Oh, here we go. I'm ready.
No, I think Shadow Fiend's fine. Fairy Fire. Yeah. South. Oh, he's surviving it. Oh, never mind. He's got the... And... Way. All right. I mean...
So that's, you have to remember, that's the right play for the Ursa, though, right? Oh, Amos Stowe's down in the top lane as well. But if the Ursa dies there, gets the kill on the SF, and then dies himself, he's not giving any XP away to the SF. And they'll get back to the lane again at relatively similar times. Yeah. So the Ursa's, you know, definitely the winner off of that. Especially when he's pushed the wave under the SF's tower.
Shout out to production. They're the ones who said, what about the third option for both time? Meanwhile, IO, he's going to get run down as well here. And now the Gyro all by himself, but not under much threat here. Though, I say that, they're not chilling, are they? Thithering Crush, right clicks. They got the orb, they got the kill. Down goes the Gyro as well. 2 kills in the bottom lane for Team Sneed as they are just buttering them up and chewing them down.
There's a lack of voice lines here for me when these kills are happening. I'm not a fan of this at all.
They're turning it around on Rab 8 right now, along with the return damage. Rab 8 has to be careful and uses that rage to get himself to safety.
Can we look at the Lifestealer's quick buy? What he's got queued up?
We can indeed.
Yeah, he has the armlet queued. I really like it. I think that has to be the play here this game. I'm glad it's not just me that thought it. You know, these guys are better than me, so...
He's on it, don't worry.
Oh, nice.
Oh. I thought I could have got that a second ago, but yeah, Lich is just like, nope. It's all about the psychological damage with that kind of thing as well. If they're patiently waiting for to absolutely secure the CS beyond any doubt, and you just come in and steal it, it's you feel bad.
I mean, all these core heroes having a decent time so far in the laning stage, though again, I mean, the Gyro is the one that's kind of falling behind, especially after that death. I think that's really hurt him down here. And this Slardar, when he gets more levels, you know, you get to put more points in Bash. The chase down potential on the Gyro is definitely going to be there. You've got to be really careful.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the IO is going to be enough to save him in that situation.
Oh, he gets an invis rune on the air. So I love that he's instantly just going to run at people.
Yeah.
Like, he wants this SF. He's going to hunt him. And he knows that if he's not on this side, he's probably going to be on the other side.
Yeah, a little bit of an old position for him to grab him there, so might just head back to the wave, yeah.
Oh, I really would have liked to have seen him just try and find the SF.
Problem is, the SF's just going to come and farm the wave next, and he can't just run under the tower.
But he's level 6 on the Ursa.
Maybe.
He has an oof. Get that goddamn demon. Oh, he has no points in Fury swipes, though. Okay, that makes it a little bit more difficult. He's got 3 points in Earthshock on the Ursa.
Yeah, there seems to be his way of controlling up the wave. It's a really interesting mid lane. I think he's played it very well so far. I mean, he's top of the CS chart, so got to be doing something right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DNC really... I mean, the problem with this lane down here for both of these cores is that they want their levels really, like, heavily on the Slardar and the Gyro, right? But the Puck and the Wisp have been so sold on making sure they stay in the lane all the time that they're also taking a lot of XP.
See ya, Amos. Going to turn around and try and make the aggressive play onto Nova, but that's not really going to get much done with MTD coming in. Rabate's on the run, trying to eat his way through the trees here. Successful in doing so for now. The ground pound does land, but Rabate is actually hidden in a very sneaky spot here. Might have even got himself into safety. He's keeping the chase going, but no phase boots. The bear is hungry, and Rabate cannot escape the wrath of the Ursa, or can he? Rage comes out, giving him the distance he needs, the speed, but he just keeps on chasing the bear. He doesn't stop, but he might have to stop. Does get a stylish kill on the exit there. And MTD, have they got enough to chase him here? Have they got anything? They don't. See you later, boys. The bear hit and run kill. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Nukamati does go down, and well, both the other heroes getting pretty low as well. But yeah, support trade as Icky and Nukamati trade kills.
No, I think that's fine for both of them, though. I mean, the best thing for that with the Slardar is that he gets solo XP as the core, even though his Puck dies.
Yeah.
So they've got that going for them. But oh wow, this net worth difference does not reflect the CS at all, does it?
It really does not. No. Ursa is an absolute terror. He's a hungry, hungry bear. And he doesn't want just honey. He wants blood with his honey. I'm not sure about this one. He's jumping straight forwards onto him with the overcharge. He's getting a lot of damage out onto Icky, but Icky's getting a ton of damage out before he goes down. He actually gets a kill on the old boy as well. Nukamati will not be able to finish it off, but in comes a Teddy Bear. Teddy Bear wants to feed, and he will be having fish for dinner, just like one of those bears catching salmon in the river as they jump up waterfalls.
That's some very nice knowledge there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that's what they do. I lived in Canada. I saw it myself.
Did you try and join them?
I was, in fact, joining them.
Were you in the river
with
them?
Biting the fish out of the air.
Were you riding the bears? That's quite impressive.
No, I was not. They would eat me. Nova, see right here. He's got himself a frost shield from his buddy. Tree's going to keep him alive and turn around and throw a couple of spells away of Amos as well. Amos is not done with Nova, but also won't kill him. So
yeah, he accidentally healed him twice on the Oracle, so he was just cancelling the healing out from before. That was all.
Got to make sure you patch up your mistakes as Oracle before anyone notices. That guy getting healed? No, he's fine.
I'd really like to see this Ursa try and run at the SF more. I mean, they have really defensive wards down on the Dire side to protect him, but there may be some kind of like a cheeky smoke or something, because I think the SF's the one that you really have to be worried about at the moment. The Lifestealer and the Slardar aren't massive threats still at this point in the game. DNC, you know, although he's been doing pretty well in this bot lane, hasn't really transitioned to net worth by the looks of it. I don't know whether he's buying more regen or something, but... Oh, Ocean's Heart.
Yeah, I believe that's one on each team now. Always nice item to just pick yourself up. Oh, no, so far we only see one.
I would have really liked to have seen the Radiant side especially try and stack this small camp early on, and then at the 7-minute mark, when the neutral items come, you just go and kill all the small creeps.
Ooh, here DNC taking a fall in the bottom lane once again. Spoke to no one there as they are not done actually. They're going to go on to Icky here, and Icky doesn't have the face shift but does have an orb, so that ultimate will be... They're relocating. Where are they going here? But MTD is actually able to run down Sneed. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Icky's actually giving them the hard jukes here. And the relocation shall be wasted. Meanwhile, top, they're going to find the kill onto Amos, and now they look to Rabbit. Well, actually, they don't. Nova is looking to cut him off, but that's not happening. Nukamati is really pissed off at this IO here, at this puck here, trying to finish the job, but Icky's out of there. See you later, boys.
Icky has a burn on the puck as well, which is interesting.
Fortunate that Opus is there to save the day.
Oh, he has a bottle on the Wisp as well, and he got both the bounty runes. Wow.
It's good stuff. All bounty runes go in the way of the cheeky chums.
All of a sudden, it's a 3k lead. 4k lead now at 10 minutes into the game with the bounty runes, and if you look at the net worth chart, this Ursa is really starting to pull ahead.
Cheeky chums having some cheeky fun.
He's almost at the Vanguard point on the Ursa as well. Oh, sorry, on the Centaur as well. And when he hits that Vanguard, I think he's like a really strong point in the game where we talked about it being a lot of physical damage on the Dire side. When he has that Vanguard, how do they kill him? Like, he can kind of just sit in a lane and do whatever he wants, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, don't know, maybe with some raises stacking up, but one round of raises is not going to do the job. You're going to need a lot more than that. Of course.
Oh, this tower.
Corrosive Haze always jumping in here, but getting bashed up as he does so. MTD, though, flying in for this one. He needs to pop that ultimate, but won't get a chance. They have the silence, they have the coil, and they get the kill onto MTD. Finally, the bear goes down. And an important kill, that certainly was.
Yeah, that's really big for the SF as well. He loses his tower, which I think is the biggest thing overall. I actually don't think it's too bad for the Ursa. You know, you force rotations. There's going to be damage on this bot tower now as well. So Radiant probably feeling pretty good about the trade overall. That mid-tier 1 going down, though, is going to mean that the Ursa can play so much more aggressive on the map. It opens up a lot of space for him to try and find entrances into the jungle, so SF can't feel as safe as he was before.
Yeah, it's a lot of space.
And DNC now level 8 as well, so it has the 4 points in Bash with 2 points of Sprint.
Oh, I love that Puck was just playing around.
He's just joking. It's just a prank. And look, he has the Vanguard. This is what I mean. He has a Vanguard now, so he doesn't care.
Sup tower, yeah. And you're going to go, oh, fortify a little bit off the mark there as they're chasing the catapult, but instead they're going to turn around and kill off that sneaky little Slardar. And now Amos in some trouble as well with the relocation coming through. That'll find him the second kill. This bear is angry.
This Io looks like something they're so comfortable running with as a team.
Yeah.
I feel like Io is one of these heroes that even if you have an Io player, you have to make sure that everybody understands how to play the Io game.
Yeah, they need to be on the same page.
Obviously, this guy is a good Io as well. He's level 25. Must have played quite a few games on it.
Yep.
But they have this whole draft just feels so well balanced with it.
Mid lane. Oh, nice ultimate dropping onto the Centaur there, and he's just going to try and go for the TP, and that will be successful.
And that was really nice. They do lose their tower, so again, SF doesn't get the gold for it, so feeling pretty sad about that. But at least they get the map control from it. You know, especially when they've lost their own mid-tier 1. I think it's really important that you try and match it to stop them being able to take full map control of that area.
Yeah, balance things out a little bit.
Oh, there's a DD on the other. They just rapidly. He like takes one step onto their side of the map and they just ping the shit out of him. Oh,
God, he's there! Help! He's coming for us. And finding a couple of neutral items as he farms himself up. Yeah, it's just going to be kind of straightforward for the cheeky chums. Just kind of keep on closing that net, keep on tightening their grip onto Team Sneed. And if they can do that, then it should be a pretty straightforward game. And it's going to be on Sneed to try and make the breakout play to find themselves some space in this game. Otherwise, things are just going to keep on falling in Cheeky Chum's favor if they keep on finding this aggression.
Oh god, there's a smoke.
Oh no, the double damage just with a Stampede relocation coming in as well. They're going to throw down the False Promise onto the Shadow Fiend, but unfortunately he's still going to be taking the damage inside of this, and they'll just deal with Amos on the sidelines. And grabbing them both will be an easy job, but in comes Icky. He's trying to make some plays here, trying to bring down the IO. Frost Shield will get the kill, gives his life for it, but I mean, fair enough, I guess. He does it. Tree will grab him though, and that's a double kill for the Lich as well whilst he's at it. They find something, but they do throw in a lot for it.
I mean, MTD is just taking over the whole control of this game. It feels like he's the one dictating the tempo of every single move. Like he's the one The Gyro's sat bot lane a lot and they've relocated in, and the Centaur's just sat top the whole time. MTD's heat map is literally the whole side of the Gaia jungle. Like, he's everywhere.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And there's a Crimson on the Centaur now as well. He's so tanky. Like when they group up as 5 now, the Dire side are really reliant on bursting somebody quickly with this Slardar Lifestealer combo. If the Crimson goes off, they're not going to die quickly.
No. And these prolonged fights, you know, they always favour the side with the Wisp. They're always going to favour the side with the Ursa as well, just getting those stacks off. And he's just chasing. He's just finding whoever he wants now.
There's a rune coming up.
He's got a blink as well, so it's not even like he needs to be particularly careful. A stun from DNC, and he's in the river as well, so flying up. But the Ursa, he's fast as well, and he's just going to break this coil, no questions asked. But DNC is very, very quick, and he's going to say, see you later.
Vavavu.
Yeah.
Do you remember that advert?
I do, I do, yep. I like it when we're casting UK events. We can, you know, make these references, and people actually go, oh, I have heard of that.
Do you think we're just like 10 times as hilarious than when we cast UK events? Is that it?
10 times 0 is just 0. So yes.
Yes, yeah.
Ravate is just hating life up in this top lane. There's not much he can really do into the Centaur anymore. But he can still farm next to him, I guess, so it's kind of chill, I suppose.
I honestly think he has to be making more moves aggressively rather than just accept that the Radiant are going to dictate the tempo. Like, I want to see him linking up with the Slardar more to try and make things happen. Because at the moment, they're allowing themselves to just get run at.
Yeah.
And I don't think with the lineup that they have, they can be allowed, can allow that to happen.
But what do you do if you go for a rotation and this Ursa just turns up?
But that's the thing, you have to make the right rotation still.
Yeah. They want this Lifestealer right now. They're popping the Stampede for it. They're trying to chase down this little creep, but look at it go! Run, little creep, and he's just too fast.
Nova didn't get the Stampede slow effect onto the creep, so he tried to double edge it instead.
Oh, the old chat coming out from Ravate. Is he Ravate or Rabbit, by the way?
I'd never thought about it like that. I think it's Ravate, but
hopefully they win and we can get an interview afterwards.
There's a Grove Bow on the Gyro.
It's pretty nice.
Oh my god.
Nice. Be better on the Shadow Fiend, I think.
I mean, Gyro's still one of the best heroes. I mean, Gyrocopter, SF, and Viper are the 3 that I think about when I think about Grove Bow.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Viper definitely.
Dire's top
Viper is top tier Grove Bow. Groove Bow. But yeah, I think Robert really wants to find the Desolator, obviously. That just kind of pulls together their draft very nicely. You know, 3 anti-armor heroes is better than 2 anti-armor heroes. It's going to definitely make the Cheeky Chumps feel a little bit squishy, which is definitely something they need right now.
I agree, but at the same time, can they afford to wait that long? Because at the moment, they're losing more and more of the map as time goes on.
True, true.
That's
a top tower going the way of the Centaur. Meanwhile, in the Ursa pit, shenanigans are happening. Shenanigans are afoot, my Farah. No shenanigans, be Roshan.
Oh, there's a mech on the Wisp now as well. It really feels like a big time in here on the Radiant side. They've got this Aegis, they've got the mech on the Wisp now as well. This is the big, we've got 3 cores all online.
Yep, let's make them feel that. Shadow Fiend gonna wisely back himself away from that middle lane. Wants nothing to do with the side of Cheeky Chumps right now. My only quarrel about this Centaur build is that they don't have great catch on the Radiant side, apart from if the Centaur goes blink. So now they're so reliant on just running down lanes to get to people, right? They can't. That's true. They can't catch people off guard very easily. And Icky, definitely one man that wants to take advantage of that. Relocate, says Rob. They've got relocate to catch people.
Yeah, but it's not lockdown, Rob. That's not what I meant. All right.
Homing missile.
Oh yeah, homing missile. True. Sorry, I forgot about that.
What about that instant lockdown? Homing missile.
Well, they get triple 4-star, and maybe it is instant lockdown.
Can you still 4-star the rocket?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, cool.
It's really dumb, but it's hilarious.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he has the bash. Okay, that's better.
There we go. There we go.
So they
we
are
found it in
literally
the end.
just barreling down lanes at this point.
Yeah, why not?
I honestly think they just go high ground to force them to come back on the Dire side.
So there's action going on at bottom as they're.
Is this? But the Dire is set up. They have vision here ready. This is like the worst fight you could take on the Radiant side.
Unless Ursa just solos that. Nope, that's managed to do so.
They
Gets
can
off
turn
the
on it.
invest, but he's going to keep on chasing. But MTD does need to be a little bit cautious, but he will be. He's not overcommitted to this one. The eyes coming through on the backlines. The ultimate cooked up from INC. He's going to drop in here and actually fears back the Ursa as he tries to jump in, and that's the Jaraclops are gone. We're looking in trouble, but down go two to the Chain Frost from the Ursa, taken down with Shadow Fiend, and now they look for more. Amos is going to go for the TP out in the trees, and Nova won't see him. Icky with a blink away. MTD's on top of him, but won't be able to find him. Icky playing around, but MTD's on top, but unfortunately, for some reason, this hero has so many mobility spells that he's just impossible to find. But there comes a bash, and there comes a kill.
Impossible to find. That was very short-lived.
I didn't say that. Did you say that?
I mean, honestly, I thought that fight was going to go a lot better for the Dire. They got the Requiem off just as the Ursa jumped in. But it feels like they're so scared to do anything in fights. Like, they're really afraid to just commit to anybody.
Yeah.
And they had vision set up, and like, look where their wards are on the Dire side.
Yeah, that was probably the best vision fight they're going to get. Now the Lifestealer trying to turn it around onto MTD, but he just can't do it. And now Ursa even popping the ultimate, trying to finish the job here. The stun comes in from the Slardar. He gives his life for his king. That's all we would do for the queen, of course.
Rule Britannia.
Oh, Amos nearly gets himself out, but yeah, see you later, buddy. It's unfortunately gone from a bit of a fight to a bit of a stomp, as cheeky chums just finding whatever they want on the map. And
it almost just feels like the Dire side have just allowed it to happen, though, right? Like,
yeah,
they haven't tried to make a play.
Yeah, this is always disappointing to see. Three-man coil, you know, Icky doing what he can. And now, well, Ravate, they're jumping in, they're going for the Gyrocopter, but now with the Stampede's being popped, they're trying to get out, but unfortunately the Shadow Fiend, he doesn't have that option, he's just going to get run down. Ravate as well is going to be the next one, he gets torn apart also. Both these heroes with a 50-second death timer. I'm not sure they're going to be back in time. Nakuti will get killed though.
He had Ghost, unless he just got it in base, but I think he had Ghost Scepter.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Does it matter though?
Doesn't look like it, does it? As the barracks have fallen, and then they're just going to move over towards mid. You bet your cotton socks they are. Meanwhile, oh, Ursa going in though, trying to find the cheeky kill. Amos, this is a bit much. Yeah, he has got the Aegis here. Seems like a questionable usage of it, but nearly finds a kill. 15 seconds now until that Lifestealer is back, and now 15 seconds until the Shadow Fiend is as well.
I mean, what are they scared of though?
Should get the melee barracks in time.
What does DNC have on the Slardar? Does he have any items?
They don't have the Aegis anymore, so I imagine MTD are going to he's going to respect them. Yeah.
I honestly think they can turn here.
Well, they might find themselves a gyro on the exit. They will. Certainly no turn coming from cheeky chums anymore.
I mean, they used the coil to try and catch more, but they all just went on the gyro instead of. I think that's still a decent catch for them.
Yep.
I honestly thought the Ursa would want to turn there and try and fight, but they let it go. Well, he has the blink on the Slardar now. Okay.
Yeah, and I think Lifestealer has the Deso, yeah. So this is their scary timing, and they're on top right now, but the Ursa's just jumping straight in here, and he's going to tear apart the Slardar. They will get the kill onto Tree, but what now, Rebate? Where do you go? He needs to find a creep to get inside, but then comes a bash, in comes the damage. The Clumsy Net will not be enough to help him get away, and Rebate gets jumped as well.
Do you know what?
Another 50 seconds in the grave.
I respect that, though. They tried to make a play into
they
their
did.
vision that they had in the bot jungle. It didn't go well for them. Unfortunately, the Ursa was just there, but you know, they tried to make something happen. And he has an Abyssal, that's... oh dear.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Where'd he pull out that from? You know, I don't want to know. He's got it. That's the end of it. And Puck needs to be very careful now. Oh god, no! Puck! He's gone. He doesn't exist on this plane anymore. His soul has been torn to shreds at the claws of Ursa and sent to dissipate to a different dimension.
I don't know if they want to just wait for the second Aegis here or what on the Radiant side, but feels like they're playing very carefully. I mean, we've seen this once in the first series today, or first best of one, sorry.
Yeah.
You know, you've got this lead, it's a best of one.
Yeah.
Every game means so much, especially in these two teams playing against each other. This is probably the difference between, you know, 1 or 2 positions at the end of the whole thing.
Yeah. I am concerned though, you know, giving them a chance to play, giving Team Sneed an opportunity to go. Yeah.
I mean, Team Sneed haven't had one to go. Like, look where they are. They're just sat in their base because they don't see anything on them.
Respawns. Now they have heroes back. You know, when this Roche respawns, they're going to know where they are, and they should make a play around them. That's what I want to see. Icky's got a smoke.
They don't see anything on the map.
Big surprise.
Yeah. Like, where are they going to go? They can't. They've got no vision to play into anymore. It's all gone. Like, if they're going to smoke, they're going to do it completely blind and just hope for the best that they run into someone, which is the best thing they can do at the moment.
Yeah, it has to be around Roche, right?
What does the Wisp have now as well? Does he have a... Gee, he's so farmed. For, like, what the hero does as well.
Radiant are scared.
Like, this hero doesn't farm. But because they've taken so many objectives and they're so far in front, Mech, Ghost Scepter, and a Medallion as well. 21 armor, gee. And when he hits that level 20 and he gets the armor talent on the Wisp,
he's going to be a bulky boy.
Really strong. He's going to have like 36 armor, I think it is. And you're playing against a physical damage strat. What are they going to do?
He's no longer a ball of light. He is now a bicep of light.
Ball of steel. It's fine. Titan Sliver. That's going to be really nice for somebody like the Ursa.
Yeah, 100% Ursa, I think.
Okay, here we go. What can they find?
Ooh, Paladin Sword.
Are they... Oh, it's not up yet. How long left?
No, they've timed it wrong. This isn't even the fact that Roche hasn't spawned yet. They've just timed it incorrectly. It's still not about 10 seconds, and now they're just going to jump down straight away onto Nova. Okay, Nova, see you later. Now,
that's nice.
Our Roshan timer's going to come up in about 3 seconds.
He has buyback though on the center, so it's not even like they can do massive amounts with this. They've just got to try and use this time to farm up a little bit, try and catch up, reach some key items.
We can't see it, Rob. You need to type it out. Oh, thank you. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. 2 minutes. All right. A bit of waiting to be done. This probably favors Cheeky Chums a little bit, just getting their Ursa back, getting their Centaur back in, allowing them to contest that Roche. But yeah, I like, you know, Inix, he's just going straight into the jungle, getting those items, getting some...
I do like that this Puck's building a Yules next. They need a way of dealing with this Ursa, like to stop him from just doing whatever he wants. He's not even building a BKB either, so this Yules is going to be really effective. Problem is he is going for an MKB though, so this Lifestealer, he's got the evasion talent, not going to be much help.
No, it's not going to do a lot. MTD is he's just played run at you Dota from the very, very start of the game. You know, remember minute 2 when he got that haste through and just ran at the Shadow Fiend and kept on doing it. He hasn't stopped since then.
But this is my guy to look out for. You know, I said before, if he has a good game, he can just, you know, really control everything, and he has. And it looks so easy when you see someone play like that, but it's almost like a mental block. You know, you see this river down the middle, you're playing a Dota game, it feels natural to want to play on your side, right? But as, you know, the top players will take away space and make the enemy feel completely just, like, strangled out the map. It's a really horrible feeling to play against. This is why, you know, you saw people like Topson do it at TI almost all the time. Just run at them, constantly. And Ursa's just one of these heroes that he doesn't have a timing to worry about, he just goes.
Well, matching Titan Sliver on the other team.
It's nice.
Always good to see. And that's good on the Lifestealer. But meanwhile, they're trying to actually jump on said Lifestealer. He's inside a creeper, and I'm not sure how much space that's going to give me. Pops out the other side. The court does break by him a little bit of time, but it's not enough to safety. Rabbit does get dropped. Roshan could be wide open right now, but they might even just run up to the higher ground. No, Roche is going to be the call. Make it safe.
They have just been waiting for this second Roche. They've been very patient, especially considering the lead that they have. Yep. They've not allowed themselves to get, you know, make any silly plays. They've been very thorough. And out of all the teams we've seen today, in how I saw people in ranks, I have to say these guys look a lot better than I thought they would. You know, I knew they were good, but they've played on a much more like disciplined level than I expected.
Yeah, it's been looking very, very tight for the Cheeky Chums.
They just feel like they're all on the same page.
Yep.
And they all know how they want to win the game.
And now we come to the high ground push. Icky has been doing some pushing though, as their bottom and mid lane is all pushed in. And there is an observer ward down here on the low ground for Team Sneed for a bit, so they're going to have a little bit of vision for the time being. best possible position they could be in.
I really don't like people when they use Infest like this now. It's not the way you should be using it.
I agree, but they're going to go for the backlines here, trying to go for Nukamati, and they're going to use a decent amount of dash on onto it, but Amos just getting destroyed by the Ash on the backlines, and now he's getting DNC taken down as well. It's going to be 2 kills. Meanwhile, they've failed to get 1 on the front lines. Ramp 8 gets dropped. The buybacks are coming in. The Hail Mary is here. They need to find a win, but it's just not coming for them. Opus is going to get a double kill, and now they just jump forwards. Goodbye, Shadow Fiend. He gets torn apart. No buyback on him whatsoever. Icky trying to make his way out of this one, orbing himself back, but the Lifestealer gets sucked back into his demise. It's an ultra kill for the Yester. He's tearing them apart. Can he get it? Oh no, Opus actually gets that one, but it doesn't really matter. The game is away. There we go. Gets it at the end. MTD laying down a very well-deserved rampage to end off this game. Cheeky Chums take the victory over Team Sneed. And it was mechanical.
I mean, honestly, coming into today, this was the one that I thought was going to be the closest. And I'm not sure that was the correct prediction for me to have.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit disappointed with Team Sneed. You know, I thought they would have more in them to try and push forward. Even though you're behind, right, you have this Slardar Lifestealer. You know, try and make plays on the map, make things happen, but instead, it felt like they had 3 cores all just farming lanes. You know, the Slardar moved around a little bit to try and make things happen, but apart from that, they didn't really try and do anything. The Lifestealer sat top for like 20 minutes, it felt like. And eventually they just got run at. They lost the first Aegis, and that was it. The game was over.
Yeah, I mean, that very much was, you know, I say they're mechanical like a mechanical bull, as it just chases down their target over and over again. They played it aggressive, but they played it tight, especially behind MTD on that Ursa, who was just non-stop. Go, go, go. It was very clear from the start what he wanted to do, but mid-Ursa versus Shadowfiend, not something I thought would work, but definitely looked really, really tight here as he just laid down the aggression. But I want to talk about the Iowa and Gyrocopter a little bit as well, because they definitely swept under the radar, which everything else was happening. But the Iowa and Gyrocopter were just kind of always there to turn it into a 5-man rotation. Like, throughout the mid-game, it was really hard, you know? Often with Ursas, we see them kind of cannonball, where they do really, really well, they get themselves loads of kills, they get themselves really far ahead, and then they die twice, and the enemy team gets all his gold, and all of a sudden you're back to square one, and your S just fades off from there. But this Iocopter kind of stopped that ever happening.
Yeah, it's constant sustained damage throughout a fight, right, this Gyrocopter, and the relocates are really strong, but I think when you have the Ursa just running at people, you can have a carry that, if they are allowed to get their damage off like that, they can do whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
You know,
it's almost like it's impossible to overextend by yourself if you have the Iocopter behind you, just ready to turn it into like a team fight.
I mean, Whis is probably the only person that extended it, which was here. I mean, Ursa just blinked away. Yeah, he had the Ghost Scepter, he just didn't get it off in time, unfortunately. I probably just forgot he had it. Yeah, I really don't understand. You can't use Infest like this anymore. I mean, you can, but it feels like it's not anywhere near as effective as it was before. I mean, this Infest now, when you use it on somebody, it buffs their HP up again. Like, so it's to try and help people sustain in the fight. It's not used the same way that it was before for initiation. And I think, although it can still be strong to, you know, catch people off guard, they just couldn't use it this game that way.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an awkward way to use it. I mean, I understand it in this engagement when they were looking to just, you know, they needed a Hail Mary play. Their idea, go for the IO, take down the IO, you know, get the... Look at Icky running in here just to make sure the rampage comes.
It was literally just before the game ended as well.
What a hero, actually. He's just like, you know what, buddy? You earned it.
Yeah, it was very well deserved. MTD played really well, and he's definitely my my new player to watch that I didn't necessarily know about before.
Right, he played so well. We're just going to watch him again.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing though, right? That it's so cool to see when we have a story of a group stage go through, that we can now follow his progression after seeing him play really well this game. Can he keep it up for the other 4 games that they've got? That's going to be key, especially when they have to come up against Mayo Chicken and Sparkling War. I think these 3 teams, when they all play against each other, the game should be really high quality.
Yep, and of course, I think it's all looking close across the board currently, as we've got so many teams kind of, you know, all the losers today, right? They didn't look that great, and I'm excited to see them kind of play next week and see if we can kind of watch a different team, you know, see them play to their full potential.
I know Gaddafi's fan club, they played Mayo Chicken and they've got Sparkling Water next week. So they've got their first 2 games, you know, the hardest games out of the way.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
So hopefully, after they get past the first 2, maybe they can sneak a win next week. I'm not, you know, 100% sold on that, but the 3 games after, I think for them are going to be the big ones. But yeah, I mean, Sneed are probably the team today that I was expecting more from. But I mean, really well played though to the Radiant side.
That goddamn rabbit has cursed them.
He has,
That's freaky, weird rabbit has cursed them. I don't want this team to win just because of the rabbit, honestly. It freaks me out too much. So, yeah, no, two teams I don't want to do well is Team Sneed for the rabbit and Team Sparkling Water for T-Governors. Just candid. We didn't practice. We hate you all. We're going to do the best. We're going to smack everyone. And just needlessly, needless aggression.
Outrageous interview.
You need bad guys. You need good guys. All right, let's have a little bit of reflection on the day, I think, as we'll think back to the matches we had. First game was, of course, Sparkling Water versus the Warriors of the World, where we saw Sparkling Water taking the series 1-0. Looking pretty tight from them, to be honest.
Yeah,
they had a pretty straightforward draft to jump the backlines of the team, which did not want their backlines jumped with the Drowvenge. I just don't think Drowvenge is something you can run right now so reliably on your first phase, you know, or maybe it can and they just didn't execute properly.
The one thing I would say about Warriors of the World in that game, though, is that they came in with a plan. They knew, they looked like they were prepared to try and, you know, make something happen.
Yeah,
it's not like T's team. They're just rocking up and hoping for the best. No, they felt like they were prepared. They wanted to do something. It didn't work for them in the end, but they had a plan. They stuck to it with what they wanted to do. Now, maybe they didn't have the flexibility in the draft that they were possibly hoping for to try and match up against this big team fight, but I think going forward in other games, I think they'll still be a decent team.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting to see them play against, you know, either of the two teams we just saw playing, and of course the. I mean, to be honest, even then they might be able to pull out something better against Mayo Chicken. I'm excited to see what they keep on bringing and if they keep on, you know, experimenting and bringing something new. After that, we had, of course, Mayo Chicken versus the what's his name, Edgar David fan club.
Yeah, that was. To be fair, the game felt more one-sided from the draft. I thought it was going to be more one-sided in the game. I think the draft really helped them. And we said coming into that series, I thought Edgar Davids had to match them in the draft to give themselves a chance. And I don't think they did.
No.
I think they didn't put themselves on a good enough level. But their play in the game, I thought, was okay, Edgar Davids. You know, they made a couple of mistakes, you know, some bad spell usage possibly in the team fights. I think that was what lost them the game. But yeah, I think the draft was the biggest thing.
Yeah, and then of course we had Mushroom talking afterwards. You know, that's surprisingly similar level of confidence as T-Gun, which is good to see. You know, I really feel like they're solid. The second phase. Of course, we had the last series then with you put me on the spot now.
It was Team Sneed.
Team Sneed
Cheeky Champs.
Cheeky Chaps, that's it.
I definitely didn't forget as well and just managed to pull that out of thin air. That was quite nice.
But of course, we have Cheeky Chaps. We've got Nova from Cheeky Chaps here to talk to us about that last game.
Oh.
Nova, how's it going?
Hello, very happy. Thank you for having me.
Good. The happiest person we've seen so far. The other two are kind of just like, oh yeah, you know, we did it. So, I mean, coming into the series, did you guys have a plan with what you wanted to do? Because we know you've come against this team before.
So we had a rough idea of how they like to play, and you said beforehand about their like weird position fives, like we've come up against that before. So we had a rough idea. However, from that best of three, we had quite a good idea of how they like to play and what they like to play. So we felt pretty confident going up against them.
Yeah, I thought your first phase bans were really good in particular. I thought, you know, taking out the OD, that was a bit weird. And then they have that Bloodseeker that they really like as well, and then just take out the Snap Fight. I thought that was really nice. So, yeah. So
thank you.
So how do you feel? Like, in that game, I was saying there was a particular lack of all chat voice lines being used. I feel like you were the only one that was really putting the effort in. Can you please tell your team to keep up with the meta?
Well, I mean, I'm trying. It just seems like I'm the only one enjoying the game. Like, you got MTD diving tier flipping threes, and I'm just there taunting and stuff. But no, I will make sure they keep all chatting and stuff. So.
Good. That very important stuff there. Good. Glad we got those bases covered. One thing I wanted to ask, because I've been asking all the other teams, so it only seems fair. Have you guys been practicing a lot as five previously, other than the open qualifiers?
So not so much as five. We haven't actually played a game as five. We mainly do like 2 stacks and 3 stacks. Trying to get MTD to play is just like he's away with the fairies half the time, I swear. But he shows up and he plays well, so glad to have him on the team.
Cool, just turns up, plays some Dota, and throws it down. Well, good to see. All right,
pretty much.
We are going to have a player of the match vote over at ESL UK on Twitter, and we've got Tree, MTD, and DMC. I mean, the guy's right here.
You can't not put Nova on there, and then
Wait,
Tree, how did Tree get on there? How did Tree get on there? What's going on?
Production have really thrown us in the water, yeah? They've just been like, yeah, I mean, well, you got to deal with that.
I want to ask you about the Wisp, though, that you have.
Hold on,
So,
who would you choose for your player of the match, Nova?
I would choose probably Nook. His IO is just like out of this world. You know, he understands the hero so well and how to play with it. Teams don't get any ideas about banning it.
keep that one on the account.
It's the same as last interview. He's giving it away. Same as Mushroom. That's awful. What are you going to do now?
You're getting too much out of these guys.
I want to ask you a question, though. I've asked the other guys as well that we've interviewed. What was your expectations coming into this group stage? Because obviously you did really well in the open qualifiers. You know, you flew through the upper bracket in the first qualifier, and then you were kind of done. So coming into this group stage, do you feel like you can take first relatively okay, or do you feel like it's going to be close overall?
I feel like it's going to be a challenge to get first. I think we're very capable of getting it. I wouldn't put it out the realm of like realism, that type of thing. It's just going to be a real challenge to beat the likes of Sparkling Water and Mayo Chicken. However, I'm sure we haven't played EDFC yet, or
Hector Davids.
Oh, actually, that was it. But I feel pretty confident in our ability to win this. So, looking forward to it.
Good to hear. Good to hear. And finally, which team are you most looking forward to facing coming up in the next few weeks?
Me personally, I'm looking forward to facing Mayo Chicken. Overlon, I know you're out there. I'm coming for you.
God, they're all so they're all calling each other out.
They really are. There's a lot of beef.
But also, I just want to say thanks you guys for casting the games tonight. So, thank you.
Thanks for playing, and thanks for coming to talk to us as well, Nova. Absolutely lovely to hear from the players, and congratulations on your win today.
Well, thank you.
Alrighty, well, that's going to just about tie it up for today's matches, and of course, one quick, overviewing theme of the day. What would you say has been the biggest impact to all of these teams playing?
I think the drafts were really impactful today.
Yeah.
For a lot of what a lot of people wanted to do. Like it feels like a lot of the teams that came in had an idea of how they wanted to play, but nothing was nailed down. But I think the drafting has to be improved by, especially some teams coming into these next few weeks. They have to be sitting down together and thinking, okay, what did we do wrong? What can we do next time to give ourselves the best chance of winning? Because there's a lot of money on the line. You know, especially like the jump from third to fourth is like £1,400 to £900. That's an extra £100 per player. It's a lot of money, so you might as well invest the time into it.
All right, and finally, I just want to know, firstly, your standout players of the day. I think for me, I quite enjoyed the IOs. Both the IOs today, but 2 level 25 IOs just rocking up and throwing down some amazing games. That's always fun to watch. And what about yourself?
I think MTD played really well in that last series on the air. So like I said, he's just dictated the whole game, like almost single-handedly, just diving players. And he always had that wisp behind him, like you say, to know that he was never going to be by himself because they had the relocate. But yeah, in terms of other standout players, I thought Tiga played really well with his warding in the first series as well. I thought that was awesome. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that up going forward, or are they going to prep more? We asked him. They didn't seem likely that they were going to prep. So it'll be interesting to see if they do, moving forward.
Yep. Okay, well, that's going to just about tie it all off here at the ESL Premiership for day number 1. I do hope you enjoyed it, and of course, continue to support the games and keep following us on those social media platforms because, it's important. We're growing some grassroots stuff here, and these UK teams, starting out now, but who knows where it will lead them. And of course, we've got all the polls coming up. We're going to have highlights and replays and stuff on YouTube and Facebook, so of course, we're always active, so go and check that out and join in and keep up to date. Thank you all for joining us today for the first round of the ESL Premiership. And of course, thank you to our sponsors AOC Gaming and Mercedes-Benz for sponsoring this event and making this all possible. You guys are great. I think that's just about it from us. Any final words from you?
No, not at all. That was quite nice.
Cool. Ban Husker. That's Ban Husker. Alrighty. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to say goodbye and good night. Thank you so much for watching, and we shall be seeing you next week for more ESL Premiership action. Goodbye.
It's time!
Are you ready, Birmingham? They've got the control of this fight, and they've got EG down, calling TG. It's done. Team Secret. In 5 games, ESL won grand finals here at Birmingham, going ahead of Virtus Pro.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
Present.